Chapter 1680. 3.4 Symbols. Centipede Splash. The sound of Zhuowen diving into the water could be heard. The moment Zhuowen dived into the swamp, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei also entered the gray fog. This guy has entered the swamp. Does he want to die? Jiang Zuomei's pupils shrank and her face darkened. The shattered Annihilation Swamp was the most dangerous place because there were many powerful creatures living in the swamp. Even an Earth Immortal would find it difficult to enter. What are you afraid of? That kid has already entered the swamp. Why should we, two Earth Immortals, be afraid? Lei Qingtian grumbled in dissatisfaction. Without hesitation, he dived into the swamp. Jiang Zuomei's gaze was gloomy as she followed, closely behind. So many creatures. The auras of these creatures are not simple at all. The moment Zhuowen dived into the swamp, he scanned the surroundings with his mind and found many black shadows swimming around the swamp. They were extremely fast, and their auras were not weak. Whoosh! Suddenly, the black shadow closest to Zhuowen dashed toward Zhuowen like an arrow. It was so fast that even Zhuowen felt a little scared. Slaughtering finger of Acheron. Without hesitation, Zhuowen pointed his finger. Instantly, countless Acheron water droplets flew out and gathered in front of Zhuowen to form a yellow shield. Bang! The moment the yellow shield was formed, a strong force slammed into it. Zhuowen felt his right hand go numb and took a few steps back. His eyes were gloomy. Only now did he discover the true appearance of the attacking black shadow. This black shadow's appearance was extremely similar to a snake. It was several meters long, its entire body was green, and its body was flat. Its upper and lower jaws opened, instantly revealing a pair of fierce and sharp teeth. The snake's aura was extremely vast. It was probably not weaker than an ordinary, quintessential realm saint. Just as Zhuowen was about to fight back, Xiaohei stopped him. This is a flat snake. It's a saint realm creature that lives in groups. Don't kill it. Once you do, it will be troublesome. Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately noticed that within 100 feet of this snake, there were many similar flat snakes that were all eyeing this snake covetously. However, perhaps it was because the flat snake in front of them had attacked Zhuowen first, so the densely packed flat snakes didn't attack together. However, if Zhuowen killed the flat snake, the numerous flat snakes around him would probably attack him one after another. With so many flat snakes, Zhuowen knew that he would not be able to deal with them. Leave it to me. As Xiaohei spoke, she appeared. A majestic pressure burst out from Xiaohei's body like a terrifying storm. It whistled, and the surrounding water turned into a terrifying whirlpool. When this pressure appeared, the eyes of the flat snake that attacked Zhuowen immediately revealed a frightened expression. It could not help but continuously retreat. The densely packed flat snakes that were 300 meters away from Zhuowen also revealed similar expressions. Let's go! Xiaohei shouted. Zhuowen nodded and swung his legs. His speed suddenly soared to the extreme as he plunged into the depths of the swamp. Where do you think you're going? The moment Zhuowen plunged out, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei rushed over. Lei Qingtian roared angrily and followed closely behind Zhuowen. Hiss! The flat snake that was originally frightened by Xiaohei's aura suddenly spat out its tongue and plunged towards Lei Qingtian. Get lost! Lei Qingtian did not even look at the flat snake. With a wave of his sleeve, the flat snake exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss! However, the moment this flat snake was killed, the countless flat snakes in the surrounding 300 meters suddenly let out sorrowful cries one after another. Then, like countless arrows that were shot out, they rustled and shot out. With so many flat snakes pouncing on them, a terrifying storm was set off in the water. The whirlpools contained a powerful strangling force. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei's pupils shrank at the same time. Immediately, they unleashed the power of an earthly immortal and annihilated the flat snakes that plunged towards them. However, there were too many flat snakes. Although these flat snakes couldn't do anything to the two of them, they were still able to completely block their path. When the surrounding flat snakes were completely annihilated by the two of them, it was already over 10 breaths later. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei were delayed and instantly lost track of Zhuowen. Cunning little brat. Let's search. Even if we have to search the entire shattered memory swamp, I will find him. Lei Qingtian's face was gloomy. He took a step forward and went deep into the swamp with Jiang Zuomei. Half a day later, in the deepest part of the shattered memory swamp, a black shadow slowly landed on the soft soil. For the time being, we have shaken off Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. However, with their abilities, it is only a matter of time before they find me in this swamp. Zhuowen said with a slight frown. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder. Suddenly, it looked at Zhuowen with shining eyes and said, Kid, do you want to play a big game? These two are earthly immortals. It will be much more difficult for you to get rid of them. The only way is to keep them in the shattered memory swamp. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He looked deeply at Xiao He and took a deep breath. How do you want to play? You seem to be very familiar with this place. It will be very difficult for me to keep two earthly immortals here. Of course, you don't have to do it yourself. We need to rely on the overlord of the shattered memories swamp. There are countless terrifying creatures in the shattered memory swamp. Naturally, there will be overlords. If I remember correctly, the overlord of the shattered memory swamp is a huge 4 symbols centipede. I have dealt with this 4 symbols centipede a long time ago, and I know its habits. As long as I lure it out, I don't believe that Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei will be able to stop it. The corners of Xiao He's mouth revealed a sinister smile when he spoke until this point. Immediately, he transformed into a bolt of black lightning and rushed forward. Zhuowen followed closely behind. After a while, Xiao He stopped in front of a huge group of reefs at the bottom of the swamp. The reefs covered an extremely large area, spanning tens of thousands of miles. In the shattered memory swamp, which was only a few 100,000 miles wide, the area covered by these reefs was extremely large. If one were to look down at the group of reefs from above, one would see a huge centipede lying quietly in the middle of the group of reefs. The centipede had thousands of slender legs, and its carapace emitted a milky white luster. What was even more strange was that the head of the centipede was emitting an illusory mist. Within the mist, the images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared. This was the 4 symbols centipede that Xiao He mentioned. It was also the overlord of the shattered memory swamp. It was a terrifying existence that was slightly stronger than an earthly immortal. However, the 4 symbols centipede lying in the middle of the group of reefs was curled up as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. The 4 symbols centipede is inside. Brat, hide well. This Lord Dragon will go in first. If you don't have this Lord Dragon's instructions, it's best if you don't come out. Blackie cautiously said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded cautiously. He immediately found an extremely remote crevice in the reef and concealed his aura. Not long after, a terrifying tremor suddenly came from the entire shattered memory swamp. A strange sound wave spread out. The surface of the swamp was immediately set off by a huge wave. It rushed into the sky and then fell back down. Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian, who were searching for Zhuowen in the swamp, shuddered. They looked at each other with joy on their faces. They knew very well that the sudden roar from the swamp was probably caused by someone who had angered the owner of the roar. The two of them were obviously not the owner, so it could only be Zhuowen. Let's go. Follow the source of the sound, Jiang Zuomei said, and disappeared from the spot with Lei Qingtian. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the huge group of reefs at the bottom. At this moment, the group of reefs had almost turned into ruins. In the middle of the reefs, a huge centipede was twisting its huge body and constantly hissing. Its voice was filled with anger. Although Zhuowen was also hiding in the group of reefs, it was fortunate that the reef where Zhuowen was hiding was in an extremely remote area. Therefore, he was not affected by the four symbols centipede's attack. This is the four symbols centipede. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei narrowed their eyes and their expressions changed. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei stomped their feet and left the place as if they had teleported. However, the four symbols centipede, which was struggling painfully among the reefs, suddenly leaped up and broke out of the water, chasing after Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Feeling the strong wind behind them, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei could not help but curse in their hearts. They did not expect the four symbols centipede to chase after them without distinguishing between right and wrong. Although the two of them were fast, the four symbols centipede behind them was even faster. It suddenly broke through the air and stopped in front of Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The four-sided centipede hissed and spat out green venom from its mouth. The venom was filled with an unpleasant stench and had an extremely terrifying corrosive property. Lei Qingtian waved a sleeve and a thunderbolt surged out. It turned into a huge thunder dragon and swept toward the venom. However, the moment the thunder dragon came into contact with the venom, its head was corroded by the venom and only its body was left. However, the headless thunder dragon did not lose its momentum and continued to sweep toward the four symbols centipede. The four symbols centipede swung its tail and directly turned the headless lightning dragon into dust. Immediately after, the four symbols centipede roared and the four symbols formed by the seven-colored fog above its head seemed to come alive. They rushed out and took up positions in four different directions around Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. The four symbols formation of the four symbols centipede. Jiang Zuomei's face turned ugly. He clenched his right hand, and the ice and fire energy condensed into a thick ice fire spear. He then threw the spear, and it flew out like a shuttle, slamming heavily on the four symbols array. Chapter 1684. Black Wind of Oblivion Rumble. In the sky above the four symbols array, the enormous four symbols centipede hissed and suddenly swooped down. Its enormous body was like a dark cloud that covered the heavens and the earth as it rapidly swept towards Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. This beast is still going strong. Lei Qingtian had a fiery temper. He was already annoyed by the four symbols formation. Now, the four symbol centipede was even more insatiable. It actually charged into the four symbols formation and attacked him. Lei Qingtian immediately exploded. Lei Qingtian flipped his right hand, and a 10-inch long ruler appeared in his palm. The surface of the ruler was covered with dense thunderbolts and countless electric arcs. It looked extremely strange. The earthly immortal's saint artifact, Thunderlight Ruler. Jiang Zuomei narrowed his eyes and said in surprise, when Lei Qingtian fought with him, he never took out the Thunderlight Ruler. Now that he encountered the four symbols centipede, he immediately took out the Thunderlight Ruler. It seemed like he was going to use his full strength. Brother Jiang, you don't have to waste time. If I'm not wrong, this four symbol centipede was probably lured out by Zhuowen. If you want to find Zhuowen, you must defeat or kill this four symbol centipede, Lei Qingtian said coldly. Hearing this, Jiang Zuomei laughed and said, Brother Lei, what are you talking about? Of course, I'm going to use my full strength. While speaking, Jiang Zuomei clenched his right hand and a smooth and flawless round mirror appeared in his hand. The edges of the round mirror were surrounded by the energy of ice and fire. The energy of ice and fire were like two small snakes that constantly revolved around the round mirror. The earthly immortal's saint artifact, Ice-Fire Reincarnation Mirror. It seems like Brother Jiang is really well prepared for this trip to the Wind and Thunder Clan, Lei Qingtian said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei's expression was normal as he said, Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's work together to break the four symbols formation and defeat the four symbols centipede. Lei Qingtian sneered and didn't say anything else. He held the Thunderlight ruler in his hand and soared into the sky. Suddenly, the surface of the Thunderlight ruler erupted with endless, terrifying lightning. Every thunderbolt from the Thunderlight ruler was enough to kill a half-immortal. With so many thunderbolts intertwined together, even an Earth immortal would have to retreat. Not to be outdone, Jiang Zuomei flipped her right hand and aimed the mirror at the four symbols centipede. Instantly, the four symbols centipede's figure was reflected in the mirror. When the shadow of the four symbols centipede appeared on the surface of the mirror, the two energies of ice and fire circling around the edges of the mirror were like two agile pythons, instantly entangling the four symbols centipede. What happened to the mirror immediately happened to the real four symbols centipede. Two huge ice and fire pythons had appeared around the four symbols centipede at some point in time. They tightly bound the four symbols centipede, preventing it from moving at all. The instant the four symbols centipede was restrained by the ice and fire python, Lei Qingtian's eyes burst with light as he threw the Thunderlight ruler with his right hand. The Thunderlight ruler, which was covered with terrifying lightning, instantly shot out like an arrow and heavily smashed onto the four symbols centipede. Crackle! In just an instant, firecracker-like sounds resounded around the four symbols centipede. Terrifying lightning continuously exploded around the four symbols centipede. The four symbols centipede's carapace was extremely tough, but the Thunderlight ruler was no ordinary object. The power that it unleashed was extremely terrifying. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the four symbols centipede's carapace. Awoo! The four elements centipede roared angrily as it struggled with all its might. Unfortunately, the two ice and fire pythons had tightly bound it. No matter how hard the four elements centipede struggled, it could not break free from the ice and fire python shackles. At this moment, the lightning that erupted from the Thunderlight ruler instantly multiplied under Lei Qingtian's hand seals. The four symbols centipede's carapace finally shattered into countless pieces, and the four symbols centipede let out an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, the four symbols centipede's fury had almost reached its peak. The sound waves produced by its roar formed an extremely terrifying shock wave. In an instant, the fragmentary weed swamp, which spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, surged with terrifying waves. The countless living beings in the fragmentary ruined swamp all felt fear and scattered in a panic. The four symbols that were formed by the four symbols formation that surrounded Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei roared furiously and self-destructed. Boom! 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 The self-destruction of the four symbols formation was too terrifying. The entire sky shook, and the vast gray fog that permeated the fragmentary weed swamp was blown away. A huge whirlpool was formed in the middle of the swamp. Within the whirlpool, there were many native creatures of the swamp. Due to this terrifying whirlpool, they were directly torn to pieces. The reefs in the depths of the swamp were also affected. Zhuowen immediately spread his thunder wings and left the range of the whirlpool. He leaped out of the swamp's water surface. At this moment, in the sky above the swamp, the terrifying energy produced by the self-destruction of the four symbols formation swept over. Zhuowen was in awe as he looked at it. Such a terrifying explosion. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei will be severely injured even if they don't die, Zhuowen murmured. At the same time, Xiao He leaped onto Zhuowen's shoulder from somewhere. He clapped his claws like an old man and laughed. Look, there's nothing that I can't accomplish. Zhuowen gave him a thumbs up. He was not stingy with his praise. Xiao He had done well in this matter. He had used the four symbols centipede to deal with Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Boom! Suddenly, the exploding energy ball collapsed, and terrifying lightning, ice, and fire energy burst out, finally turning into two extremely wretched figures. They were Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Among them, Lei Qingtian was much more miserable than Jiang Zuomei. His clothes were ragged, his left hand was broken at the shoulder, and his right hand was blown to the point where the bones were exposed. Jiang Zuomei was much better than Lei Qingtian. However, her hands and legs were also blown to the point where the bones inside could be vaguely seen. Although it should be easy for an earthly immortal to recover from his injuries, Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian's injuries were not ordinary injuries. They were caused by the explosion of the four symbols, Centipede's four symbols. It would not be possible to recover from such injuries in a day or two. It would take a long time to recuperate. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian looked rather dispirited. Their auras were also extremely unstable. The self-destruction of the four symbols, Centipede, had caused them serious injuries. You're indeed earthly immortals. You didn't die from the explosion of the four symbols, Centipede. Xiao He squinted his eyes and said in surprise, "Little bastard, you're the one who started this, right? If I don't kill you today, I'm not a man." Lei Qingtian immediately noticed Zhuowen on the surface of the swamp. His eyes were spitting fire and his hatred was monstrous. He did not care about recovering from his injuries and rushed towards Zhuowen like a crazy calf. Not only Lei Qingtian, but even the rather calm Jiang Zuomei was also filled with anger. He also knew that he had been tricked by Zhuowen. At this moment, he had also lost his mind and followed behind Lei Qingtian. These two guys have already suffered such serious injuries, but they still haven't given up on killing you. Kid, leave the shattered smelt swamp and fly towards the shattered smelt abyss. Today, I'll let you have a taste of killing an immortal, Xiao He said with a frosty look in his eyes. Zhuowen nodded. With a kick of his right foot, the thunder wings unfolded. The void and explosion steps, rule combined. Like a wisp of green smoke, he flew towards the shattered smelt abyss. Although Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei had used the secret technique again, due to their serious injuries, their teleportation speed had decreased. Even if they joined forces, they could only keep up with Zhuowen's speed. Seeing this, Zhuowen let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, his eyes were filled with madness. From Xiao He's actions, it could be seen that Xiao He was very familiar with the shattered smelt abyss. Perhaps with Xiao He's help, he could really kill an immortal. Jiang Zuomei and Lei Qingtian were the mainstays of the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan, respectively. If they were killed, it would probably be a heavy blow to the Wind and Thunder clan and the Ice and Fire clan. Lei Qingtian, Jiang Zuomei, since the two of you insist on killing me, don't blame me for killing an immortal, Zhuowen muttered to himself. Swoosh! Swoosh! The three of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they flew out of the shattered smelt swamp and slowly approached the shattered smelt abyss. Is he going to the shattered smelt abyss? Jiang Zuomei, who had lost his mind, gradually recovered. He frowned slightly and reminded Lei Qingtian, who was beside him. Lei Qingtian's eyes were red. Without turning his head, he said, "Brother Jiang, if you are afraid, you can leave by yourself. If I, Lei Qingtian, don't catch up with Zhuowen today, I will not be worthy of being the Lightning Clan's patriarch." At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's heart was in a dilemma. He knew that the shattered smelt abyss was extremely dangerous, but he was worried that Lei Qingtian would catch up with Zhuowen and take him down. At that time, he would not have the chance to obtain the last trace of the Ice and Fire Saint symbol's origin. Let's go all out. I don't believe that this kid dares to enter the shattered smelt abyss. Even if he does, he will definitely die. Once he dies, the Ice and Thunder Saint symbol's origin in his body will fly away. At that time, I only need to snatch the Ice and Fire Saint symbol's origin that flies away. Thinking of this, Jiang Zuomei's heart suddenly became clear. He also dispelled the idea of giving up on chasing after Zhuowen. The shattered smelt abyss was located hundreds of thousands of miles away from the shattered smelt swamp. There was a huge abyss there. The abyss was like a ravine that split the earth. It was bottomless and pitch black. Moreover, the darkness was so deep that it was terrifying. On the surface of the abyss, there was an extremely strange black wind. The black wind was very short and small, like black wind blades. Wherever the black wind passed, it could shatter the space and create extremely dense, small black holes. The black wind was the most famous trap in the shattered smelt abyss. The black wind was called the Annihilation Black Wind. It was said that it could devour all energy. Chapter 1685. Sword, Slave the Black Wind of Annihilation, was extremely terrifying. It could devour everything in the world, no matter what it was. Warriors below the celestial saint realm would not be able to last long in this place. They would be destroyed by the black wind of annihilation that covered the sky above the abyss. Therefore, this wind was infamous in the central region. At the edge of the abyss, Zhuo-Wen suddenly came to a halt. He looked down at the countless black winds of annihilation above the abyss with a grave expression. He could feel that the destructive power contained in the black winds of annihilation was extremely terrifying. This feeling was very strong. It was as if he would be smashed into pieces as soon as he entered this place. This is the black wind of annihilation. Boy, take out the Azure Dragon Palace and break through this black wind of annihilation, Xiao He said in a deep voice. At this moment, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, who were chasing from behind, looked at Zhuo-Wen, who had stopped at the edge of the abyss. Their faces were filled with mockery. Little bastard, with your cultivation base, you'll definitely die the moment you come into contact with the Oblivion Black Wind. I advise you to get your ass over here right now. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead, Lei Qingtian said coldly. Zhuo-Wen glanced coldly at Lei Qingtian. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the Azure Dragon Palace. The magnificent palace appeared in the sky above the abyss. An ancient and terrifying aura flowed out and pressed down. It was as if it was not a palace, but a mountain that could crush the world. The moment the Azure Dragon Palace was taken out, Zhuo-Wen stepped into the palace. Immediately after, he formed a seal with both hands. The Azure Dragon Palace sank into the abyss as if it was free falling. Swoosh, swoosh. The moment the Azure Dragon Palace sank into the abyss, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei also rushed to the edge of the abyss and stared blankly at the falling Azure Dragon Palace. Wherever the Azure Dragon Hall passed, the black wind of annihilation would come crashing down. However, what made Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei dumbfounded was that the black wind of annihilation that even earthly immortals like them did not dare to casually touch was actually unable to devour the Azure Dragon Hall. Although the falling speed of the Azure Dragon Hall was rather slow due to the obstruction of the Annihilation Black Wind, it was still falling. Moreover, the Azure Dragon Hall did not show any signs of damage. What level of saint artifact is this palace? The black wind of annihilation couldn't do any harm to it. Jiang Zuomei's pupils shrunk. The obliteration black wind was extremely terrifying. Even if it was an earthly immortal saint artifact, if it stayed within the obliteration black wind for too long, then it would suffer extremely heavy damage. But this hull was actually completely unharmed, and it was truly inconceivable. This palace is at least a heavenly immortal sacred artifact. Moreover, it might even be a true immortal sacred artifact. Even the Oblivion Black Wind could not damage it. It is absolutely impossible for it to be an earthly immortal sacred artifact. Lei Qingtian was silent for a moment. His eyes were suddenly filled with passion as he spat out these words. Jiang Zuomei's body trembled as a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, I didn't expect this kid to have so many secrets. Not only does he have the origins of the Ice Flame Saint symbol and the Wind Lightning Saint symbol, but he also has this extraordinary hull. Jiang Zuomei, you don't have to beat around the bush. How can I not know the purpose of your words? Any one of us has a slim chance of breaking through the obliteration black wind. But if you and I join forces, then breaking through the obliteration black wind will become much easier, Lei Qingtian said in a deep voice. Jiang Zuomei smiled and said, Brother Lei, you really have sharp eyes. You can see through my thoughts with just a glance. This is indeed the only way now. This kid has too many secrets. Once he grows up, it won't be good for either of us. We have to get rid of him as soon as possible. Of course, my lightning ruler and Brother Zhang's ice and fire reincarnation mirror should be able to barely break through the obliteration black wind. Lei Qingtian said as he waved his sleeve. The lightning ruler that was covered with lightning appeared in his hand. Jiang Zuomei did not waste any time and took out the ice and fire reincarnation mirror. The two of them combined the lightning ruler and the ice and fire reincarnation mirror. Immediately, lightning, ice, and fire energy burst out violently. Then, the two of them slowly fell into the shattered nightmare abyss. Time passed slowly. When Zhuowen, Jiang Zuomei, and Lei Qingtian broke through the obliteration black wind and entered the shattered nightmare abyss, the battle between Feng Leiwuji and Jiang Binghan also ended a month later. The two celestial immortals held 2 saint talismans and fought in the territory of Wind Thunder Prefecture for a whole month. The vast territory of Wind Thunder Prefecture had become the main battlefield of the 2 celestial immortals. After a month of fighting, many counties in Wind Thunder Prefecture were hit by unexpected disasters. There were countless casualties, and the people were in a terrible situation. In the end, both Feng Leiwuji and Jiang Binghan suffered great losses. After the battle, the 2 celestial immortals returned to their respective clans to cultivate in seclusion. This time, the one who suffered the most in the battle between the 2 clans was actually the Wind Thunder clan. The Wind Thunder city, where the Wind Thunder clan resided, had been destroyed. The 1,000 soldiers of the clan were all killed, and the Wind Thunder manor had been reduced to ruins. It could be said that the Wind Thunder clan had suffered a great loss this time. The battle between the 2 clans was a major event in the central region. It could be said that in a very short time, the news spread throughout the central region and became a rumor passed down by word of mouth. The reason for the battle between the 2 clans was related to a young man named Zhuowen. It was said that Zhuowen came from the 4 great domains. However, he actually had a part of the Ice and Fire Saint Talisman and a part of the origin of the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman. It was because of this that he became the fuse that led to the conflict between the 2 clans. Thus, Zhuowen's name spread throughout the Central Plains in a short period of time. Moreover, it was unknown who spread the news that the patriarch of the Ice and Fire clan, Jiang Zuomei, and the patriarch of the Lightning branch of the Wind and Thunder clan, Lei Qingtian, had chased Zhuowen all the way and forced him into one of the 6 great danger zones of the central region, the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. It was unknown whether Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei were still alive in the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. On this day, at the edge of the Shattered Nightmare Abyss, a slender figure with a long sword on his back stood quietly. The wind whistled in his face, and his hair and robes fluttered in the wind. He stood there like a peerless sword. The figure wore a ghost mask, and the eyes revealed by the mask contained an extremely sharp sword chi. It was as if the sword chi would crush anything that came into contact with the eyes. The aura of the ghost mask in front of him was completely different from that of the ghost mask Zhuowen and Lei Tingqin. It was obvious that the ghost mask in front of him was not the same person. The person glanced at the shattered nightmare abyss, and with a clench of his right hand, he suddenly pulled out the long sword on his back. Immediately, a sharp sword radiance erupted from the blade. The person took a step forward and directly jumped into the shattered nightmare abyss. The moment he jumped into the abyss, the black wind of the shattered nightmare abyss gathered towards him like maggots in a tarsal bone, wanting to crush him completely. Clang! 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 The person was extremely impressive. The long sword in his hand instantly slashed out, and a burst of sword chi immediately burst forth. Moreover, the burst of sword chi actually accurately fell on the black wind of the shattered nightmare abyss that was sweeping over from the surroundings. The sword chi was extremely sharp, and it neutralized the black wind of the shattered nightmare abyss. The person slashed out again and again with sword chi all over his body. Although the black wind of the shattered nightmare abyss above the abyss was terrifying, the person was able to accurately capture it and neutralize it with sword chi. There was no doubt that the person's talent in the way of the sword had reached an extremely terrifying level. The strength of each slash was extremely precise, and it was able to neutralize the energy of the shattered nightmare abyss. Bang! 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 The sound of sword chi colliding with the black wind of the shattered nightmare abyss constantly resounded. The person was unstoppable, and like a long rainbow, he directly disappeared above the abyss. Yen Tianwei was still sitting on the futon in the sacrificial tower of the prophet's family. He faced the sacrificial altar in front of him, and his body exuded a quiet and peaceful aura. Goddess, that Zhuowen actually entered the shattered nightmare abyss. The man with the ghost mask slowly walked out from the shadows. He stared at the goddess, and his voice was solemn and low. This person is a variable. I knew it from the beginning. I originally wanted to use the Wind and Thunder clan and Ice Fire clan to get rid of him, but I didn't expect a variable to appear in the end. Yen Tianwei sighed softly. The eyes of the man with the ghost mask flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Goddess, don't worry. I've already arranged for the sword slave to enter the shattered nightmare abyss. I believe that with the sword slave strength, that Zhuowen will definitely die, and he will also bring back the origin of the Wind and Thunder holy talismans and Ice Fire holy talismans." Yen Tianwei frowned slightly. Her right thumb quickly tapped the other four fingers, but in the end she snorted and said, "I still can't figure out what's going on with this Zhuowen. His cultivation hasn't even reached the true immortal realm, but I can't figure out his past and future. It's really strange. Goddess, don't worry. Why are you still worried about the sword slave's strength? He possesses the extremely rare physique of a sword cultivator, and he's a peerless genius that cultivates the sword. With your help, his cultivation has already attained the peak of the earthly immortal realm, but his combat strength might not even be able to defeat a heavenly immortal," said the man with the ghost mask. Yen Tianwei pondered deeply for a moment, and then she shook her head and said, "I naturally believe in the sword slave's strength, but Zhuowen has too many variables. I'm afraid other unexpected events might occur." The man with the ghost mask didn't mind at all and said, "Even if he's a variable, it's absolutely impossible for him to survive the pursuit of the sword slave. Goddess, you don't have to worry too much about it. We should be concerned about the Wind and Thunder clans and Ice Fire clans now. We've been planning for so long, and we've finally made the two clans go to war. Moreover, Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan have both suffered heavy losses in the end. This is the best opportunity to seize the Saint Talismans." The goddess nodded and said, "Indeed. However, Feng Lei Wuji's injuries should be more serious. Moreover, the Wind and Thunder clan has suffered heavy losses this time, so their vigilance is extremely lax. Go, seize the Wind and Thunder Saint Talismans first. The seclusion grounds of Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan are extremely secretive and remote. However, I was able to divine them out. Go to these two places. These two places are where Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan are secluding themselves." Chapter 1686. Twisting Thorn, Saint Talisman the Masked Man, took the jade slip. After checking it for a while, a cold smile appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, "Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan are both seriously injured. Their cultivation base has also dropped. Now that we know where they are cultivating in seclusion, our chances of obtaining the Saint Talisman are not small. After all, these two are old monsters who have lived for many years. You can't let your guard down. We must obtain the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman and the Ice Fire Saint Talisman," Yen Tianwei said in a low voice. The masked man nodded. He took a step in the air and disappeared from Yen Tianwei's sight. Wind Thunder City was filled with a decadent atmosphere. As the patriarch of the Wind branch of the Wind Thunder clan, Feng Ruji was constantly dispatching his clansmen to rebuild Wind Thunder City. At this moment, in an extremely secluded courtyard of the Wind Thunder clan, there was an insignificant, small temple. In this small temple sat an ordinary statue. A ghostly figure silently arrived in front of the small temple. This person wore a ghost mask and stared indifferently at the small temple in front of him. He murmured in a low voice, "Such an ordinary small temple is actually the place where Feng Lei Wuji is cultivating in seclusion. If it wasn't for the goddess's guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't have suspected this small temple." The devil-masked man's eyes revealed a pensive look. He was very clear that the wind and thunder had created a space within this small temple. If he wanted to enter this small temple, he would have to use a special hand seal to open the small space inside. As for the method to open the small temple, Goddess Yen Tianwei had naturally divined it with her great ability. At this moment, the 5 fingers of the devil-masked man's right hand quickly pointed out. Suddenly, a blood-red array pattern appeared on his fingertips. He quietly inserted the array pattern into the statue in the temple. Immediately, a gray vortex appeared between the statue's eyebrows. The devil-masked man quickly disappeared into the vortex. This was a gray world. Other than the gray color, there was only a gray lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the center of the lake was an island that was hundreds of meters wide. On the island stood a pavilion. At this moment, inside the pavilion, a middle-aged man who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at the man in the devil mask and coldly asked, "Who are you?" The masked man sneered, "Wind and thunder inanimate. I came here today for the wind and thunder saint symbol on your body. Give it to me, or you won't be able to keep your life." Feng Lei Wuji's complexion was gloomy, but there was a ball of fire burning in his heart. He was already unhappy with the battle with Jiang Binghan. Now, there was actually someone who dared to ask for the wind thunder saint symbol in front of him. At this moment, Feng Lei Wuji's body was filled with killing intent. Die. In an instant, Feng Lei Wuji took out the wind and thunder saint symbol. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he appeared behind the masked man. His right claw reached out, aiming for the masked man's vital point. The man with the ghost face mask sneered. Suddenly, a terrifying black vortex appeared behind him. This vortex was like a black hole. It had an extremely terrifying suction force. The right claw of the wind and lightning Wuji was directly sucked into it. Puchi! Feng Lei Wuji's pupils shrank. He wanted to withdraw his right hand, but it was too late. The black cyclone suddenly closed and crushed his right hand. Dang! 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 Feng Lei Wuji quickly retreated. His pupils shrank as he stared at the masked man in front of him. He stared at the black cyclone behind the masked man and asked in shock and anger, "Who are you?" "Feng Lei Wuji, you have been seriously injured in the battle with Jiang Binghan. Even your cultivation has fallen to the peak of the earth immortal realm. Even if you rely on this broken wind and thunder saint symbol, how much strength can you display? Today you are destined to die." The masked man laughed wildly. Countless black cyclones erupted under his feet. His speed was even faster than teleportation. Feng Lei Wuji's face was filled with fear. He retreated again and again. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, planning to leave this place. But soon his face turned ugly. This small world he created was shrouded in strange black cyclones. The exit was blocked by the black cyclones, and he couldn't teleport out. "You can't get out. You are really pitiful. As the ancestor of the wind and thunder family, and a peerless expert of the heavenly immortal realm, you have fallen to such a state. Perhaps you don't know that you are being used as a tool?" The masked man walked over step by step. His tone was full of arrogance, but there was also a trace of pity. Feng Lei Wuji's eyes flashed. He suddenly recalled the ins and outs of everything. His heart turned cold. The timing of the ice fire family coming to the wind and thunder family was too coincidental. What was more coincidental was that Zhuowen had both the ice fire saint symbol and the wind and thunder saint symbol. This coincidence caused Feng Lei Wuji to instantly feel that something was wrong. You arranged this? Feng Lei Wuji took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Old man, your reaction isn't slow. You figured it out so quickly, but there is no reward." As he spoke, the masked man jumped up. Suddenly, the black cyclones that covered the entire small world shrank toward the center. In an instant, the entire small world was wrapped in the black cyclones, falling into a pitch-black darkness. Feeling the endless darkness around him, Feng Lei Wuji's face turned pale. The masked man's aura was terrifying. He had probably reached the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Even if Feng Lei Wuji wasn't injured, he might not be a match for this masked man. Wuji Feng Lei angrily roared out, struggling with all his might. But in that deep darkness, his roar seemed insignificant outside a quiet, small temple. A slender figure slowly walked out of the gray vortex. This person wore a mask. He looked at the statue in the small temple and murmured, "The wind and thunder Saint Talisman is in my hands. It's time to go to the Ice Fire clan." The Ice Fire clan security was much stricter than the Wind and Thunder clans. In the Ice Fire clan's Life Tablet Pavilion, there was a very solemn Life Tablet Pavilion. On the front of the Life Tablet were the words Jiang Binghan. This was the Life Tablet of the Ice Fire clan's ancestor, Jiang Binghan. A black cyclone appeared in the Life Tablet Pavilion. Then the masked man stepped out. He stared at the Life Tablet Pavilion with cold eyes and said, "This Jiang Binghan is even more ruthless. He actually built his seclusion in his own Life Tablet. If it wasn't for the goddess, I wouldn't have been able to find this place." After speaking, the devil-masked man flicked his right hand and a thumb-sized black vortex appeared on the highest level Life Tablet. Soon after, he took a step forward and entered the black vortex on the Life Tablet. This was a world full of ice and fire. In the center of this world, there was a mountain that pierced the sky. The lower half of the mountain was burning, while the upper half was frozen. At the top of the mountain was an ice fire palace. The man with the devil face mask laughed and waved his sleeve. Dense cyclones enveloped the world. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a cyclone shot out, sinking into the ice and fire palace. Boom! The ice fire palace exploded. The ice fire saint talisman above Jiang Binghan's head flew out. He stared coldly at the masked man in front of him. It seems that Brother Jiang has the upper hand in the battle with Feng Lei Wuji. Your injuries are lighter than Feng Lei Wuji's, the masked man said with a strange smile. Jiang Binghan frowned and said coldly, "You went to Feng Lei Wuji's side? You were sent by Feng Lei Wuji?" The masked man smiled faintly and said, "Feng Lei Wuji has no right to order me around. I'm here to seize the Saint Talisman. I just took it from Feng Lei Wuji. Now, Brother Jiang, hand over the Ice Fire Saint Talisman. You killed Feng Lei Wuji." Jiang Binghan's pupils shrank as he said with fear, "Haha, what do you think? But it seems that Brother Jiang doesn't intend to hand over the Saint Talisman. Then I have no choice but to take it by force." As he said that, the masked man stepped on the void with his right foot. A black cyclone condensed on his right foot. Then his speed surpassed teleportation, and he appeared behind Jiang Binghan. Jiang Binghan was not an ordinary person. With a roar, he took out the Ice Fire Saint Talisman, and an Ice Fire Lotus burst out. Bang! 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 The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the Ice Fire world. The aftermath of the battle shook the entire miniature world as if it could collapse at any time. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The miniature world began to collapse. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Life Tablet Pavilion that represented Jiang Binghan. The Ice Fire Saint Talisman is indeed worthy of its name. Although it is not complete, it can still exert such a powerful force. But this is the end. The masked man laughed and pointed at his forehead with his right hand. Suddenly, a pitch-black talisman floated above his Tianling acupoint. The talisman was pitch-black and faintly emitted a mysterious purple aura. The moment the talisman appeared, the black cyclones that covered the entire miniature world began to boil. Then, under the effect of the talisman, they gathered together and formed a huge black cyclone in the sky. The black cyclone was like a black hole. Its power was too terrifying. Just by floating in the sky, it could shatter the void into nothingness. The revolving thorn saint talisman? Your old ghost Situ from the revolving thorn clan? Jiang Binghan exclaimed with a gloomy face. The man with the devil mask laughed and said, "Are you talking about Situ Wiang? That old guy died a long time ago. It's just that you don't know. This saint talisman has been in my possession for thousands of years." After speaking, the masked man did not waste any more time. He pressed his right hand down, and the terrifying black cyclone fell. Its momentum was too terrifying. It was as if the sky was falling down from the cyclone. Jiang Binghan roared and exerted all his strength to activate the Ice Fire Saint talisman. The Ice Fire Lotus in the sky grew larger and more terrifying as it faced the black cyclone. Chapter 1687. The 6 Perilous Lands. Your Ice Fire Holy Symbol is not complete, but my Spiral Stab Holy Symbol is complete. You are injured, and your strength has been greatly reduced. How can you fight against me? The man with the ghost mask sneered and pressed his right hand down again. Instantly, the huge black cyclone completely swallowed the fire and ice lotus and Jiang Binghan. The masked man waved his sleeve, and the huge black cyclone began to shrink. Finally, it turned into a cyclone the size of a thumb and fell on the masked man's fingertip. The 2 holy symbols have finally been collected. As he spoke, the masked man pointed his finger, and the thumb-sized black cyclone spat out an icy blue and fire-red symbol. Looking at the ice fire holy symbol in front of him, the masked man smiled brightly and could not help laughing. Even he didn't expect that the Wind Lightning Saint Talisman and Ice Fire Saint Talisman would be obtained so easily. This was really beyond his expectations. Now all that's left is for the sword slave to bring back the lightning element of the wind thunder holy symbol and a trace of the ice fire holy symbol. The masked man said and disappeared from the small world. In the Ice Fire family's life tablet pavilion, the life tablet that represented Jiang Binghan had been completely shattered. The Ice Fire family was in complete chaos at this moment. The shattering of Jiang Binghan's life tablet had almost caused the entire family to panic. Although the family head, Jiang Zuomei, was not in the Ice Fire family, the great elder, Jiang Zhe, was still there. He forcefully suppressed the chaos in the Ice Fire family, but even using forceful means could not disperse the panic in the hearts of the Ice Fire family members. In order to prevent the Ice Fire family from collapsing due to panic, Jiang Zhe had forcefully concealed the shattering of Jiang Binghan's life tablet. He had barely managed to stop the panic in the Ice Fire family. However, Jiang Zhe's heart was filled with bitterness and gloom. Although he had suppressed the matter, he knew that Jiang Binghan's life tablet had indeed shattered. In other words, Jiang Binghan had died. How could the ancestor have died? What the hell is going on? Jiang Zhe stood in the life tablet pavilion and looked at the life tablet at the top. His eyes were filled with confusion and doubt. Jiang Binghan's place of seclusion was very mysterious. Even as the great elder, he was not qualified to know. Therefore, when something had happened to Jiang Binghan, he did not know where to go to find Jiang Binghan's place of seclusion. In the pitch-black abyss, a large hall was falling rapidly. The surroundings of the large hall were filled with dense and terrifying annihilation black wind. Rumble. Suddenly, the large hall fell to the ground, causing the entire hall to shake. The black wind of annihilation also dissipated the moment the large hall fell to the ground. The hall's ice fire. Zhua Wen looked around and found that the bottom of the shattered nightmare abyss was still pitch black, and even his consciousness couldn't radiate more than 100 meters. It could be said that the darkness here could be called true darkness. Was. Zhuowen flicked his finger and released 1,000 yellow spring water droplets. The yellow spring water droplets transformed into the yellow spring eye, floating above his shoulder. The yellow spring was formed by the 9 underworlds of the underworld, and the underworld was the darkest existence in the world. Therefore, the yellow spring eye formed by the yellow spring could naturally see through the darkness. The eye of the underworld's vision was filled with the color of blood. After all, the eye of the underworld was mainly used to distinguish the bloody light of sin. As such, its vision was very different from ordinary eyes. However, even though its vision was blood-red, Zhuowen was still able to see the surrounding scene clearly. Zhuowen was standing on a ring-shaped, rocky ground. The surrounding rocks were rugged and steep. Above him, there was a dense black wind of dissipating destruction. These black wind of dissipating destruction were like wind blades, gathering layer by layer. That is, Zhuowen looked up with the eye of the yellow springs, and his eyes immediately became serious. Through the eye of the yellow springs, Zhuowen could see 2 figures rapidly falling from the black wind of annihilation several thousand meters above. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Zhuowen's face was gloomy. He did not expect that the 2 of them would follow him into the shattered abyss. Kid, enter the passage ahead. Since the 2 of them still refused to give up, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao He appeared and pointed at the passage ahead with its little claw. Then it turned into a black light and disappeared into the passage. Zhuowen kept the Azure Dragon Palace and followed closely behind Xiao He. Not long after Zhuowen entered the passage, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei suddenly fell to the bottom. Crack! The moment the 2 of them reached the bottom, the lightning ruler in Lei Qingtian's hand and the ice and fire reincarnation mirror in Jiang Zuomei's hand buzzed and completely shattered. The black wind of dissipating destruction is really terrifying. If you and I didn't work together, I'm afraid we wouldn't have made it to the bottom. Moreover, in order to reach the bottom, both of our earthly immortal saint artifacts were damaged. Looking at the completely shattered ice and fire reincarnation mirror, Jiang Zuomei sighed softly with a trace of pain in her eyes. At least we can capture Zhuowen. These losses are worth it, Lei Qingtian said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei nodded and immediately looked around. After all, the 2 of them were earthly immortals. Naturally, their perception was much stronger than Zhuowen's. Soon they found the passage ahead. The 2 of them looked at each other and turned into 2 long rainbows and plunged into the passage. A few days after Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei left, a fierce figure carrying a long sword on his back rapidly fell to the bottom. The person looked around and stepped into the passage without hesitation. The passage was quite long. Zhuowen went through it at his fastest speed, but it still took him a few days to reach the end of the passage. The moment Zhuowen walked out of the passageway, he was stunned. Outside the passageway, there was an incomparably huge void. There was no distinction between heaven and earth in this void. Whether it was the sky or the earth, it was all boundless darkness. It was like the universe in his previous life. In this huge void, there were huge rock fragments. These rock fragments were of different sizes. The big ones were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, like a continent. The small ones were only a few feet tall, only enough for 1 or 2 people to stand on. Countless rock fragments floated in the void, looking extremely spectacular. What are these? Is this the interior of the shattered nightmare abyss? Zhuowen looked at the scene in shock. Kid, go to the west. I'll tell you about the shattered nightmare abyss on the way. Xiao He said and turned into a black light, plunging toward the west. Zhuowen followed, closely behind. Soon, Zhuowen stepped on the nearest rock fragment. It was not big, only about a few hundred feet. But the moment Zhuowen stepped on it, an unconcealable aura of vicissitudes hit him in the face. It made Zhuowen feel extremely small. Moreover, the gravity of this rock fragment was extremely strong. The moment Zhuowen stepped on it, he felt a little unsteady. Fortunately, he reacted in time and did not make a mistake. This rock fragment, Zhuowen looked at Xiao He. At this moment, he sharply noticed that Xiao He's eyes contained a trace of sadness. This rock fragment is from the main battlefield 10,000 years ago. You've just entered the Central Plains, so you don't know much about the 6 danger zones of the Central Plains, right? The 6 danger zones are the 4 main battlefields, the Nether Corpse Extremis, and the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. The 4 main battlefields are located at the edge of the Central Plains. The Nether Corpse Extremis is a sealed space. Only through the 4 main battlefields can one enter the Nether Corpse Extremis. Only the Shattered Nightmare Abyss is located in the Central Plains. Xiao He said indifferently. The fragments of the main battlefield from 10,000 years ago? Didn't they say that the battlefield was the Nether Corpse Extremis? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen and continued, the main battlefield was very large. Back then, it was split into 6 regions. These 6 regions are the 6 danger zones of the Central Plains. Therefore, the Nether Corpse Extremis and the Shattered Nightmare Abyss are both part of the main battlefield. Moreover, this region is where this Lord Dragon fell. Back then, the main battlefield was split and formed the Shattered Nightmare Abyss. This Lord Dragon was heavily injured and fell here. I stayed here for nearly 1,000 years. After recovering my vitality, this Lord Dragon went out again and entered the Nether Corpse Extremis, intending to bury myself there and recover my injuries. Unfortunately, this Lord Dragon failed in the Nether Corpse Extremis. You should know what happened after that, so there's no need for this Lord Dragon to tell you. Zhuowen nodded. Then, with a burning gaze, he asked, So you're very familiar with this place? Are you sure you can kill Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei? Xiao He raised his head proudly and said, This Lord Dragon is much more familiar with the Shattered Nightmare Abyss than the Nether Corpse Extremis. As a part of the main battlefield back then, countless experts above the earthly immortal realm died here, let alone 2 earthly immortals. There are many ancient restrictive formations here. Back then, this Lord Dragon studied some of them. If these restrictive formations are activated, it's enough to kill Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up with excitement. He had never thought of killing immortals, even though his strength was comparable to a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert, and he had the blood immortal, so he was not afraid of a half-immortal. However, in his mind, earthly immortals were still extremely powerful and unreachable. He had never thought of killing immortals with his current strength. But now, Xiao He's words had completely ignited Zhuowen's burning ambition. Head west, and you'll see a huge fragment of land there. There are several powerful ancient seals there. If I'm not mistaken, some immortal sages have fallen there. Perhaps you'll be able to obtain a lot of good fortune there, Blackie said in a deep voice. That's right. You'll be able to obtain a lot of good fortune there. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Then he spread his thunder wings and flew west as fast as he could. After flying for about 5 or 6 days, a huge fragment continent appeared in front of Zhuowen. Chapter 1688. Nirvana Slaughter Formation. The fragment before them was very large, even larger than the Wind Thunder Manor. Moreover, the gravity on it was also much stronger than the fragment that was several zhang in size. After landing on the fragment, Zhuowen looked around and found that there were broken walls everywhere, and there were layers of ruins. Zhuowen could even see the various traces of the ruins. It was not difficult for him to discern the grandeur of the ruins in the past. Xiao He jumped down from Zhuowen's shoulder. She stretched out her little paws and touched the ground under her feet. She said in a deep voice, It's been so many years, but the fragment hasn't moved too far. It's just that the changes inside are quite big. At this point, Xiao He formed a seal with its tiny claws and slowly closed its eyes. Approximately 5 breaths later, it suddenly opened its eyes and called out to Zhuowen before flying off in a certain direction. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Xiao Hei stopped in front of a basin. The shape of this basin was very strange. It was actually in the shape of a footprint, as if this basin had been created by a giant beast. Xiao Hei stood at the entrance of the basin, his eyes flashing. He said in a low voice, so it still exists. This ancient restriction formation is called the Nirvana Slaughter Formation. It is an extremely terrifying formation. Even earthly immortals might die if they enter this formation. It was very famous in ancient times. Having said that, Xiao Hei examined the surroundings of the basin for a long time before nodding in satisfaction. After such a long period of time, the Nirvana Slaughter Formation hasn't been damaged too badly. It shouldn't be too weak. Let's enter the basin and silently wait for Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Xiao Hei glanced at Zhuowen, and then it tapped out repeatedly with its little claws. Instantly, the restriction ripples surrounding the entrance of the basin dispersed, and a passageway as tall as a person appeared. Xiao Hei called out and led Zhuowen into the basin. The sky above the basin was filled with lingering fog. It looked gray and hazy like a cloudy day. When they arrived at the center of the basin, Zhuowen discovered that there was actually an ancient temple at the center of the basin. Due to the passage of time, this ancient temple was completely dilapidated. Even the eaves above had many holes. Kid, this ancient temple existed in this basin back then. There are some notes and insights of an alchemist who specialized in ancient restrictions. If you want them, this dragon lord can help you get them, Xiao Hei said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen's Xiao Hei editor, Chrissy translation formation. He said to Xiao Hei, "Of course I want them. My spirit avatar just so happens to lack experience and knowledge regarding restrictions. Once I comprehend it, I may be able to advance to the profound Saint Master realm." Xiao Hei nodded, and then it turned into a streak of black light and entered the ancient temple. Not long after, Xiao Hei rushed out of the ancient temple with a crystal skull in its hand. Then it casually tossed the crystal skull to Zhuowen and said, "The things are all in here. You can study them well. They will be quite beneficial to your mental power." After receiving the crystal skull, Zhuowen casually looked through it. The more he looked, the more excited he became. This crystal skull recorded in detail an ancient restriction called the Devouring Curse Restriction. The so-called ancient restriction was different from the restriction techniques of this era. Its full name was the Ancient Restriction Technique. Due to the disaster 10,000 years ago, most of the ancient restriction techniques had been lost. Thus, the arcanists of this era, who cultivated mental power, created the method of constructing origin formations using origin crystals. However, the ancient restriction technique didn't need to be like this. The ancient restriction technique was a powerful restriction technique that used mental power to quickly arrange a powerful origin formation. However, this method required a huge amount of mental power, and ordinary arcanists couldn't bear it. However, Zhuowen was different. He cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, and his mental power was originally much greater than that of ordinary arcanists. Thus, it was quite suitable for him to cultivate the ancient restriction technique. Moreover, the Devouring Curse Restriction was one of the top ancient restrictions. It included both the activation of restrictions and the breaking of restrictions. It could be said that it was broad, profound, and obscure. However, Zhuowen believed that once he mastered the Devouring Curse Restriction, most of the restrictions in the Shattered Elephant Abyss wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He might even be able to rely on the Devouring Curse Restriction to comprehend some things and break through to the profound Saint Master realm. Thinking of this, Zhuowen summoned his mental power doppelganger and tossed the crystal skull to it, while he silently observed the surroundings of the basin. This basin is very large. I wonder if there are any other good things in it? Zhuowen glanced at the ancient temple, but he didn't plan on entering it. Before, Xiao Hei had been extremely cautious before entering the ancient temple. He knew that the ancient temple wasn't simple. With his current strength, it was best not to rashly take risks. Kid, the area within 1,000 meters of the ancient temple is safe. However, you must not go beyond that, or you will be killed. Xiao He saw through Zhuowen's intentions and couldn't help but remind him. Zhuowen nodded, then looked at Xiao He and said, Xiao He, you are familiar with this place. Are there any other good things in this basin? Xiao He shook his head and said, there is nothing else in this basin. The only thing that exists is this ancient temple. However, there are several ancient restrictions outside the basin. However, the ancient restrictions in those places are even more powerful than the ones in this basin. Back then, this Lord Dragon's injuries were too severe and my strength was insufficient, so I was unable to forcefully blast open those ancient restrictions. Furthermore, those restrictions were too complicated, so this Lord Dragon found it difficult to break through them. Speaking of this, Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen's mental power doppelganger and said, if this doppelganger of yours can completely comprehend the devouring curse restriction, it might be possible to break those ancient restrictions together with this Dragon Lord. However, right now it is simply impossible. Zhuowen immediately became dejected when he heard that. He glanced at his doppelganger and curled his lips. Looks like I can only concentrate on cultivating the devouring curse restriction first. Also, if I can comprehend the laws of the fourth restriction during this period of time, I'll be able to draw out the first mountain god. With the first mountain god here, things won't become so complicated. With that thought, Zhuowen sat down near his doppelganger and silently breathed in the dense energy of the world. After all, the fragment continent was the main battlefield of the great battle back then. The energy here was far denser than the outside world. Even though much of the energy had dissipated due to its destruction, it was still much denser than the central lands. Time passed slowly. Very soon, half a year had passed. During this time, the fragment continent was extremely quiet. Zhuowen and his doppelganger basically cultivated here. On this day, two figures flew to the fragment continent side by side. One of them was an old man with white hair and a beard, and lightning flashed on his body. The other was a middle-aged man in a white robe with a scholarly face. The two of them were Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, who had been searching for Zhuowen in the shattered nightmare abyss. For the past half a year, the two of them had been searching in this void. They had passed by fragment continent after fragment continent, but they couldn't find any trace of Zhuowen. This fragment continent is really big. It's the biggest one we've seen in the past half a year. Jiang Zuomei narrowed her eyes and said plainly, indeed, I just don't know if that little bastard Zhuowen exists in this fragment continent. Lei Qingtian said in a deep voice. The two of them talked for a while and finally decided to split up and search the fragment continent. After all, the fragment continent was too big. If the two of them searched together, it would take too much time. Jiang Zuomei went to the east, while Lei Qingtian went to the west. The west where Lei Qingtian went was the direction of the basin where Zhuowen was. Lei Qingtian searched very carefully. After about 4 hours, he arrived at the basin with the shape of a beast's footprint. There's a seal here. Where there's a seal in the shattered nightmare abyss, there's basically a treasure. Maybe there's something good in here. Looking at the seal on the basin, Lei Qingtian wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. In the past half a year, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei had seen ruins with seals. Although Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei couldn't break most of the ancient seals, they could break some of the weaker seals or incomplete seals that were more powerful. They also obtained some good stuff from inside. Therefore, when Lei Qingtian felt the fluctuation of the seal in the basin, his eyes lit up. Walking to the entrance of the basin, Lei Qingtian stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, he was bounced back by an invisible ripple. His eyes were filled with surprise. There really is a seal. Moreover, this seal is extraordinary. If I were to enter the basin, I might be able to obtain some good stuff. Speaking of this, Lei Qingtian let out a long roar. His right hand turned into a blade, and terrifying thunderbolts swept out from his body, manifesting into a huge thunderblade. Then the thunderblade left his hand and directly blasted on the restriction. Rumble! The seal shook violently. Immediately, the lightning blade collapsed. Then, an invisible fluctuation bounced back and swept toward Lei Qingtian. Lei Qingtian's face changed slightly. He roared and clenched his right hand. Lightning condensed into an extremely powerful lightning shield in front of him. Bang! This wave directly shattered the lightning shield, while Lei Qingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock. Isn't this restriction a little too terrifying? At this moment, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the basin, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiao He also floated out from his shoulder. It grinned and said, "Lei Qingtian, that old man is here. I didn't expect that instead of us taking the initiative to lure him here, he would take the initiative to court death. Then, how do we lure this old man into the formation?" Zhuowen asked. Chapter 1689. Lei Qingtian's death. At this point, Xiao Hei's lips curled into a sly smile. Immediately after, it made a series of hand seals with both of its claws. Immediately, waves of invisible ripples appeared on the restriction at the entrance of the basin. Soon after, a crack appeared on the restriction, revealing a passage. Lei Qingtian, who was originally shocked and enraged by the power of the restriction, saw this scene and his eyes immediately lit up. He muttered in a low voice, "The entrance actually opened just like that? Could it be because I accidentally broke the formation eye of this formation just now?" Although he was rather puzzled by the strangeness of the entrance, Lei Qingtian's doubts were quickly replaced by passion. During the half a year in the shattered skull abyss, he had already figured out the rules of this place. As long as there was a restriction, there would definitely be treasures inside. Moreover, the stronger the restriction, the better the treasures inside. After the confrontation just now, Lei Qingtian could feel that the restriction on the basin in front of him was very powerful. This also meant that the things inside were definitely not ordinary. Therefore, Lei Qingtian did not think too much and stepped into it. Lei Qingtian has entered it. Through the layers of restriction, Zhuowen saw Lei Qingtian slowly entering at a glance. As a part of the Nirvana Slaughter Formation's power was controlled by Xiao He could easily control the restriction so that they could see Lei Qingtian's figure, but Lei Qingtian could not see them. At this moment, Lei Qingtian was in the restriction and appeared to be exceptionally cautious. His body was covered with terrifying lightning. These lightning constantly swam around his body, forming a rather spectacular lightning armor. When Lei Qingtian walked to the center of the basin, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His pupils shrunk into needles as he stared in front of the basin in disbelief. In front of the basin, a young man with a cold expression was looking at him with a sneer. "Zhuowen!" Lei Qingtian could not help but cry out in surprise. However, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by a ferocious expression. He sneered, "It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. I really did not expect to meet you here. In that case, it's time for you to die." As he spoke, Lei Qingtian took a step forward. Dense lightning burst out from the bottom of his feet, making him look like the god of thunder descending to the world. Zhuowen stood quietly at the edge of the restriction with Xiao He on his shoulder. He did not take any defensive measures at all, as if he was not afraid of Lei Qingtian at all. However, at this moment, Lei Qingtian did not notice Zhuowen's strange situation at all. Zhuowen's times strange, book times strange. He knew that he would kill the Zhuowen in front of him. He wind, lightning, ice fire sacred studio, and the ice fire sacred talisman, as well as the hall, the wind lightning talisman, and the ice fire talisman, as well as the hall, Lei. Bang! When Lei Qingtian was only a hair's breadth away from Zhuowen, a surge of enormous power instantly surged into his right hand. Immediately after, he let out a muffled groan and repeatedly retreated. His gaze was filled with uncertainty as he stared at Zhuo Wen in front of him. At this moment, an invisible ripple spread out in front of Zhuo Wen. There was no doubt that there was a restriction barrier in front of Zhuo Wen. How did he enter the other side of the restriction? Lei Qingtian frowned slightly. Only then did the eagerness in his heart slowly fade away. He began to think calmly. Not long after, his expression changed drastically as an extremely bad thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that it wasn't a coincidence that the restriction entrance suddenly opened? Could it be that the real reason why he could enter the restriction safely is because he has mastered the restriction? Could it be that he deliberately lured me into the restriction? Lei Qingtian panicked. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. In the end, he cursed inwardly and immediately retreated toward the restriction entrance. The moment he arrived at the entrance, his expression changed because the restriction at the entrance had already been closed. Boom! 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 Lei Qingtian clenched his right hand and lightning turned into a blade as he slashed at the restriction in front of him. Then, an invisible ripple of energy spread out, causing Lei Qingtian to groan and retreat continuously. Lei Qingtian, stop struggling. The restriction in this basin is under my control. You can't escape. Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice resounded in the restriction. Lei Qingtian's expression gradually turned gloomy as he said coldly, "This is an ancient restriction. You're just a junior. I don't know what kind of luck you had to enter the central region of the basin. Now, you're actually trying to blackmail me. Do you think I'll fall for it?" Lei Qingtian, you're saying that I'm blackmailing you? Then watch carefully. This restriction is called the Nirvana Slaughter Formation. I'll let you see if I, Zhuo Wen, am blackmailing you or not. Zhuo Wen sneered. Shortly after, Lei Qingtian keenly sensed that the restriction around him had begun to tremble violently. Following that, rays of bloody light surged out from within the restriction array. These rays of bloody light were like snakes as they shot out and entangled towards Lei Qingtian. Get lost! Lei Qingtian snorted and blasted out his right palm. Suddenly, thousands of lightning bolts burst out and blocked the incoming blood-red light. Buzz! 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 The moment the lightning blocked the blood-red light, an even more terrifying blood-red light emerged from the restriction. The blood-red light turned into ferocious beasts of various shapes and sizes. They roared as they charged at Lei Qingtian. The ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light all had a terrifying aura. Even Lei Qingtian was frightened. With so many ferocious beasts charging at him at once, Lei Qingtian's face turned extremely ugly. In an instant, the ferocious beasts surrounded Lei Qingtian. Lei Qingtian roared again and again as he unleashed his attacks to destroy the ferocious beasts one after another. However, the blood-red light was everywhere. The ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light were endless. As time went by, Lei Qingtian's face turned extremely pale. Even if he was an earth immortal and these ferocious beasts might not necessarily be his match, there was a limit to a person's strength. If this continued, Lei Qingtian would undoubtedly become very dangerous. Zhuo Wen sneered as he watched the scene quietly. Days went by, and Lei Qingtian was trapped in the restriction for a total of 49 days. In these 49 days, Lei Qingtian was like a machine. He fought tirelessly with the ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light without any rest. Plop! Finally, Lei Qingtian knelt on the ground. His whole body was covered in blood, and he was panting. He could not hide the intense exhaustion on his face. Even so, the ferocious beasts formed by the blood-red light did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, they became even more ferocious. For a moment, Lei Qingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with despair. Zhuo Wen, I, Lei Qingtian, will remember you. Even if I become a ferocious ghost, I will not let you go. Lei Qingtian roared to the sky. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. This aura was getting more and more terrifying, like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was frightening. Lei Qingtian wants to self-destruct. Don't give him a chance. Your mind strength doppelganger should have mastered the devouring curse prohibition in the past 6 months. Follow me to seal Lei Qingtian. Xiao He squinted her eyes and instantly flew into the restriction. Zhuowen waved his sleeve and merged the mind strength doppelganger that was sitting cross-legged on the ground not far away to comprehend the devouring curse prohibition. Then he followed closely behind Xiao He. Zhuowen and Xiao He instantly flew above Lei Qingtian's head. At this moment, Lei Qingtian's face was flushed red and his body was faintly showing signs of swelling. The ferocious beasts that were originally entangling him exploded into a bloody mist one by one. Seal! Xiao He did not hesitate. She waved her little claws continuously. Suddenly, waves of sealing power turned into streaks of black light. Finally, under her claws, a huge shadow of a black tower was formed. Zhuowen also formed a seal with his right hand and used the devouring curse prohibition. Streaks of illusory curse seals were imprinted on the surface of the shadow of the black tower, causing the shadow of the black tower to materialize. At the same time, the sealing power on the black tower became stronger and stronger. Boom! The black tower suddenly pressed down and suppressed Lei Qingtian. At the same time, Xiao He and Zhuowen did not dare to slack off. They constantly strengthened the sealing power on the surface of the black tower. They knew very well that if an expert at the level of an earthly immortal self-destructed, the power would be enough to blow up the entire basin. As for Zhuowen, who was in the basin, he would definitely be deeply affected. Xiao He and Zhuowen lasted for half a day before they finally managed to completely suppress Lei Qingtian, who was about to self-destruct. The black tower stood quietly in the restriction as if it had taken root. Through the window at the bottom of the black tower, Zhuowen could clearly see that Lei Qingtian was currently being sealed the bottom of the tower by waves of powerful sealing power. He was motionless. Xiao He turned into a streak of black light and instantly entered the black tower. Then Xiao He grabbed Lei Qingtian's dantian with her claws and pulled out Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit. At the same time, Xiao He used her own means to continuously cast terrifying seals on Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit. Very soon, Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit was completely sealed. When Xiao He flew out again, she passed Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit and spirit ring to Zhuowen and said, Lei Qingtian is an earthly immortal expert after all. The power of his primordial spirit's self-destruction is extremely powerful. It's enough to kill an earthly immortal. You can use Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit to make primordial spirit lightning. When the time comes, you'll have another trump card to use against Jiang Zuomei. Hearing that, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He said in a deep voice, the devouring curse prohibition does have a method of using primordial spirits as raw materials to make a one-time use weapon. However, my understanding of the devouring curse prohibition is still shallow. I'm afraid the failure rate is very high. For now, I'd better seal this primordial spirit first. Xiao He nodded. Although it knew a lot about restrictions, it was not an expert in this field after all. Therefore, its handling of the primordial spirit was probably not much better than Zhuowen. Meanwhile, Zhuowen's spiritual energy clone was learning the devouring curse prohibition. The devouring curse prohibition was an extremely powerful existence among ancient restrictions. If Zhuowen completely comprehended the devouring curse prohibition, his restriction ability would definitely surpass Xiao He. Chapter 1690. Devouring curse restriction, small accomplishment. Since Lei Qingtian has come to this continent, Jiang Zuomei should be here as well. I wonder where Jiang Zuomei is now. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. For now, it's best not to provoke that Jiang Zuomei. After all, he's an earthly immortal. Moreover, that Jiang Zuomei might not be fooled into entering this restriction. You don't have to think about luring that Jiang Zuomei here, Xiao He reminded. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. After all, he was still not strong enough. Moreover, the devouring curse had yet to reach the small success stage. It was really inappropriate for him to meet Jiang Zuomei. If he failed to lure Jiang Zuomei, then his whereabouts would be completely exposed, which wasn't a wise choice. Right now, what I need to do the most is to comprehend this devouring curse seal. If I can achieve initial success in it, then most of the seals on this continent will be nothing to me. When he thought of this, Zhuowen suppressed his restless heart. Soon after, he sat down in the basin and began to seriously comprehend the devouring curse-forbidden art. The devouring curse-forbidden spell was very different from ordinary forbidden spells. The devouring curse-forbidden spell was an ancient forbidden spell that condensed spirit force into various curse seals. It was a terrifying forbidden spell that was cast in the form of curse seals. Once the devouring curse seal reached great success, most of the seals in the world could be broken. However, it was still relatively difficult to reach great success. However, before comprehending the devouring curse, Zhuowen searched through Lei Qingtian's spiritual ring. As the clan leader of the lightning lineage, Lei Qingtian must have a lot of good stuff in his spiritual ring. As expected, when Zhuowen opened Lei Qingtian's spiritual ring, he found a large number of spiritual stones. Other than that, there were also many saint weapons. However, most of them were ascended saint weapons and profound saint weapons. Saint artifacts of that level were no longer of much use to Zhuowen right now. However, they were extremely precious to Zhuowen's family and friends. However, to Zhuowen's disappointment, there was no earthly immortal saint weapon in Lei Qingtian's spiritual ring. Lei Qingtian's lightning ruler is an earthly immortal saint weapon, but I can't find it in his spiritual ring. I think its probably immortal saint weapon was destroyed when he entered the abyss. Zhuowen quickly guessed the reason. He could not help feeling regretful. After Zhuowen put away the spiritual ring, he sat down cross-legged, and the devouring curse's incantation started appearing in his mind. This time, he planned to go into seclusion to cultivate the devouring curse-forbidden art. He wouldn't come out of seclusion until he reached the small success stage. This basin was undoubtedly the best place for seclusion. No matter how powerful Jiang Zuomei was, it was impossible for her to know that Zhuowen was in this basin. Even if she knew, Jiang Zuomei wouldn't dare to enter the basin because of the terrifying restriction in the basin. Is his studio on? Is too. Jiang Zuomei's white robe fluttered in the wind. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Lei Qingtian did not reply to me. Did something happen to him? Jiang Zuomei wandered around the fragment continent for a few days and didn't find any traces of Zhuowen. She then asked Lei Qingtian about the situation with the communication jade charm. However, the message she sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea. Lei Qingtian never responded. This gave Jiang Zuomei a bad premonition. Jiang Zuomei wandered around the continent for a few more months, but Lei Qingtian seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Jiang Zuomei had no choice but to leave the continent and head deeper into the abyss. After nearly a year of searching, Jiang Zuomei hadn't found any trace of Zhuowen, and she hadn't found the exit of the shattered nightmare abyss. For a time, Jiang Zuomei felt even more depressed. Not long after Jiang Zuomei left the continent, a man with a ghost face mask and a long sword on his back flew over and landed on the continent. That person looked around the continent, then left without even looking at it. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen had stayed on the fragment for 3 whole years. During those 3 years, he had been doing his best to comprehend the devouring curse. On this day, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were emitting a strange black light. The black light contained an extremely powerful devouring ability. Zhuo stretched out his finger. Instantly, his spiritual power transformed into a seal at his fingertip, which shot toward a huge rock in front of him. When the spirit force rune fell on the rock shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rather than saying it shrank, it was better to say it was being devoured by the seal. The devouring curse seal, as the name suggests, not only has the ability to seal, but it also has the ability to devour. When the devouring ability is combined with the seal, the power is extremely shocking. This is the true essence of the devouring curse seal. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fanaticism. He had stayed in the basin for nearly 4 years. During these 4 years, he had been comprehending the devouring curse seal. As he comprehended, his understanding of the devouring curse seal's power became clearer. It was this clear understanding that allowed him to understand how powerful the devouring curse seal was. The fact that the devouring curse forbidden art could be ranked at the top of ancient forbidden arts was not baseless. When Zhuowen's devouring curse seal reached a small success, the first thing he did was to take out Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit from the spirit ring. This primordial spirit contains celestial core power. This thing is much more powerful than saint power. Generally speaking, it's very difficult for a heavenly saint to absorb an extremely powerful energy like celestial core power. However, I have the devouring curse seal, so it's possible for me to devour it. Why don't I give it a try? Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He was not in a hurry to refine the primordial spirit. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand and cast a seal on the primordial spirit. At the same time, Zhuowen's right finger tapped on the seal. Sizzle! Immediately, the sound of swallowing resounded. Soon after, Zhuowen could clearly feel a surge of energy enter his body from his finger, causing his entire body to feel warm and exceptionally comfortable. Is this the energy of celestial core power? The energy contained in it is so rich that it's shocking. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with surprise. In such a short time, Zhuowen felt that the energy in his body had reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, his aura was constantly increasing. Soon, it rose to the peak of the true Yang Saint stage. It requires an extremely large amount of energy to break through to the Sky Saint stage from the peak of the true Yang Saint stage, and the celestial core power in this primordial spirit is more than enough. Zhuowen roared and cast another dozen seals with the devouring curse. Suddenly, more than a dozen surging celestial core power turned into more than a dozen energy streams and poured into Zhuowen's body. At the same time, Zhuowen's aura grew rapidly. Zhuowen's state of devouring lasted for a day and a night. Finally, his aura seemed to have undergone a transformation. The air around him rumbled continuously, and a qi whirlwind swept out from behind him. I've finally reached the Sky Saint stage. This celestial core power is really amazing. Zhuowen laughed. He looked at Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit with blazing eyes. He knew that this primordial spirit was really a treasure. Moreover, Zhuowen also found that after devouring celestial core power for a day and a night, the primordial spirit showed no signs of drying up. Instead, it was still round and full. Other than being a little dimmer, there were no major changes at all. Perhaps the celestial core power that Zhuowen had absorbed was just a drop in the ocean for this primordial spirit. With the devouring curse that I've mastered now, I should be able to start refining this primordial spirit. Zhuowen's eyes flickered with determination. Then he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood on the primordial spirit. At the same time, his right hand formed a series of seals. Immediately, a series of seals flew out and attached themselves to the primordial spirit. There were so many seals that they were so densely packed that they almost enveloped the entire primordial spirit. Under the sealing power of the seals, the essence blood that Zhuowen spat out on the primordial spirit gradually merged with it. As for Lei Qingtian's consciousness, it had already been forcibly erased by Zhuowen and Xiaohei during the sealing process. After the essence blood had completely merged with the primordial spirit, Zhuowen could feel that there was a trace of connection between him and the primordial spirit. However, this connection was very weak, so Zhuowen did not slack off. He began to deepen the sealing power of the seals to make the fusion of his essence blood and the primordial spirit more closely. Zhuowen continued this refining process for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the connection between his essence blood and the primordial spirit was completely integrated. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale, but there was an excited smile on his face. This was because he could clearly feel the deep connection between himself and the primordial spirit in front of him. As long as Zhuowen was willing, he could detonate the primordial spirit with just a thought. It could be said that the primordial spirit had merged with his essence blood. After being sealed by the devouring curse prohibition, it was completely under his control. I am afraid this primordial spirit will become my final trump card in the future. Once this primordial spirit explodes, even earthly immortals will have to bear a grudge. I'm afraid even celestial immortals won't dare to touch it casually. Zhuowen licked his lips and chuckled. Xiao He landed on Zhuowen's shoulder and looked at the primordial spirit with a hint of admiration in her eyes. She said, "It seems that your devouring curse prohibition has reached the minor completion. Not bad. Hee. It's time to go out and explore this continent. There are many seals and relics on this continent. With my devouring curse prohibition at the minor completion, it should be enough to break most of the seals." Zhuowen was full of ambition. He waved his sleeve, and numerous runes flashed out. In an instant, a passageway appeared in the restrictions in the basin, and then Zhuowen followed the passageway to the entrance of the basin. Previously, he had to rely on Xiao He to leave the basin, but now that he had reached the minor completion, the seal in the basin was no longer an obstacle to him. He could break it with a wave of his hand. "Boy, it stands to reason that your mind power should have broken through since you've reached the minor completion, but you haven't." Xiao He stood at the entrance of the basin and asked doubtfully. Chapter 1691. Double restriction. It's harder for an arcanist to become a saint than a martial saint. Once one becomes a saint, there will be a heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation will definitely be more terrifying than the martial saint's heavenly tribulation. If I break through on this fragment continent, the heavenly tribulation will be too powerful. It will inevitably attract Jiang Zuomei, or even the terrifying existence hidden in the shattered leaf abyss. This is not good for me. That's why I stopped my cultivation in advance and didn't break through. Zhuowen explained with a smile. Xiao He showed a look of understanding and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Kid, you're quite thoughtful. Let's go. I'm going to search this fragment continent. Maybe I can find something good." After saying that, Zhuowen turned into a rainbow and disappeared from the entrance of the basin. This fragment continent was very big. Zhuowen saw several restrictions as he passed by. These restrictions weren't strong, and Zhuowen could break them with a wave of his hand. However, Zhuowen was disappointed that there was nothing in these restrictions. Even if there was, it had lost its spirituality due to the passage of time and was basically unusable. In the western part of the fragment, Zhuowen stopped and frowned slightly. With his devouring curse restriction minor accomplishment, he could easily break through most of the restrictions on this fragment continent. However, he couldn't find anything good in them. However, Zhuowen didn't come out empty-handed. With a flip of his right hand, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. This crystal was called an immortal crystal. It contained rich immortal core power. This immortal crystal had unimaginable benefits for immortal sage realm cultivators. It could accelerate the cultivation of immortal sage realm cultivators. Zhuowen also found that using immortal core power to activate the slaughtering finger of Acheron was much more powerful than using saint energy. After all, the slaughtering finger of Acheron was an immortal technique. It could only be activated with immortal core power. Even if the threshold of the slaughtering finger of Acheron was very low, it was no exception. There were more or less such celestial crystals in all kinds of restrictive formations. Zhuowen had collected about 100 of them along the way. As for immortal crystals, there were actually many major powers in the central planes that possessed them. However, the amount of immortal crystals wasn't a lot. Basically, these major powers wouldn't bring the immortal crystals with them. Instead, they would store them in secret places. Only half-immortals and immortal sages were qualified to use them. Immortal crystals contained surging immortal elemental energy, which was enough to accelerate the cultivation speed of half-immortal and immortal sage experts. Coupled with the fact that they were rare in Middle-earth, they were precious to the major powers. Even Lei Qingtian, the patriarch of the lightning branch of the Wind-Thunder clan, didn't have any immortal crystals on him. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't bear to. Although almost 100 celestial crystals wasn't a lot, it was enough to cause many powers in the central region to covet it. Of course, even though the celestial core power contained within these celestial crystals was surging, it was still incomparable to Lei Qingtian's soul core. After all, Lei Qingtian's soul core was a genuine earthly immortal. Moreover, it was one of the best earthly immortals. The celestial core power contained within his soul core was enormous. How could a mere 100 immortal crystals compare to it? The war back then was too intense. Too much time had passed. If it wasn't for an extremely powerful treasure, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to withstand the erosion of time. Only these immortal crystals could be preserved until now, Xiaohei said with a sigh. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice, Xiaohei, didn't you say that you once found a restrictive formation trap that was even more powerful than the one in the basin? Where are those restrictive formations? Xiaohei pondered for a moment before he said in a deep voice, back then I did find 2 extremely powerful restrictive formations. However, the restrictive formations on these 2 restrictive formations were much more powerful than the one in the basin. Even if your devouring spell restriction had reached the initial stage, it would still be difficult for you to destroy those 2 restrictive formations. We can give it a try, Zhuowen said. Then we'll do as you say. Follow me. Those 2 restrictive formations are near the western region. Moreover, the 2 restrictive formations are not far from each other. Back then, I didn't learn any restrictive formation techniques. I was completely relying on my experience to break them. However, in the end, I returned empty-handed. As Xiaohei spoke, he turned into a ray of black light and led Zhuowen toward the western region. Zhuowen followed closely behind Blackie. After around the time for an incense stick to burn, Blackie stopped moving, and a withered tree stood before it. This withered wooden stake was only half a foot long. Countless roots extended to the ground as if they were rooting. The withered wooden stake was very ordinary. However, such a withered wooden stake, standing on a piece of barren land, looked extremely abnormal. Hundreds of feet behind the withered wooden stake, a corpse was buried in the ground. Only the upper body was exposed. The corpse was wearing a leather armor. The surface of the leather armor was as smooth as a mirror. It was bright white and emitted specks of starlight. At a glance, one could tell that this leather armor was unusual. Boy, the 2 restrictive formations are here. One is the withered wooden stake, and the other is the corpse wearing leather armor hundreds of feet behind the withered wooden stake. Moreover, I suspect that these 2 restrictive formations are likely to be a series of restrictive formations. The 2 of them complement each other. It will be very difficult to break them. Xiaohei sighed softly. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and formed a seal with his right hand. Immediately, a series of seals shot out from his right hand. These seals covered Zhuowen's body and formed a defensive barrier. Then, Zhuowen took a step towards the withered wooden stake. When Zhuowen walked within 10 feet of the withered wooden stake, an invisible ripple spread out and forcibly obstructed Zhuowen's footsteps, preventing him from moving forward. Break. Without hesitation, Zhuowen pointed his right sword finger. A huge curse character appeared from his fingertip and spread out. Then, the invisible ripple spread more and more violently. Zhuowen directly stepped within 10 feet of the withered wooden stake. When Zhuowen stepped within 10 feet of the withered wooden stake, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the withered wooden stake. The sky suddenly darkened as if Zhuowen had angered a god at this moment. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the withered wooden stake began to collide. It grew from 5 feet to 10,000 feet in size and turned into a towering tree. Withered vines violently swept out from the huge tree and wrapped around Zhuowen in all directions. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He pointed his right hand, and the underworld water droplets turned into a defensive barrier in front of the vines. At the same time, Zhuowen used the devouring curse seal to form a second defensive barrier. Boom! 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 The vines swept over in an instant and blasted on the defensive barrier of the underworld water droplets and the curse seal. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds erupted. At this moment, Zhuowen was very calm. He didn't care about the exploding underworld water droplets and the curse seal at all. His eyes were fixed on the towering tree as if he was observing something. Bang! 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 After 5 breaths, the underworld water droplets and the curse seal completely collapsed. Then, the vines swept towards Zhuowen at lightning speed. Zhuowen's eyes were like torches. He suddenly spread out the thunder wings behind his back. With the help of the 2 laws of the void and the explosive steps, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. All the vines pounced on empty air. When Zhuowen reappeared, he was already at the bottom of the tree. He stared at the dense roots at the bottom of the tree with a resolute look in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the 9th Yang Dao sword flew out and landed in his hand. Then he slashed fiercely. The blazing sun sword qi flashed through the roots. Then the dense roots instantly exploded. The roots spurted out cherry red blood as if the roots were the meridians in a human body. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with surprise. However, he stomped his right foot and used the speed of teleportation to dodge the incoming vines. Meanwhile, Zhuowen swept towards the roots at the bottom of the tree in another direction. When Zhuowen held the 9th Yang Dao sword and was about to slash at the roots on this side, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly rose in his mind. Whoosh! Under the roots, a bony hand suddenly stretched out. This bony hand grabbed Zhuowen's 9th Yang Dao sword. With a clang, countless sparks flew. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. The 9th Yang Dao sword was directly rebounded, and he also took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Zhuowen discovered that a skeleton in leather armor was slowly walking out from under the roots in front of him. This skeleton was the one with the lower half of its body buried behind the towering tree a few dozen meters away. When the skeleton finally walked out of the roots at the bottom, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. This skeleton did not have a lower body at all. Its lower body was actually formed by countless roots. These roots were connected to the towering tree like other vines and moved according to the tree's command. Whoosh! 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 The skeleton slowly raised its head and looked at Zhuowen. Its 2 rows of fleshless teeth opened slightly, as if it was grinning. Then, under the control of the roots, it suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. Along with it were countless vines. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. With the help of his lightning wings, explosive steps, and void laws, he teleported again and again, dodging the countless vines' attacks. Even if some of the vines were about to reach him, Zhuowen twisted his wrist, and the 9th Yang Dao sword basically cut the vines. However, what gave Zhuowen a headache was the skeleton. The lower body of the skeleton was made up of many intertwined roots. Its speed was much faster than the vines, and it was able to catch up with Zhuowen every time. What made Zhuowen feel even more helpless was that the skeleton, which looked like it could break at any time, was actually as hard as iron. No matter how his ninth Yang Dao sword slashed at it, it could not break. He did not know if it was the effect of the leather armor on the skeleton's body, but the skeleton looked as if it could break at any time. Bang! The skeleton whistled and instantly arrived in front of Zhuo. Then it threw a punch at Zhuo. The eerie white bones brought with them a chilly wind as they flew towards Zhuo's face. Zhuo held the long sword in his right hand horizontally. After a clanging sound, Zhuo let out a muffled groan and retreated continuously. Using the gap in his retreat, Zhuo immediately used his fastest speed to escape from the restriction's range. The moment Zhuo retreated, the towering tree slowly shrank. The skeleton also went back under the tree's roots and returned to the form of a withered tree. Chapter 1692. The 9 halls the roots at the bottom of the dead would pile should be the core of the 2 restriction traps. As long as we cut off all the roots at the bottom of the dead wood pile, the restriction traps should be completely destroyed, Blackie said in a deep voice. Earlier, it had clearly seen the process of Zhuo when breaking through the restriction from the side, so it naturally noticed the unusualness of the countless roots beneath the withered wooden pile. It won't be easy to sever all the roots. Zhuo exhaled gently and calmed the surging vital blood within him slightly. After that, he stared at the restrictions before him. He was secretly deducing in his heart and using the devouring curse restriction to deduce the various transformations of the restrictions before him. These 2 restrictions are extremely powerful. It's impossible to break through them by force. If I didn't know the devouring curse restriction and possess the speed of teleportation, I probably would have died to the restrictions by now. Zhuo revealed a look of understanding. Blackie had a look of admiration in his eyes as he echoed, "With your devouring curse's ability to deduce, if you can deduce the weaknesses of this restriction one by one, then without triggering the restriction, you might be able to cut off all the roots under this withered wood stake. However, this is too difficult." Zhuo took a deep breath and said, "I'll give it a try. I'll definitely be able to break this restriction." As he spoke, Zhuo formed a seal with his right hand, and a seal shot out from the tip of his finger and landed on the surface of the restrictions. After that, Zhuo closed his eyes and began to silently sense the trajectories and weaknesses of the restrictions before him. Xiao He silently hovered behind Zhuo. Its gaze was fixed on the restrictions, but it did not disturb Zhuo. Time passed slowly. Zhuo sat there like this for 3 months. During these 3 months, Zhuo would frequently enter the restrictions to break through them, but he always ended in failure. Although he failed every time, Zhuo's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the restrictions became clearer and clearer in his mind. There was no doubt that the restrictions were extremely profound and complicated, but Zhuo's tireless research during this period of time had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the devouring curse restriction. Moreover, his method of breaking through the restrictions had also improved imperceptibly under the influence of the 3 months of research. Ancient restrictions really are miraculous. They're clearly just strange energies constructed from the illusory mental strength of ancient alchemists. Yet they've actually been able to exist for so long. Even now, the restrictions are still so powerful. At this moment, in Zhuo's eyes, countless rune shadows flitted past. In Zhuo's eyes, the restriction in front of him was like a countless amount of mind power following a specific trajectory, forming an extremely stable structure. It was precisely this stable structure that allowed the illusory mental strength to materialize. It also allowed the restriction trap to exist for tens of thousands of years without being eroded by the power of time. After 3 months of continuous practice and observation, Zhuo found as many as hundreds of weaknesses in the restrictions. However, these weaknesses were not critical. They were just insignificant. However, if Zhuo approached the withered wood stake using these weaknesses, he would not be noticed by the withered wood stake. It should work this time. Zhuo's eyes flickered as he took a step forward. Immediately, he approached the withered wood pile by following the weak points in the restriction that he had found. Very quickly, Zhuo Wen approached within 30 feet of the dead wood pile. Previously, he had aroused the dead wood pile's vigilance within this 30-feet radius. The weakness within this radius was very obscure, and Zhuo Wen had to observe and practice for a full 3 months before he finally grasped the knack of it. Zhuo Wen pointed with the fingers of his right hand, and a rune flashed out and descended onto an area within a 10 radius of the pile of dead wood. In an instant, the restrictions in the surroundings didn't resist at all, and the rune easily passed through them. Zhuo Wen took a deep breath and stepped on that spot. Then, Zhuo Wen used the devouring curse restriction again and again to point out the weaknesses of the restrictions in advance. Although it was only 30 feet away, Zhuo Wen spent 2 hours and finally arrived in front of the withered wood stake. Zhuo Wen waved his sleeve and immediately summoned the soul-devouring magma river, the 1st Yangdao sword, and the 9th Yangdao sword. Then, Zhuo Wen moved his mind, and the 3 saint weapons were arranged in 3 directions. They turned into 3 long rainbows and slashed at the roots of the withered wood stake. Zhuo Wen's eyes turned cold. He pointed his right hand with the slaughtering netherworld finger and landed on the roots in the last direction of the withered wood stake. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds were produced. Then the roots around the bottom of the withered wood stake all collapsed. In an instant, a shocking roar resounded from the withered wood stake. Blood gushed out from the bottom of the withered wood stake and turned into a bloody fountain. Under the shower of blood, the corpse hidden at the bottom of the withered wood stake rushed out and rushed toward Zhuo Wen with monstrous, killing intent. Only the last part of the roots left. Zhuo Wen's eyes grew colder as he looked at the countless roots entwined around the lower half of the corpse. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the soul-devouring magma river, the 1st Yangdao sword, and the 9th Yangdao sword turned into 3 long rainbows and rushed out in front of the corpse. Bang! 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 The corpse seemed to have gone mad. It tore with its claws, and the surrounding space collapsed. The 3 saint weapons were stopped by the collapsed space. Zhuo Wen took a step forward and bent his right index finger. Then he pointed down. 3,000 drops of yellow spring water turned into a yellow cyclone at the tip of his finger. A terrifying, penetrating power leaked out from the tip of his finger. Ding! Zhuo Wen pointed his finger at the corpse. The corpse let out a shrill shriek and swiped at Zhuo Wen with its claws. The stench of a corpse assaulted Zhuo Wen's face, causing him to frown. The 2 of them collided in an instant. Zhuo Wen's long hair and robes fluttered despite the lack of wind. An enormous yellow springs sea appeared behind him, rolling and surging. It looked exceptionally horrifying. The sea of consciousness roared. Although the withered wood stake was destroyed and its strength was greatly reduced, the power that erupted from its body was still extremely terrifying. Zhuo Wen's finger had gathered all of his energy. The power that erupted from the finger was terrifying enough to penetrate gold and crack stone. However, under the attack of the sea of consciousness, Zhuo Wen was forced to retreat and let out a muffled groan. Immortal crystals! Zhuo Wen growled and immediately took out immortal crystals from his spirit ring. After taking out 10 immortal crystals, Zhuo Wen immediately crushed them. Waves of immortal core power surged into Zhuo Wen's fingertip. Instantly, the power of the underworld finger increased by several times. The underworld finger behind him surged with huge waves. However, although the power of the underworld finger had increased by several times under the amplification of the 10 immortal crystals, the corpse was really too powerful. It was still able to erupt with a power that made Zhuo Wen tremble in fear, and it still forced Zhuo Wen to retreat. Zhuo Wen's eyes were gloomy. He immediately crushed the remaining 90 immortal crystals in his spiritual ring and poured the surging immortal core power into the yellow spring finger. Bang! The vortex formed by the yellow spring's finger suddenly turned into a huge yellow vortex and bounced the crazy corpse away. Zhuo Wen took a step in the air and teleported to the corpse's feet. With a twist of his right wrist, the yellow vortex cut off all the roots, wrapped around the corpse's lower body like a sharp blade. Blood spurted out, mixed with the corpse's mournful screams. Whoosh! The corpse's right hand suddenly reached out and directly pressed on Zhuowen's forehead. However, Zhuowen was already prepared. He spread out his thunder wings and instantly landed several feet away from the corpse with endless thunderbolts. The corpse kept howling. Without the support of the roots, it fell to the ground and kept struggling. After the roots were broken, the dead wood pile gradually withered and eventually became ordinary and useless wood. The corpse struggled for about half an incense stick's worth of time before it completely stopped struggling and became a lifeless, dead object. Zhuowen retreated from the range of the restriction and coldly stared at the scene. After the corpse and the dead wood pile had completely become lifeless objects, Zhuowen found clouds and mist emerging from the restriction. When the clouds and mist completely dissipated, the dead wood pile and the corpse disappeared and were replaced by a group of palaces. Zhuowen knew that what the dead wood pile and the corpse had set up was only a restriction. Once the restriction dissipated, the true face of what was inside would be revealed. The group of palaces was the true face of the restriction. However, although the group of palaces was huge, it was a ruin. Although there were many palaces inside, most of them were broken. There are a total of 9 palaces, but all of them are broken. I wonder if there are good things inside? Zhuowen frowned slightly, but he was the first to rush into the closest hall. After searching around the hall, Zhuowen was disappointed to discover that most of the things in the hall were damaged, and he could not find anything that was intact. However, the only gratifying thing was that there were a lot of spiritual crystals in the palace. These spiritual crystals were piled up everywhere in the palace. Zhuowen meticulously collected them. After Zhuowen had collected everything, he realized that there were nearly 1,000 immortal crystals in the hall. Zhuowen's eyes couldn't help but turn red at such a harvest. Let's take a look at the other palaces. After carefully searching the palace again, Zhuowen immediately rushed to the other 8 palaces. There was no doubt that the situation of the other 8 palaces was similar to the first palace. There were no treasures that Zhuowen expected. When Zhuowen finished searching the last hall, a sliver of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Apart from immortal crystals, there didn't seem to be anything else in the group of palaces. However, although Zhuowen was a little disappointed, he was also a little excited. This was because he had collected more than 10,000 spiritual crystals in the group of palaces. Such a number was absolutely shocking. Even the spiritual crystals, reserves of the 9 great holy talisman clans, were not much more than the spiritual crystals on Zhuowen's body at the moment. If people in the central region knew that Zhuowen had so many spiritual crystals on him, those old monsters in the big forces would not be able to sit still and snatch them. After walking out of the last palace, Zhuowen said with some disappointment, "It seems that only spiritual crystals are left here. As for the other things, they are either damaged or lost." Celestial Spirit, Chapter 1693. Lone Peak, the position of the 9 palaces. Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly flashed to the center of the 9 palaces. He looked around and instantly noticed that the 9 palaces were arranged in a ring shape in 9 directions, whereas the doors of the 9 palaces just happened to be aimed at the center where Zhuowen stood. In the center, there was a large square, and in the center of the square, there was a small piece of soft soil. Zhuowen grabbed a handful of soil with his right hand, and his nose gently opened and closed. Suddenly, a faint celestial core power flowed out from the soil. Putting down the soil in his hand, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly reached into the soil 1/2 meter deep and squeezed out a clump of soil. Immediately, Zhuowen found that the celestial core power in the soil 1/2 meter deep was more abundant than before. "There's something under the soil." Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He waved his sleeve and summoned the Blood Immortal. "Master, why did you call me out?" The moment the Blood Immortal came out, she began to suck up to Zhuowen with a flattering smile. Zhuowen pointed at the soil under his feet and said, "Dig this place out, but be careful. Don't mess around, or else I won't forgive you." The Blood Immortal's face turned serious. Although she didn't want to, Zhuowen knew her weakness, so she naturally didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's order. "Master, don't worry. I'll dig it out for you immediately," the Blood Immortal said with a smile. After saying that, the Blood Immortal began to dig with all her might. Zhuowen, on the other hand, silently looked at the soil that was dug up. He was extremely curious. What was under the soil? How could this ordinary soil be stained with celestial core power? After about an hour, the Blood Immortal, who had dug to the bottom, suddenly screamed and jumped up. At the same time, at the bottom of the cave, there was a surge of terrifying celestial core power. The celestial core power was in the form of gas. Although it looked very thin, the celestial core power in the gas was very vigorous. Zhuowen took a step forward and landed in the air above the cave. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the celestial core power that was gushing out from the cave. The Blood Immortal who came out of the cave stared at the pillar of celestial origin chi in front of her with eager eyes. She stole a glance at Zhuowen and then tiptoed to the side of the pillar of celestial origin chi. She absorbed the celestial origin chi that was dissipating into the surroundings with an intoxicated look in her eyes. Zhuowen naturally noticed the Blood Immortal's little action, but he didn't say anything. The immortal essence that gushed out couldn't be stored. It could only be absorbed during the gushing process. Zhuowen couldn't absorb all of the immortal essence pillars by himself. The immortal essence that escaped would inevitably be wasted. It wouldn't hurt to let the Blood Immortal absorb the immortal essence that escaped. The celestial Yuan Qi pillar only lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time before it stopped collapsing. Zhuowen slowly landed at the entrance of the cave, his cheeks flushed red. He had just advanced to the Sky Saint stage, and originally he still needed time to consolidate his cultivation. But after absorbing the celestial Yuan Qi pillar, the consolidation process was completed. What's down there? How can it release such a dense celestial vitality pillar? Zhuowen looked at the Blood Immortal and asked. The Blood Immortal scratched her head and said with a flattering smile, "Master, there's nothing down there except a corpse. The celestial vitality pillar came from that corpse. Master, you can go down and take a look." Corpse? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with curiosity. He revealed a pondering expression, and then decided to go down and take a look. He jumped down and went into the deepest part of the cave. Landing at the bottom, Zhuowen's eyes focused. Sure enough, there was a corpse here. This corpse only had the upper body, and the lower body was strangely missing. It was as if someone had cut it in half before it died. However, this wasn't the main reason why Zhuowen was surprised. The main reason was that this corpse was exactly the same as the corpse that Zhuowen had seen when he broke the formation and crawled out from the pile of deadwood. Especially the aura of this corpse. It actually made Zhuowen's hair stand on end. A chill rose in his heart. This corpse was definitely not simple when it was alive. The owner of this corpse was very strong. He should have been a sky immortal when he was alive. I'm afraid he was also the owner of this palace. I just don't know why he died here and was buried under the mud in the middle of the square. Xiaohei said in a deep voice. A sky immortal? Zhuowen's expression changed. A sky immortal was already an ancestor-level existence of the 9 holy symbol families. Jiang Binghan, Feng Lei Wuji, and Jiang Binghan were such existences. To Zhuowen, a sky immortal was undoubtedly an extremely distant and powerful existence. This kind of existence could kill Zhuowen with a flip of their hand. It was as easy as killing an ant. And such an ancestor-level existence was actually buried here. It was very strange. If I'm not wrong, this person was probably one of the participants in the calamity 10,000 years ago. Later on, for some unknown reason, the palace he was in was breached, and he was cut in half by an even more powerful existence. Before this person died, he used a powerful restriction technique to set up this powerful ancient restriction. This restriction is extremely powerful and has survived until now. Xiao Hei's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. Immediately, she turned into a black light and landed beside the corpse. After carefully examining it, her little claws suddenly reached into the ribs of the corpse. She fumbled around and took out a hexahedral crystal. "What is this?" Zhuowen asked curiously. "It's a storage crystal. It's similar to a spirit ring. In ancient times, there were no spirit rings. Most cultivators used this storage crystal. The best feature of this storage crystal is that it can be attached to the ribs of the body. It doesn't look out of place. It can be said that the storage crystal is much better than a spirit ring in terms of security," Xiao Hei said indifferently. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He said, "This storage crystal is so magical? Does that mean I can use it too?" Xiao Hei nodded and said, "Of course. Although the storage crystal is good in terms of security, once the owner dies, the brand inside will gradually disappear with the passage of time. Now, this storage crystal is an ownerless item. Take a look at what's inside." After saying that, Xiao Hei tossed the storage crystal to Zhuowen. After Zhuowen caught the storage crystal, he was rather excited. After calming down a little, he sent his mind into the storage crystal. Just as Xiao Hei said, the brand in the storage crystal had indeed disappeared. His mind easily entered the space of the storage crystal. After a quick scan, Zhuowen immediately gasped. This was because he saw piles of fairy crystals in the storage crystal. After a rough scan, Zhuowen found that there were a lot of fairy crystals in the storage crystal. There were at least 140,000 fairy crystals. In addition to the 10,000 fairy crystals that Zhuowen had found earlier, Zhuowen now had a total of 150,000 fairy crystals. Such a huge amount of fairy crystals even surpassed most of the major forces in the central region. Even though Zhuowen had a strong will, when he saw the shiny piles of fairy crystals, his breathing could not help but quicken. "Boy, aren't you making a fuss over nothing?" Before the catastrophe, the martial Dao in the heavenly armor continent was extremely prosperous. Hundreds of thousands of fairy crystals were not considered a lot. Only in the central region that has fallen apart, now would these things be treated as treasures. Blackie crossed its paws and looked at Zhua Wen's shocked appearance with disdain, curling its lips. In that era, when the martial Dao was prosperous, immortal crystals were actually as common as spirit stones now, and immortal crystals were even used as a unified currency. Of course, this currency was only used by celestial saints. After all, cultivators below the celestial saint realm did not have immortal core power at all. Therefore, fairy crystals were not very useful to them. Of course, for cultivators who had immortal techniques, even if their cultivation had not reached the celestial saint realm, fairy crystals were still very useful to them. After all, the immortal core power in fairy crystals could strengthen the power of immortal techniques. In addition to the piles of fairy crystals, Zhuowen also saw many strange things in the storage crystal. However, he had never seen these things in the central region before. He was afraid that they were items from the ancient times. Moreover, the aura of these items was not very strong. Therefore, Zhuowen did not care too much about them. Among them, Zhuowen even found 2 earth immortal sacred artifacts and 1 heaven immortal sacred artifact. However, all 3 sacred artifacts were damaged and could not be used at all. However, Zhuowen did not throw away the 3 broken immortal sacred artifacts. Instead, he kept them well. After all, they were immortal sacred artifacts. Even if they were damaged, the raw materials inside were still very precious. If he wanted to refine immortal sacred artifacts in the future, he might be able to extract the raw materials from these broken immortal sacred artifacts. Although Zhuowen felt that it was a pity, he did not think too much about it. Since the immortal sacred artifacts were damaged, there was nothing he could do. Zhuowen's attention quickly fell on a pile of bamboo slips in another corner. He opened the bamboo slips and found that they were all about the experience and understanding of ancient restrictions. There were even detailed explanations of the origin and principles of ancient restrictions. Zhuowen, who had learned the devouring curse-forbidden art, had a new understanding and interpretation of ancient restrictions after he roughly read through the experiences in these bamboo slips. A dignified heaven immortal should have inherited some immortal skills. After putting away the bamboo slips, Zhuowen once again looked at the other places in this space. Soon, his gaze fell on a painting that was placed flat on a wooden table. It was an ink painting. There were only two colors in it, black and white. The painting was extremely monotonous. There was only a lone mountain in the painting. The lone mountain was surrounded by a misty fog. Apart from the fog, there was nothing else in the lone mountain. An ancient and lonely aura emanated from the lone mountain in the painting. The moment he sensed the ancient and lonely aura, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. At this moment, he felt as if he was standing on a lone mountain. He looked into the distant horizon and found nothing else. Chapter 1694. Luring the snake out of its hole standing on this lonely peak. Zhuowen felt a unique sense of aloofness. Although this peak was lonely, it was extremely prideful in its bones. It did not associate with the other mountains, nor did it accompany the birds. From beginning to end, it was only a lonely peak. However, the pride in its bones made Zhuowen feel deep respect for it. The lone peak does not mix with the other mountains. It soars into the clouds with unending momentum. Involuntarily, a poem like that gradually appeared in Zhuowen's head. The poem appeared out of nowhere. It rang out in his head faintly, as if someone was murmuring it by his ear. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze suddenly landed on the painting before him. Just now, he had been affected by the artistic conception of the painting, and as a result, he felt as if he was standing on top of the lonely peak, experiencing the feeling of being on top. The lone peak, Zhuowen murmured. A sliver of excitement appeared in his eyes. He had never thought that the immortal technique in his sea of consciousness would be hidden in an inconspicuous painting. The immortal technique you've obtained probably isn't simple. Moreover, the lone peak doesn't have an extremely low requirement like the finger of hell that you cultivate. It's very difficult to use this technique without the support of celestial energy. However, you have 150,000 celestial crystals and Lei Qingtian soul, so you should be able to use it, just barely, said Xiaohe. Zhuowen nodded. Afterwards, his consciousness swept out from his storage crystal. At the same time, he took out the painting. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he stared at the ink painting in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "In any case, I'm not in a hurry. I'll cultivate this immortal art first. I wonder how powerful it is." With that, Zhuowen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate the lone peak silently. Zhuowen cultivated like that for 3 whole months. 3 months later, Zhuowen slowly stood up. With a flick of his right hand, he immediately took out 10 celestial crystals and crushed them. Strands of celestial energy were absorbed by him through the devouring curse. Afterwards, he immediately used the lone peak. Immediately, the celestial energy turned into a spiral and condensed into a 10-meter tall lone peak. The lone peak was filled with a strong sense of aloofness. As soon as the lone peak appeared, a terrifying force swept out like a storm. With Zhuowen as the center, it swept in all directions. Crack! When the force spread to the 9 palaces, the 9 palaces seemed to be unable to withstand the force of the force and collapsed into dust. This lone peak immortal technique is truly powerful. Looking at the 9 palaces that had been shattered, Zhuowen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was merely the aftermath of the force emitted by the lone peak, yet it was able to shatter the 9 palaces. If the lone peak were to attack head-on, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. After putting away the lone peak, the shock in Zhuowen's eyes didn't dissipate for a long time. The power of the lone peak was truly beyond his expectations. His physical strength wasn't strong. Although his cultivation base had advanced to the Sky Saint realm, He could barely fight against a heaven-defying Saint Realm expert without the help of the Nine-Yang Dao sword. However, everything was different now that his physical body possessed the Lone Peak. Even if he didn't rely on the Nine-Yang Dao sword and the heaven-defying Saint Realm expert, he would still have the strength to fight against a half-immortal. Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei chased me so miserably. Now that Lei Qingtian is dead, it's time to lure Jiang Zuomei out. If I want to kill her, I have to kill her thoroughly. A trace of killing intent flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He quickly flew out of the 9 palaces, but he didn't immediately enter the fragment continent. This fragment continent was extremely large. Even in the Broken Skull Abyss, it was considered one of the largest. At least, Zhuowen had never seen a fragment continent that was larger than the one he was currently in. Moreover, there were countless restrictions of various sizes on this fragment continent. Zhuowen used the Devouring Curse restriction to unlock these restrictions one by one. However, he didn't destroy these restrictions. Instead, he used the Devouring Curse restriction to connect the unlocked restrictions one by one. Zhuowen stayed on this fragment continent for 2 months. During these 2 months, he had been searching for restrictions of various sizes. He found thousands of restrictions on this fragment continent. Of course, among so many restrictions, most of them were relatively weak or severely damaged. Restrictions that were relatively complete and powerful were extremely rare. When Zhuowen connected these thousands of restrictions using the Devouring Curse restriction, Zhuowen stopped at the center of the fragment continent. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale. Even with his strong willpower, Zhuowen almost couldn't withstand the constant deduction of so many restrictions using the Devouring Curse restriction for 2 months. However, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with excitement. He murmured in a low voice, "If these thousands of restrictions explode at the same time, the entire fragment continent might collapse. Even an earthly immortal would die under the explosion of so many restrictions. So that's the case. No wonder you've been constantly looking for restriction spells in this continent for the past 2 months. No matter how big or small the restriction spells are, they don't refuse. So this is your purpose." Blackie flew to Zhuowen's shoulder and revealed a look of understanding. "With the connection of the Devouring Curse restriction, I only need a thought to completely detonate the entire fragment continent." Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly. "Now, all we have to do is wait for Jiang Zuomei to walk right into the trap." Zhuowen parted his mouth into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, his mental energy avatar separated from his actual body. Immediately, a vast and mighty aura surged out from the avatar's body. Moreover, this aura became increasingly intense and powerful, faintly causing the fragment continent to tremble. Whoosh! Suddenly, the mental energy doppelganger flew high into the sky. The space around it shattered, and a terrifying storm burst out from the cracks in the space. If an ordinary person saw this storm, their sea of consciousness would immediately boil and be injured. This storm was a mental energy storm. It was invisible and intangible, and it targeted the sea of consciousness. Of course, the mental energy storm generated by Zhuowen's advancement to the profound Saint Master realm would not only target the sea of consciousness, but also the physical body. For a moment, the momentum in the sky above the fragment continent was extremely vast. It was as if a violent tsunami was coming from the sea, and a monstrous disaster could occur at any time. Most of the fragments in the shattered nightmare abyss were affected by this terrifying storm. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the fragment continent Zhuowen was on a rather large rock fragment, a figure who was searching suddenly stopped. He turned around and stared at the vast spiritual storm with blazing eyes. Such a vast mental energy storm. I'm afraid that someone has advanced to the profound Saint Master realm. In this shattered nightmare abyss, other than me, there only lay Qingtian and Zhuowen. However, Lei Qingtian is not an arcana master, so the only one who could cause this mental energy storm is Zhuowen. This person was Jiang Zuomei, who was still searching for Zhuowen. After losing contact with Lei Qingtian, he did not think that Lei Qingtian might have been killed by Zhuowen. Or rather, he did not think that Zhuowen could kill an earth immortal like Lei Qingtian. The shattered nightmare abyss was so vast that he thought that Lei Qingtian was planning to act alone and did not want to contact him. This kid is really careless. He actually dared to make a breakthrough here. It seems that the heavens want him dead. Jiang Zuomei laughed out loud. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes. His feet stepped on the empty air and shot out like an arrow that had left a bow. He rushed towards the fragment continent that was formed by the mental energy storm. The moment Jiang Zuomei shot out, a ghostly figure silently followed behind him. This person was wearing a ghost mask. His eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Jiang Zuomei's back. No one knew what he was thinking. What was even more surprising was that even with Jiang Zuomei's earth immortal cultivation, he was unable to detect the person wearing the ghost mask. This person's concealment technique was really amazing. Whoosh! An endless mental energy storm raged in the void. Zhuowen's mental energy doppelganger raised his head and stared at the mental energy storm in the void. He was not afraid at all and immediately activated the 4-kill Sacred Sword Array. At the same time, he used the enormous mental energy cultivated from the myriad evolution scripture to resist the mental energy storm in the void. Devouring Curse Seal, Myriad Curse Seal. At the same time, Zhuowen formed a seal with his right hand and repeatedly struck out in the void. Instantly, runes flew out with Zhuowen's mental energy as the medium. They transformed into tens of thousands of runes that looked extremely terrifying and powerful. These tens of thousands of runes were like a huge disc that flew above Zhuowen's head. Suddenly, the terrifying mental energy storm collapsed under the disc formed by tens of thousands of runes. Although the mental energy storm was getting more and more terrifying, the devouring curse seal that Zhuowen cultivated was a powerful ancient seal. In addition, Zhuowen's mental energy was already very powerful. Therefore, the mental energy storm could not do anything to Zhuowen. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded outside the fragment continent. Moreover, the sound of something breaking through the air grew louder and louder, as if it was directly exploding in one's ears. The mental energy doppelganger narrowed his eyes and pointed at the void with his right hand. The disc formed by tens of thousands of runes suddenly tilted and landed on Zhuowen's left side like a huge shield. The mental energy storm against the disc turned into his means of attack and blasted towards the incoming sound of something breaking through the air. Humph! When Zhuowen finished doing this, a cold snort swept over from the front of the runes. Immediately after, a dark shadow clenched his right hand, and terrifying ice and fire energy condensed in his palm and turned into a spiral-shaped ball intertwined with ice blue and fire red. Immortal technique, ice fire spiral. The ball in the dark shadow's right palm kept spinning and spinning faster and faster. Then he pressed his right palm against the rune disc. Crackle! Suddenly, dense sounds like firecrackers resounded continuously, and then the rune disc along with the mental energy storm collapsed. The pupils of Zhuowen's mental energy doppelganger constricted, but he did not panic. He held the devouring curse seal in his right hand and retreated repeatedly. Chapter 1695. The collapse of the continent. The black figure was none other than Jiang Zuomei, who had just arrived at the fragment. After destroying the thousands of seals set up by the spiritual storm and the devouring curse with the immortal technique ice fire spiral, Jiang Zuomei's momentum didn't diminish at all. She arrived in front of the mind power doppelganger in the blink of an eye and struck the doppelganger's chest with her right palm. The mind power doppelganger couldn't dodge, but the first Yangdao sword and the ninth Yangdao sword appeared and blocked the doppelganger's path. Boom! 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 The first Yangdao sword and the ninth Yangdao sword were part of an earthly immortal's sacred artifact, so they were extremely powerful and stopped the ice fire spiral. Taking advantage of the moment when the ice and fire spiral stopped, the spiritual energy doppelganger quickly retreated like a shuttle and merged with the main body. Bang! Jiang Zuomei waved her right hand and separated the first Yang Dao sword and the ninth Yang Dao sword. They fell back to Zhuowen's side. You've successfully passed the heavenly tribulation of a profound Saint Master with my help? You're pretty smart, but you'll soon find out that your fate will be extremely miserable. Jiang Zuomei smiled coldly and stepped on the void with his right foot. Then, like Mount Tai, he plummeted down. The ice-fire spiral in his hand spun violently and released a terrifying aura. Solitary Peak. Zhuowen pointed with his right hand and took out 100 immortal crystals. He crushed them one by one and absorbed the immortal core power that burst out. He then used the Solitary Peak. An ancient and prideful aura came from the void behind Zhuowen. Shortly after, a 300-meter tall mountain appeared behind Zhuowen. It then rushed towards Jiang Zuomei to crush her. Jiang Zuomei narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhuowen's Solitary Peak in surprise. She could feel that the Solitary Peak was unusual. Due to Zhuowen's cultivation base, he couldn't unleash the full power of the Solitary Peak. However, the aura emitted by the Solitary Peak was far more powerful than an ordinary immortal technique. There was no doubt that Zhuowen's immortal technique was extraordinary. This kid is really full of treasures. If I kill him, I'm afraid there will be undeniable benefits for me. Jiang Zuomei's eyes were blazing. She didn't have the slightest intention of dodging the lone peak. She rushed forward while holding the ice-fire spiral in her right hand. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Zuomei furrowed her brows as she discovered that the lone peak did not immediately crumble. Instead, there were only a few cracks on it. However, the aura of aloofness that erupted from the lone peak became even more intense and powerful. Humph! Jiang Zuomei snorted coldly. The celestial core power in her body burst out and gathered on the ice and fire spiral in her palm. In an instant, the power of the ice and fire spiral rose to a terrifying level. Boom! Boom! Jiang! Jiang was Jiang Li's eyes. Jiang Studio, then advanced Jiang was Jiang Studio of Jiang of Jiang. Jiang Studio, let's see what other tricks you can use. Jiang Zuomei grinned as she destroyed the Solitary Peak. She looked at Zhuowen as if he was an ant that she could kill with a wave of her hand. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely calm. He lifted his head and quietly stared at Jiang Zuomei, who had a sinister smile on her face. When Jiang Zuomei was only a few dozen meters away from Zhuowen, the corner of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a trace of mockery. Then he pointed his right hand again, and immortal crystals burst out from his spirit ring like stars in the sky. This time, Zhuowen took out so many immortal crystals that even Jiang Zuomei was shocked. She couldn't help but exclaim, "You took out 1,000 immortal crystals. How could you have so many immortal crystals?" Zhuowen ignored Jiang Zuomei's words. He pointed his right hand and the 1,000 immortal crystals shattered. Rich immortal core power gushed out like a river. Immortal art Solitary Peak. Zhuowen's face turned red after absorbing the immortal core power of 1,000 immortal crystals with the devouring curse forbidden seal. With his current cultivation, it was a bit difficult for him to absorb so much immortal core power. However, he could still bear it with the devouring curse forbidden seal. Then a huge amount of immortal core power poured out from his right hand as he performed the Solitary Peak again. At this moment, a lone peak appeared once again. This time, the lone peak that appeared was over 10,000 feet in size. It lay across the sky, and it looked majestic and magnificent. The ancient and proud aura that permeated the lone peak was like a violent gale and a tsunami that assaulted the face. Jiang Zuomei's expression changed slightly. This Solitary Peak was much more powerful than the previous Solitary Peak. Even she felt a little dignified. After all, it was a crazy move to perform an immortal art at the cost of 1,000 immortal crystals. Although Jiang Zuomei felt dignified, she wasn't afraid. She took a deep breath and gathered all the immortal core power in her body on the ice fire spiral. Then, she pressed her palm down. Boom! 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 As the two immortal arts collided, a series of muffled sounds echoed in the air. The power of the collision between the two immortal arts was really terrifying. However, the collision didn't last for long. Jiang Zuomei roared angrily and finally shattered the 1,000 feet tall mountain. However, it was still a bit difficult for Jiang Zuomei to shatter the 1,000 feet tall mountain. It wasn't as easy as it was before. The moment the solitary peak shattered, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. He kept retreating and instantly flew out of the fragment. Trying to escape? Let's see where you can escape to this time. Jiang Zuomei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She continued to chase after Zhuowen like a madman. Unfortunately, Zhuowen didn't give her any chance. He formed a seal with both of his hands and instantly triggered countless restrictions on the fragment. Countless invisible ripples appeared on the surface of the fragment at the same time. These invisible ripples were like tough ropes that wrapped around Jiang Zuomei. Feeling the surrounding ripples, Jiang Zuomei's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. An extremely ominous sense of crisis arose in his mind. Following that, a gust of cold air rushed from the soles of his feet to his Tianling acupoint. Oh no! Jiang Zuomei raised his head and saw the cold smile on Zhuowen's face. Jiang Zuomei knew this was bad. He took a step forward and planned to teleport away from the fragment. Unfortunately, the invisible ripples emitted by the countless restrictions had the effect of restricting the air. Jiang Zuomei's teleportation was in vain. Patriarch Jiang, you can go and see Lei Qingtian in peace. Jiang Zuomei still hadn't recovered from the shock, but Zhuo Wen's words made him tremble all over. Lei Qingtian is dead? He died in your hands? How could you kill Lei Qingtian? Jiang Zuomei didn't think too much about it when he suddenly lost contact with Lei Qingtian. However, Zhuowen's words made him tremble, and he couldn't help but growl. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He didn't want to waste any more time with Jiang Zuomei. Instead, he formed a seal with his right hand, and the fuse that the devouring curse restriction left on the fragment was ignited. In an instant, the entire fragment was filled with a heavenly force. Then, thousands of restrictions on the fragment began to explode at the same time. With so many restrictions of different sizes exploding, the power that was produced was extremely terrifying. The fragment began to collapse, and the surrounding space collapsed, revealing a dark and deep black hole. Countless destructive winds swept out from the black hole as if they could destroy everything in the world. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei had already flashed to the edge of the fragment. Unfortunately, the fragment had begun to collapse. An unbearably strong suction force was acting on Jiang Zuomei. Jiang Zuomei's face was filled with fear. The suction force was so strong that it made him feel as if he was facing the supreme heavenly force. He hadn't experienced such a feeling for thousands of years. No, Jiang Zuomei roared. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the void. Then he was completely sucked in by the suction force. The fragment completely collapsed and began to explode. Boom! 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 The collapse of the entire fragment produced an unimaginable amount of power. Even an earthly immortal like Jiang Zuomei was in danger of dying. Zhuowen silently looked at the collapsing fragment. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He didn't have any pity for Jiang Zuomei. For him, Jiang Zuomei was simply reaping what he had sown. The collapse of the fragment continued for a full 4 hours before it gradually regained its calm. At this moment, the huge fragment no longer existed. Only countless floating fragments were left. Invisible ripples were like terrifying airwaves that constantly surged in the surroundings. Zhuowen summoned the 1st Yangdao sword and the 9th Yangdao sword. At the same time, 3,000 underworld water droplets were tightly attached to Zhuowen's body. Then, Zhuowen cautiously looked at the collapsed fragment. Although the explosion of the fragment had completely subsided, the powerful aftershocks still made Zhuowen's blood boil. If it wasn't for the first Yangdao sword, the 9th Yangdao sword, and the underworld water droplets protecting him, Zhuowen would have been seriously injured as soon as he entered. The moment Zhuowen stepped into this place, he noticed that at the center of the countless fragments, there was an oval-shaped egg that alternated between ice blue and fiery red. However, the egg was severely damaged. There were cracks in many places. There were even a few large holes that revealed Jiang Zuomei's figure inside. Crack! 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 When Zhuowen's eyes fell on the egg, it immediately cracked. Jiang Zuomei, who was inside, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow, and his eyes were extremely dim. At this moment, Jiang Zuomei's clothes were ragged. The left side of his body was badly mutilated, revealing his white bones. He fell from the egg to the ground and kept spitting out blood. The death intent in his eyes was extremely strong. Zhuowen slowly walked to Jiang Zuomei's side. He could feel that Jiang Zuomei's aura was extremely weak, and her eyes were filled with a strong will to die. Chapter 1696. That grimace in the dark Jiang Zuomei spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to raise his head and stared at Zhuowen. He wanted to say something, but found that his throat had been shattered and he couldn't make any sound. "I've prepared this fragment for you for a long time. Don't blame me for scheming against you. If you didn't insist on pursuing me, I wouldn't have used such an extreme method to scheme against you," Zhuowen said indifferently. Jiang Zuomei whimpered. His eyes were filled with both shock and anger. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The death intent in his eyes became more intense, but there was also a trace of determination in his eyes. A terrifying aura suddenly spread out from Jiang Zuomei's body, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Don't explode your primordial spirit. I didn't say that I must kill you." Jiang Zuomei, who was about to explode his primordial spirit, was stunned. He couldn't help but look at Zhuowen, but what he saw was a big hand. Zhuowen's right hand clasped Jiang Zuomei's Tianling acupoint. His left hand formed a claw and quickly reached into Jiang Zuomei's dantian, pulling out his primordial spirit. Then Zhuowen made a series of hand seals and used the devouring curse to seal Jiang Zuomei's primordial spirit. Then Zhuowen stuffed him into the spiritual ring. Zhuowen did this series of actions in one breath. He was so fast that Jiang Zuomei didn't even have time to react before he was sealed by Zhuowen. Fortunately, I stopped Jiang Zuomei's self-explosion in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the series of actions just now had been completed in an instant, Zhuowen almost broke out in a cold sweat. He was very clear that if his actions were any slower, Jiang Zuomei would immediately react and self-destruct her soul. Zhuowen would definitely die if the primordial spirit of an earthly immortal realm expert exploded. Finally, Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, these two hidden dangers, are dealt with. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. A relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, a trace of pride emerged in his heart. In his eyes, earthly immortals were simply unattainable existences. But now he was only in the Sky Saint realm, and he was able to kill Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, these two earthly immortals. How magnificent was this feat! How, if this matter were to spread to the central plains, Zhuowen would definitely become a legend, because there was no one in the central continent, the immortal realm expert, who could kill immortals. Even Yuan Hongwen, the divine prince of the chaotic temple, had only defeated an earthly immortal when he was in the half-immortal realm. Although Zhuowen is of translation of the translation of translation. Now that the two hidden dangers have been dealt with, how do I leave this abyss of broken centipede? Zhuowen asked Xiao He. Go deep into the abyss of broken centipede. At the end of the abyss, there is an extremely hidden transmission formation. When I was recovering my vitality in the abyss of broken centipede, I accidentally found this transmission formation, Xiao He said in a deep voice. Zhuowen nodded. Just as he was about to go deep into the abyss of broken centipede, a chill suddenly rose from his body. At the same time, a strand of sword qi appeared several meters behind Zhuowen. It emitted a terrifying sharpness as it shot towards Zhuowen's vital point from the back. This sword qi was extremely fast. In less than a blink of an eye, the sword qi, which was several feet away, had already landed on Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles, but his reaction was not slow. He immediately took out the inferior immortal artifact, the iron folding fan, which he obtained from Jiang Binhan, and placed it horizontally behind him. At the same time, the underworld water droplets covered his back in layers. Clang! The sword qi, like a shuttle, pressed against the iron folding fan. Immediately after a loud clang, cracks appeared on the iron folding fan. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, and finally the iron folding fan collapsed into nothingness. The sword qi, unharmed, continued to sweep towards Zhuowen. Bang! 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 The underworld water droplets began to explode continuously. In just one breath's time, all 3,000 underworld water droplets had collapsed into nothingness. The sense of crisis in Zhuowen's heart rose to the extreme. Then he suddenly retreated, combining the Thunder Wing's explosive steps and the void, and directly teleported thousands of miles away. However, this sword qi was like a maggot in one's bones, chasing after Zhuowen. Even though Zhuowen's speed had reached the point where he could teleport thousands of miles away, he still could not get rid of this sword qi. No matter where he fled, the sword qi would follow. Moreover, Zhuowen could clearly feel the strong sense of crisis from this sword qi. Zhuowen knew very well that if this sword qi really caught up with him, he was afraid that he would be in danger. What's going on? Is there someone else in the abyss of broken centipede? At this moment, Zhuowen's face was very unsightly. He originally thought that he had nothing to worry about after getting rid of Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei, but he did not expect that this sword qi would burst out all of a sudden. Zhuowen knew very well that this sword qi did not appear out of nowhere. Someone must have released it. Moreover, the person who released this sword qi had terrifying strength, perhaps even more terrifying than Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei. Immortal art, Lone Peak. Zhuowen clenched his teeth, took out another 1,000 immortal crystals, and used the Lone Peak. The 1,000-feet Lone Peak appeared once again, piercing through the clouds with incomparable arrogance. Unfortunately, although the 1,000-feet Lone Peak was powerful, it could only block the sword qi for less than a breath's time before collapsing. Damn it! How can this sword qi be so terrifying? Zhuowen's face turned purple. Then he took out more immortal crystals. This time, he took out 5,000 immortal crystals. The immortal core power produced by 5,000 immortal crystals was terrifying. It had reached the limit of what Zhuowen could bear, and was also the limit of the Lone Peak's power that he could use. In an instant, he crushed 5,000 immortal crystals. Zhuowen took a deep breath, absorbing all the immortal core power produced by the 5,000 immortal crystals into his body. Then he used the Lone Peak again. This time, the Lone Peak that appeared was 5,000 feet tall, and its power was much stronger than before. The Lone Peak stood in front of the sword qi. Soon after, the two collided, causing a violent tremor and then a violent explosion. Violent ripples appeared in the surrounding space, like a monstrous tsunami in the sea. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The 5,000 feet Lone Peak collapsed with a loud bang, and the sword qi also dissipated with the collapse of the Lone Peak. Zhuowen barely stabilized the boiling qi and blood in his body. The coldness in his eyes intensified as he said in a deep voice, Who? Who is it? Whoosh! Whoosh! However, what answered Zhuowen was 3 whistling sounds. Then, with a gloomy look, Zhuowen saw 3 extremely sharp sword qis in the void in front of him. None of the 3 strands of sword qi were much weaker than the previous one. Behind the 3 strands of sword qi, the space there began to twist violently. A slender figure with a ghost mask and a sword on his back followed, closely behind the 3 strands of sword qi, as he stood on a strand of sword qi. Looking at the 3 sword qis and the man behind the sword qis, Zhuowen's pupils contracted. He cursed inwardly and immediately fled toward the shattered centipede abyss. Zhuowen cursed inwardly. He did not expect that the man with the ghost mask would enter the shattered centipede abyss. This was beyond his expectations. However, this time, Zhuowen found that the attack method of the man with the ghost mask was somewhat different from the one who framed him and Lei Tingqin. The 2 were probably not the same person. However, Zhuowen had no time to care about this. The pressure from the man with the ghost mask was too great, forcing him to flee desperately. Just 1 sword qi was enough to put him in such a difficult situation. Zhuowen knew very well that, as the owner of the sword qi, the man with the ghost mask was definitely not someone he could contend against. The man with the ghost mask stepped on the sword qi. His gaze fell on Zhuowen's back with a trace of confusion. But more than that, there was a chill. The 2 people, one chasing and one fleeing, were extremely fast, crossing fragment after fragment of the continent. The speed of the man with the ghost mask was very fast, a little faster than Zhuowen. However, every time the man with the ghost mask was about to catch up to Zhuowen, Zhuowen would use the devouring curse forbidden technique to sweep to a fragment of the continent and use the restriction inside to block the man with the ghost mask. Because the man with the ghost mask was chasing too closely, Zhuowen had no time to break the more powerful restriction of the fragment. Only the simple restriction could be easily broken by Zhuowen in an instant. Although the simple restriction was not powerful, when there were many of them, it slowed down the speed of the man with the ghost mask a lot. This was also the reason why the man with the ghost mask was faster than Zhuowen but could not catch up to Zhuowen. Moreover, there were many fragments of the shattered centipede abyss. There were many restrictions inside, which provided a lot of convenience for Zhuowen. The 2 people chased for 3 days. The man with the ghost mask faintly felt a trace of irritation. With a jerk of his right hand, he drew out the long sword on his back and slashed it across the sky. Instantly, a ray of sword qi shot out like a rainbow, piercing through the sun. As soon as the sword qi appeared, the 3 original sword qis whistled and immediately integrated into the sword qi, causing the sword qi to become even more fierce. Its speed was also extremely fast, directly catching up with Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. Without thinking, he directly took out the Azure Dragon Palace. The sword qi of the man with the ghost mask was really too terrifying. It was as if this sword qi could shatter the world. Zhuowen knew that with his current strength and other trump cards, they were useless under this sword qi, so he directly took out the Azure Dragon Palace. Bang! The sword qi slashed the Azure Dragon Palace, causing the vast Azure Dragon Palace to tremble violently. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Palace was like a lonely boat in the sea, constantly shaking. It looked really terrifying. Chapter 1697. Cutting the Heavens, eh? The man with the ghost face mask let out a cry of surprise. His right foot stepped on the air, and his entire body shot out like a shuttle, continuing to chase after Zhuowen. Following that, the man with the ghost face mask slashed out powerful sword qi every time. However, Zhuowen had the Azure Dragon Hall. Although the sword qi was strong, it was basically blocked by the Azure Dragon Hall. However, because the sword qi was too powerful, even though the Azure Dragon Hall was extremely tough and could not be destroyed by the sword qi, the aftershock from the collision between the sword qi and the Azure Dragon Hall still caused Zhuowen to suffer quite a bit of injury. Moreover, as the sword qi swept over, the fluctuations of the Azure Dragon Hall became more and more intense. As time passed, the injuries in Zhuowen's body became more and more serious. In the end, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow, but his speed was not slow. He was like a rainbow cutting through the void. In the blink of an eye, 3 days and 3 nights had passed. Zhuowen's face was completely pale, and the injuries in his body were very serious. If it were not for the immortal pills and the yellow spring water droplets, Zhuowen would not have been able to hold on for so long. Don't tell me that I have to hide in the Azure Dragon Hall like this. Zhuowen's expression was somewhat ugly. The man with the ghost face mask was simply too powerful. Although the Azure Dragon Hall was incomparably tough and could block the terrifying sword qi time and time again, the aftershock from the sword qi caused Zhuowen's injuries to worsen. His face was pale. At this moment, Zhuowen had no choice but to consider whether he should hide in the Azure Dragon Hall. After all, the Azure Dragon Hall was extraordinary. If Zhuowen hid inside, the man with the ghost face mask would not be able to do anything to him. However, once he hid in the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen would appear to be in a very passive position. No one knew if the man with the ghost face mask had any other method to take away the Azure Dragon Hall. If the man with the ghost face mask really had such a method, when he brought the Azure Dragon Hall back to his headquarters, where experts were as common as clouds, wouldn't Zhuowen be walking right into a trap? We're about to enter the deepest part of the shattered nightmare abyss. The teleportation array isn't far away. Brat, hold on a little longer. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen's eyes to narrow slightly. A sliver of hope appeared in his eyes as he increased his speed. Thousands of miles away, there were 4 fragments floating in the air. The 4 fragments were located in 4 different directions. Moreover, these 4 continents were connected by thick black iron chains. In the center of the 4 continents, there was a huge whirlpool. This whirlpool was 7-colored, and the center of the whirlpool was dark black. The whirlpool was at least several thousand feet wide, and there were 4 slender whirlpool streams on the 4 sides of the whirlpool. They spread to the 4 continents and formed 4 small whirlpools of 1,000 feet in the center of the 4 continents. This is... Zhuowen stared at the huge 7-colored whirlpool at the very center of the 4 continents in surprise. Each of the 4 continents was dozens of times larger than the one that had been destroyed by Zhuowen's seal. They were like colossi. Moreover, Zhuowen could sense that the restrictions on these 4 continents were far more complete and powerful than the huge fragment continent from before. Even if he had mastered the devouring curse restriction, he would probably have to be careful in these 4 continents. In particular, there was a huge 7-colored vortex at the center of the 4 continents. The presence it gave off made even Zhuowen tremble in fear. It was as if there was a powerful existence within the 7-colored vortex that Zhuowen could not resist. It made Zhuowen feel a deep sense of dread. This is the deepest part of the shattered nightmare abyss. The origins of the 4 continents and the 7-colored whirlpool are very mysterious. They did not exist when the shattered nightmare abyss was first created, but for some reason the 7-colored whirlpool suddenly appeared and became the core of the shattered nightmare abyss. Xiao Hei explained. Even you don't know the origins of the 7-colored whirlpool. Zhuowen pondered. Soon after, he continued, Where is the teleportation formation now? The man with the ghost mask is chasing us very closely. Xiao Hei waved her little claw and pointed at an inconspicuous fragment near the 4 continents. She said, The teleportation formation is very small and can only accommodate 2 people. It's placed on that fragment. Zhuowen followed Xiao Hei's gaze and immediately saw the fragment near the 4 continents. It was only several thousand feet in size. It was just too small compared to the 4 continents. If it were not for Xiao Hei's guidance, Zhuowen would not have noticed this fragment at all. Let's go immediately. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to speed up, the man with the ghost mask behind him quickly slashed out dozens of times with his long sword. Immediately, streaks of sword light shot through the air like meteors and slammed into the Azure Dragon Hall. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions immediately resounded. Subsequently, Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his footsteps suddenly came to a halt. You can't escape. The moment Zhuowen's figure paused, the person with the ghost face mask raised his long sword to the sky. Immediately, a huge sword chi whirlpool appeared in the sky. This sword chi whirlpool was like a shuttle as it suddenly rushed out. In an instant, it landed in front of the Azure Dragon Hall and blocked Zhuowen's path. Damn it! Zhuowen's face was pale. His right foot stepped on the void, and he suddenly retreated. At the same time, the man with the ghost mask swept over from the void. His long sword was like a venomous snake as it suddenly swept out and went straight for Zhuowen's back. Zhuowen's gaze was extremely gloomy. He formed a seal with his right hand, and the Azure Dragon Hall suddenly expanded by several thousand feet. Then, Zhuowen immediately entered the Azure Dragon Hall. Ding, ding, ding. The moment Zhuowen entered the Azure Dragon Hall, the man with the ghost mask suddenly pressed the long sword on his back against the Azure Dragon Hall. At the same time, the sword chi whirlpool in front of the Azure Dragon Hall approached the surface of the Azure Dragon Hall and erupted with countless sparks. The Azure Dragon Hall trembled violently, but it was not penetrated by the powerful sword chi. It was still intact. The man with the ghost mask frowned slightly. The long sword in his right hand repeatedly struck the surface of the Azure Dragon Hall. Clanging sounds erupted, but he was unable to break the Azure Dragon Hall. Awoo! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the surface of the Azure Dragon Hall. Then, the shadow of a huge pale dragon swept out from the surface of the Azure Dragon Hall. With supreme power, it blasted toward the man with the ghost mask. The man with the grimace mask snorted coldly and bent his right wrist. Suddenly, the long sword in his hand moved like a shuttle and turned into a sword light. These sword lights gathered together and finally formed a huge sword. Then, it suddenly slashed down from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds rang out. The face of the man with the ghost mask changed slightly. Then he retreated step by step. He retreated hundreds of meters before he finally stopped. His eyes were full of solemnity. The Azure Dragon Hall also took advantage of the moment when the man with the ghost mask retreated to rush out and directly rushed toward the inconspicuous fragment. The man with the ghost mask slowly narrowed his eyes. His gaze also fell on the fragment. With his sharp eyes, he naturally saw that Zhuowen had repeatedly gone to the inconspicuous fragment. Although he was somewhat puzzled, he naturally would not let Zhuowen escape so easily. Immortal technique, heaven slashing. The man with the ghost mask whispered softly, holding the long sword in his right hand. His sword finger moved from the tip of the sword to the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, the long sword's blade erupted with a terrifying milky white light. Slash! Then, the masked man slashed out with his sword. Instantly, the dense milky white light on the blade separated from it. Then, the milky white light on the blade converged into a 30,000-meter long sword chi in the void. This sword chi was huge and shaped like a crescent moon. It was extremely fast. In an instant, it swept in front of the Azure Dragon Hall and slashed fiercely. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void in front of the Azure Dragon Hall collapsed into nothingness, forming a terrifying black hole. Countless black winds swept out from the black hole and stopped the Azure Dragon Hall that was flying over. At the same time, the huge sword chi swept high into the sky and ruthlessly slashed the top of the Azure Dragon Hall. Immediately, a terrifying rumbling sound erupted. In the Azure Dragon Square in the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuowen's face was slightly pale. The man with the ghost mask was too strong. The immortal technique heaven slashing had actually caused the entire Azure Dragon Hall to shake so violently. This slash was enough to shatter any earthly immortal sacred artifact. If the sacred artifact of the Azure Dragon Hall was not of high quality and tough enough, it would probably have collapsed under this huge sword chi. Even so, the Azure Dragon Hall was like an overturned river at this moment. It was constantly shaking, and the shaking was so intense that it had already affected Zhuowen in the Azure Dragon Square. Your intention just now was too obvious. I'm afraid the man with the ghost mask is determined to stop you from going to that fragment. Xiao He sighed. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. He said, "In that case, I'll enter the 4 continents of the core area. I can feel that the restrictions in those 4 continents are extremely powerful. I cultivate the devouring curse forbidden. I don't believe that the ghost mask also grasps ancient restrictions." As he spoke, Zhuowen suddenly used the 1,000-kilogram fall to control the Azure Dragon Hall and flew towards the other 4 continents. The heaven-slashing sword Qi followed closely behind the Azure Dragon Hall like maggots. As for the man with the ghost mask, he chased after him while stepping on the sword Qi. Soon, the Azure Dragon Hall landed on the fragment in the east. The door of the hall opened, and Zhuowen quickly put away the Azure Dragon Hall. He immediately spread his thunder wings, erupted with the laws of space and explosive steps, and rushed out like an arrow leaving the bow. His eyes were filled with runes. At this moment, he was using the devouring curse forbidden to the best of his ability to search for the restrictions in this fragment. Got it. Soon, Zhuowen found the nearest restriction. It was a small hill, and at the top of the hill stood a tombstone. The restriction in front of him was not very powerful, so Zhuowen did not spend too much time. Chapter 1698, the moment the restriction on the tombstone was undone, Zhuowen immediately entered the tombstone restriction and disappeared from where he stood. At this moment, the masked man stepped into the tombstone. Just as he was about to chase after Zhuowen, the tombstone under the tombstone suddenly split open. A huge hand reached out from the tombstone and grabbed the masked man's feet. A restriction? The man with the ghost face mask did not panic. His eyes emitted a sword that soared to the heavens. The giant hand that was grabbing his feet completely collapsed under his gaze that was filled with sword wool. However, Zhuowen was delayed by the huge hand for a moment. He managed to pull away from the masked man. "These are just small tricks. You still can't escape." The man with the devil mask smiled coldly. He stepped on the void with his right foot, and his entire body turned into a sword. He broke through the layers of the void and swept towards Zhuowen in an instant. The distance between the two of them was immediately shortened. Zhuowen's gaze grew colder. As he fled, he used the devouring curse restriction to continuously use the restrictions on the road to obstruct the masked man. However, it was a pity that the masked man was too strong. Not a single restriction was able to trap the masked man. The restriction was only able to make the masked man's figure pause for a moment. Cold sweat started to flow incessantly from Zhuowen's forehead while his gaze was filled with gloominess. He originally thought that the restrictions here would be able to stop the masked man, yet he noticed that it was all in vain. Just like this, the two of them chased and fled again. They quickly approached the 7-colored vortex in the center of the continent. Behind the 7-colored vortex, a round eyeball could be vaguely seen. This eyeball was similar to an ordinary person's eye. The pupil was pitch black and 90% of the eye was white. Through the gaps of the 7-colored vortex, the eyeball suddenly noticed Zhuowen, who was constantly fleeing. Its pupils shrank in an extremely human-like manner. It actually showed a rare trace of dependence and doubt. At this moment, Zhuowen was only 100 meters away from the 7-colored vortex. He could even feel that the surrounding space was faintly distorted. This distorted space was caused by the 7-colored vortex. In this distorted space, Zhuowen's speed suddenly slowed down. However, The masked man chasing behind him was not affected at all. Whoosh! Soon, the masked man quickly caught up to Zhuowen. He bent his right wrist, and the long sword flashed with a dazzling cold light in the air. It slashed towards Zhuowen's waist. A chill suddenly rushed from Zhuowen's feet to the top of Zhuowen's head, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily tremble. Zhuowen gritted his teeth and summoned the Green Dragon Palace again. It was like a huge mountain. The masked man's eyes exploded with coldness. The long sword in his right hand sped up and instantly cut through the void. He said coldly, "Immortal technique, heaven slashing." The sword cut through the void and once again slashed out a sky-breaking sword chi. It hit the surface of the Green Dragon Palace. Then Zhuowen groaned. His right hand pressed against the surface of the Green Dragon Palace. He retreated continuously until he stopped more than 10 meters away from the seven-colored vortex. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding, ding, ding. The man with the ghost face mask took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack. He took a step forward and slashed out 3 times in a row. The 3 sword lights swept over and bombarded the top of the Azure Dragon Hall. It actually separated the Azure Dragon Hall, and the man with the ghost face mask took advantage of the gap when the Azure Dragon Hall was separated to stab with his sword, aiming for Zhuowen's vital point. The tip of the sword emitted a powerful, milky white sword light. Zhuowen's pupils constricted as he stared at the incoming sword light. He wanted to retreat, but the sword light's powerful chi locked onto him, leaving him no time to dodge. Zhuowen summoned the 1st and 9th Yangdao swords. At the same time, he used the devouring curse to its limit. However, all of his actions were useless against the powerful sword light. Almost all of his attacks were blocked by the sword light. He was unable to stop the powerful sword light. At that moment, Zhuowen felt an unprecedented sense of danger. The shadow of death completely enveloped him. "Zhuowen, leave this to me and the fox. This person is too strong. Only the 2 of us can take action." Xiao He sighed gently in his sea of consciousness. Origin energy began to boil within him while Cheng Huang held the Fushi cauldron. He was ready to attack as well. The 2 of them could sense that Zhuowen was in danger. If they did not take action, Zhuowen might die. Once Zhuowen died, the 2 of them would be finished as well. As a result, they were forced to take action. Even if they had to exhaust their origin energy, they had to protect Zhuowen. However, just as Xiao He and Cheng Huang were about to take action, a sharp black bolt of lightning suddenly shot over. It shot out from behind Zhuowen and slammed into the sword light. Crackle! Crackle! The moment the black bolt of lightning struck the sword light, countless strands of black lightning rapidly spread across the entire sword light. Afterwards, the sword light directly dispersed under the entanglement of the strands of lightning. The moment the sword light dispersed, the masked man's eyes narrowed to the size of needles. He stared fixedly at the black bolt of lightning. His originally calm eyes finally revealed an intense change. The black bolt of lightning was extremely sharp. After devouring the sword light, it was completely unharmed. It directly shot towards the masked man, causing the air to crackle as it passed by. The masked man hurriedly retreated. He wielded his sword in his right hand and swung it again and again. Strands of sword light gathered into a huge crescent-shaped sword light that instantly slammed into the black bolt of lightning. Rumble! The sword light erupted with dazzling light the moment it collided with the black bolt of lightning. It actually managed to block the bolt of lightning. However, the sword light did not last for very long before it collapsed. The black bolt of lightning shot out once more. It was like a specter in the night. Although it seemed slightly dim, it was still as sharp as before. The masked man's eyes were filled with graveness. He retreated once more, retreating several tens of thousands of meters away. He wielded his sword in his right hand as he formed a seal with his left hand and suddenly pressed it against the blade. Immortal technique, chaotic sword cutting the sky. As he spoke, the masked man quickly swung his sword 9 times. 9 strands of sword chi descended from the void in a chaotic manner and crashed into the black bolt of lightning. Bang! 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 9 strands of sword chi superimposed on one another. Their power actually underwent a qualitative change. When they collided with the black bolt of lightning, countless continuous roars resounded, causing the entire fragment to quake. The space within a few thousand meters suddenly turned into a black hole. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Where did the black bolt of lightning come from? Moreover, it seemed that the black bolt of lightning was helping him. Thinking of this, Zhuowen could not help but turn around. Then his eyes were fixed on the colorful vortex. In the colorful vortex, he saw a round eyeball looking at Zhuowen with confusion and attachment. This made Zhuowen involuntarily take a few steps back. "What is this?" Zhuowen whispered with a grave look. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the whole fragment shook even more violently. Even Zhuowen staggered a little. The fierce black bolt of lightning was finally annihilated under the bombardment of the 9 strands of sword chi. The masked man, on the other hand, was filled with a murderous aura. He rushed out from the dust with a long sword in his hand and his hair dancing in the wind. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. The moment he was about to take a defensive posture, the eyeball behind him showed a trace of displeasure. Immediately, 3 black bolts of lightning flashed out of the eyeball's pupil. These 3 black bolts of lightning were exactly the same as the previous one. The aura they revealed was not much weaker than the previous one. The black bolt of lightning was released by this eyeball. Zhuowen could not help but exclaim in surprise. He stared at the eyeball behind him with bright eyes. Perhaps because it had completely released 3 black bolts of lightning, the eyeball seemed a little tired. On the other hand, the expression of the person with the ghost face mask, who had rushed over, changed drastically the instant the 3 black lightning bolts rushed over. Without even thinking, he immediately turned around and fled. The black lightning just now had forced him to use his strongest immortal technique, the chaotic sword severing the heavens. Now that 3 black lightning bolts had burst out at the same time, it was not something he could resist at all. Therefore, he decisively gave up on chasing Zhuowen and chose to flee. The person with the ghost face mask was extremely fast, and he quickly disappeared from the boundary of the fragment continent. The 3 black lightning bolts stopped the moment they reached the edge of the fragment continent. With a hiss, they returned to the eyeball one after another. At this moment, the eyeball slowly turned around. Its dark pupils were facing Zhuowen. Zhuowen could not help but take a few steps back. His scalp was numb. If this eyeball could force the masked man to retreat, then it would be easy for this eyeball to kill him. Therefore, before he knew the purpose of this eyeball, Zhuowen did not dare to move at will. Just as Zhuowen was secretly afraid of this eyeball, it narrowed its eyes and let out a cheerful hiss. It swept around Zhuowen and lingered around Zhuowen. It seemed to be very happy. What's going on? This eyeball. Looking at the strange behavior of the eyeball, Zhuowen was surprised. Then the eyeball fell on the back of Zhuowen's hand and intimately touched the back of his hand. Immediately, it gave Zhuowen a human-like look toward the colorful vortex in front of him, as if urging Zhuowen to enter the colorful vortex. This eyeball wants me to enter the colorful vortex? Zhuowen frowned slightly, but his heart was hesitant. The colorful vortex did not look simple. He did not know if he would be in danger if he entered. However, the eyeball in front of him could force the man with the ghost face mask to retreat, and the power of the black lightning was too great, which made him very afraid. If he did not follow the instructions of the eyeball, he did not know if it would bring about a fatal disaster. "Boy, go in and take a look. This eyeball does not look malicious. If it wants to kill you, it will be easy." Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Chapter 1699, That Immortal Chi. What a rich energy this is! The moment Zhuowen entered the seven-colored vortex, he felt an extremely rich energy rush towards him. He only took a small breath and felt his whole body become refreshed and warm. Pissed, pissed, pissed. The eyeball instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. It looked around and finally fell on Zhuowen, as if it was trying to tell Zhuowen something. Zhuowen looked around and found that the surroundings were filled with milky white light. The inside of the light was oval, as if Zhuowen was inside a round egg. Moreover, the inside was filled with milky white gas. This gas was extremely rich and had turned into a white fog, making it difficult for people to see the specific environment and scenery around them. Zhuowen gradually breathed in the milky, white gas around him, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. The energy contained in this milky white gas was extremely mysterious. As soon as it entered his body, it flowed through his meridians and into his dantian, forming a powerful saint energy. Moreover, the saint energy formed by this milky white gas gathering in his dantian was much stronger and more resilient than ordinary saint energy. Moreover, from the eyeball's actions just now, Zhuowen could vaguely guess that this eyeball wanted him to absorb the milky white gas inside. This is immortal chi. I didn't expect that this seven-colored vortex actually contains immortal chi. Xiao He couldn't help but exclaim in his sea of consciousness. Her expression was full of excitement. Immortal chi? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully. Xiao He was still in a state of excitement. After calming down with great difficulty, she slowly explained the immortal chi to Zhuowen. In ancient times, the reason why martial arts were so prosperous was actually inseparable from this immortal chi. In that era, what existed in the air was not the current yuan chi, but this so-called immortal chi. This immortal chi was many times more advanced than yuan chi. It was precisely because of the existence of immortal chi that there were so many capable people in ancient times. There were even deities. In that era, the limitations of immortal techniques were not so great. Even profound sages and heavenly sages could rely on immortal chi to perform immortal techniques. That era was the best era for martial artists. However, after the catastrophe, the continent was broken apart, and the immortal chi degenerated into yuan chi. Because of this, martial arts had also degenerated for countless years. At this point, Xiao He translation editor. Endless fantasy translation at this point, Xiao He editor. Endless fantasy translation editor. Endless fantasy translation. Immortal chi. Even if your cultivation hasn't reached immortal sage realm, and immortal chi, Xiao He translation. Immortal chi translation. Immortal chi translation, even if your cultivation realm, immortal realm. Immortal realm, translation. Zhuo. Wen's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He stared fixedly at the surrounding immortal chi and said, "No wonder I felt warm and extremely comfortable after absorbing the immortal chi in the surroundings. So this is immortal chi from the ancient times." However, after the catastrophe, didn't the immortal chi degenerate? Why is there still immortal chi here? Moreover, the immortal chi here is extremely rich. I'm afraid that such rich immortal chi is extremely rare even in ancient times. Speaking of this, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Obviously, he did not understand why there was still immortal chi here, and what was the origin of this eyeball. The black lightning that was spitting out from this eyeball was very powerful. It was actually able to force the person with the ghost mask to not dare to fight back at all. He directly turned around and fled. It was really shocking. All these doubts remained in Zhuowen's heart, causing him to ponder deeply and be puzzled. Finally, he looked at Xiao He. In his sea of consciousness, Xiao He spread out her hands and smiled bitterly. "You don't have to look at me. I don't know what's going on either. The battlefield I was in back then was only the tip of the iceberg. Coupled with the fact that my strength was limited, I was unable to come into contact with the battle at the highest level. It's useless for you to ask me. Zhuowen sighed gently. He knew that Xiaohe really did not know. It seemed that there were many mysteries surrounding the catastrophe back then. However, he also knew that as his strength continued to increase, the truth of the catastrophe would gradually come to light. Right now, what Zhuowen needed was to continuously increase his strength. Only those who were powerful had the right to know the ancient secrets. Since there's immortal qi here, I might as well cultivate here. With that, Zhuowen sat down with his legs crossed and began to use the immortal qi here to cultivate. When the eyeball that hovered nearby saw Zhuowen sitting down to cultivate, its eyes were filled with joy. Just as Zhuowen entered the seven-colored whirlpool to cultivate, the man with the ghost face mask slowly appeared in the void thousands of miles away from the fragment. At that moment, the man with the ghost face mask was in a rather sorry state. The 3 black lightning bolts were very powerful. If he had not escaped the fragment in time and the black lightning bolts could not leave the fragment, he would have been in imminent danger. The man with the ghost face mask's eyes flickered. In the end, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he chose a fragment near the 7-colored whirlpool and hollowed it out with a sword. Then he sank into the depths of the fragment and began to wait silently. He knew that Zhuowen could not stay in the 7-colored whirlpool forever. There would be a day when he would come out. The day when Zhuowen came out, he would be able to completely capture Zhuowen. After all, he had always followed orders. If he could not complete the mission, he would not return. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, the Wind and Thunder Clan and the Ice and Fire Clan had kept a very low profile. However, even though the 2 great clans kept a very low profile, there were more and more rumors about Lei Qingtian and Jiang Zuomei disappearing in the shattered nightmare abyss for 2 years. However, the most widespread rumor was that Lei Qingtian, the head of the Thunder branch of the Wind and Thunder Clan, and Jiang Zuomei, the head of the Ice and Fire Clan, had both died in the shattered nightmare abyss with Zhuowen. In the face of such rumors, the 2 clans maintained a rare silence and did not come forward to defend themselves. The silence of the 2 clans caused the rumors to spread even more widely and had a tendency to become more and more intense. On the other hand, Zhuowen's name had thoroughly spread throughout the central region. Although everyone knew that Zhuowen would most likely die in the shattered nightmare abyss, it was absolutely worth it to have 2 earthly immortals accompany him to the grave. On this day, 2 figures stood quietly at the edge of the cliff of the shattered nightmare abyss. The strange thing was that the 2 figures were rather strange. Although they stood at the edge of the cliff, their auras were faintly discernible. If one did not look carefully, they would be treated as air. One of them was a middle-aged man with long, flowing hair that fluttered in the wind. He gave off a free and unrestrained aura, while the other was an old man with white hair and a youthful complexion. He was dressed in an amber-white arcanist robe, and he seemed to be in high spirits. The 2 stood quietly like this. Finally, the old man spoke. "Divine Lord, that existence's head should be in the deepest part of the shattered nightmare abyss. If I'm not wrong, that existence's body should have been dismembered and left in one of the 6 danger zones. The thing here is the head." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I really didn't expect that such an existence would be dismembered. The person who is called the strongest person on the heavenly armor continent back, then, is indeed extraordinary. The strongest person is indeed extraordinary. After all, that person has been plotting for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if his cultivation is not as high as that existence's, his intelligence and scheming are the best in the world. Even that existence was tricked. The title of the strongest person is not baseless." The old man sighed softly. A rare look of admiration appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the old man was quite convinced of the so-called strongest person on the heavenly armor continent. Even if he was the strongest person, even if he had been plotting for hundreds of thousands of years. So what? In the end, he still couldn't break free from his shackles. In the face of absolute power, he still fell. However, the powerful existence he plotted against didn't die. It was just dismembered. The middle-aged man called the divine Lord sneered and said arrogantly. The old man bowed slightly and didn't say much. However, his eyes revealed a trace of disapproval. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Now, let's enter the shattered nightmare abyss and explore. If we can really find that existence's head, then it will be much easier for us to gather the other parts. The old man shook his head. The middle-aged man nodded. Soon after, he lifted his right foot and an enormous force emanated from the bottom of his foot. This force was too terrifying. With a single step, the terrifying black wind at the bottom of the abyss was completely annihilated, revealing the bottomless abyss below. If someone were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked and their hearts would beat wildly. The terror of the black wind in the shattered nightmare abyss was well known in the central mainland. Even earthly immortals wouldn't dare to enter the black wind at will. However, this man only lifted his foot and took a step. Just like that, the black wind that plagued countless warriors in the central mainland was temporarily annihilated. Let's go. The middle-aged man's eyes were calm, as if he had just done a very ordinary thing. Immediately, he took a step and plunged directly into the depths of the shattered nightmare abyss. His speed was as fast as lightning. Wherever he passed, countless hissing sounds of the wind resounded. The old man pondered for a moment. With a wave of his sleeve, surging mind power lingered around his body. Immediately, he chased after the middle-aged man at an extremely fast speed. Not long after the two entered the shattered nightmare abyss, the black wind that had disappeared above the abyss gradually reappeared. It was dense and looked particularly terrifying. In the depths of the shattered nightmare abyss, in the space of the fragment continent to the east of the seven-colored vortex, Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 1700. Heaven-defying sacred realm. Over the past 2 years, immortal qi had been constantly nourishing Zhuowen's meridians and acupoints, allowing Zhuowen's cultivation to reach the peak of the sky sacred realm. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Taking a deep breath, he opened his meridians and began to frantically absorb the immortal qi around him. Although he had been constantly absorbing immortal qi over the past 2 years, he had basically used it to temper himself instead of immediately absorbing immortal qi to raise his cultivation. He knew very well that he had just reached the sky sacred realm not long ago, so his foundation was not very stable. If he immediately absorbed immortal qi to raise his cultivation, not only would it not be beneficial to him, but it would also bring great hidden dangers. Therefore, over the past 2 years, Zhuowen had been using immortal qi to temper his foundation. This was just like laying a foundation. As long as the foundation was deep enough, the building he built on it would be extremely stable and would not fall. Although 2 years was a short period of time, with immortal qi, which was a surging energy that far surpassed Yuan qi, the efficiency of polishing his foundation was much faster than usual. These 2 years were enough for him to completely stabilize his Sky Saint realm. This was also why Zhuowen dared to break through to the Sky Sacred Realm now and was not afraid of any hidden dangers. The immortal qi kept pouring into Zhuowen's acupoints, followed the countless meridians in Zhuowen's body, and rushed into his dantian. Zhuowen's aura also grew stronger as the immortal qi poured into his body. The moment his aura reached its peak, Zhuowen was stunned and frowned slightly. With the influx of immortal qi, the moment he tried to break through the barrier of the heaven-defying saint stage, he actually felt an extremely strong resistance, preventing Zhuowen from taking the final step of the breakthrough. I've been accumulating immortal qi for 2 years, but I still can't break through to the heaven-defying sacred realm. Zhuowen sighed softly. He also knew that he had broken through too quickly. It was too unrealistic for him to directly jump from the early stage of the sky sacred realm to the heaven-defying sacred realm in 2 years. After all ordinary Empyrean saint stage, saints would need to accumulate for hundreds or thousands of years before attempting to break through to the heaven-defying saint stage. However, Zhuowen only needed 2 years. Although Zhuowen's progress was indeed fast with the help of the divine qi, 2 years was too short. If Zhuowen accumulated the divine qi for more than 10 years, he might be able to smoothly break through to the heaven-defying saint realm. Just as Zhuowen sighed and was about to withdraw the immortal qi that was entering his body, the eyeball that was floating not far away and had been watching Zhuowen all this time suddenly screeched and flew over. Instantly, all the immortal qi in the entire space gathered in the eyeball. In an instant, the space that was originally filled with immortal qi changed drastically. There was no longer any immortal qi in the surroundings, and the eyeball swept in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen stared at the eyeball and suddenly realized that there was a 7-colored vortex in the pupil of the eyeball. Then, the 7-colored vortex suddenly swept out and floated above Zhuowen's Tianling acupoint. Clatter! The moment the 7-colored vortex floated above Zhuowen's Tianling acupoint, a huge amount of immortal qi condensed into a rotating column of qi and poured into Zhuowen's Tianling acupoint. In an instant, as the pure immortal qi poured into Zhuowen's body, the aura in Zhuowen's body surged and became much stronger. The strong resistance that had been preventing Zhuowen from breaking through to the heaven-defying saint realm showed signs of loosening under the infusion of the pure immortal qi. As time passed, an hour later, the immortal qi that gushed out of the 7-colored vortex underwent a qualitative change. In an instant, it became much larger and broke through the resistance of breaking through to the heaven-defying saint realm. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this instant, Zhuowen's long hair and clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Moreover, the bearing he emanated seemed completely different, and the aura on his body was many times stronger than before. The formless qi turned into ring-shaped ripples that filled the entire space, and an ear-piercing, hissing sound rang out. It was as if the air was being torn apart at all times. "I've reached the heaven-defying saint realm." Zhuowen's eyes could not hide his excitement, but soon his attention fell on the eyeball in front of him. He did not understand why the eyeball had helped him so many times. The person who had released the black lightning to help him drive away the grimace mask was now pouring all the immortal qi here into his body to help him smoothly break through to the heaven-defying saint realm. Hiss! Perhaps it had noticed Zhuowen's gaze. The eyeball hissed and rushed to Zhuowen. It rubbed the back of Zhuowen's hand intimately like a docile kitten. "This eyeball is sticking to you, but its origin is unknown. Boy, what are you going to do with it?" Xiao He asked in a low voice. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. "This eyeball has no malice towards me, and the black lightning on it is extremely powerful. Perhaps it will be of great help to me. I plan to take it with me." Xiao He fell silent and then said in a low voice, "This thing comes from the core of the shattered elephant abyss. Its origin is strange, and the 7-color vortex is even more unpredictable. If you plan to take it with you, you have to be careful at all times." Zhuowen's face turned serious, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Then he nodded and said, "I will pay attention to this." With that, Zhuowen took out a crystal from his ribs and opened it, indicating for the eyeball to enter it. The eyeball, however, shook its eyeball like a human. Soon after, it burrowed into Zhuowen's clothes and rested comfortably in one of his pockets. Seeing that the eyeball was unwilling to enter the storage crystal, Zhuowen did not force it. He put away the storage crystal, patted the eyeball, and then looked at the entrance of the 7-colored vortex. Based on the character of the man with the ghost face mask, I'm afraid he will not give up. I'm afraid he is still waiting for me outside. But now that I have 2 earthly immortal realm primordial spirits and this eyeball, I may not be afraid of the man with the ghost face mask. Now is the best time to go out. With that, Zhuowen took a step forward and walked out of the seven-colored whirlpool. He landed on the eastern fragment. Walking out of the seven-colored vortex, Zhuowen's eyes quickly fell on the other three seven-colored vortexes on the other three continents, as well as the huge seven-colored vortex surrounded by the other four continents. There's such rich divine qi in this seven-colored vortex. I wonder if the other three vortexes and the huge main vortex are the same? Zhuowen stared at the other seven-colored vortexes and murmured in a low voice. However, as soon as Zhuowen finished speaking, the eyeball lying in his arms suddenly hissed and floated in front of Zhuowen. The eyeball revealed a dignified and frightened look, and it shook its head like a human. Do you mean that I shouldn't enter the other seven-colored vortexes? Are there dangers in the other seven-colored vortexes? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that the eyeball was suddenly so nervous. He was afraid that the other seven-colored vortexes were dangerous places. The eyeball nodded its head in a very human-like manner, indicating that it agreed with Zhuowen. Is that so? Zhuowen frowned slightly and glanced at the other seven-colored vortexes. He always felt that there was something strange about this place. Moreover, the eyeball's behavior made him very puzzled. If it weren't for the fact that the eyeball had saved him and showed no hostility, Zhuowen wouldn't have believed it. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was pondering, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly swept over. Immediately, the man with the ghost face mask rushed over, holding a long sword in his hand. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, he rushed over in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant he was dozens of meters in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen slowly raised his head and stared at the man with the ghost face mask who was rushing over. A mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The moment the man with the ghost face mask rushed over, the eyeball suddenly crossed in front of Zhuowen, and a fierce black lightning flashed out of its pitch-black pupil. The black lightning cut through the air and immediately arrived in front of the man with the ghost face mask with a rumbling sound. The moment he saw the black lightning, the man with the ghost face mask's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He hurriedly stopped his figure that was rushing over. He raised the sword in his right hand and swung it upwards. A terrifying sword qi soared into the sky and stood on top of the black lightning. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, the moment the sword qi came into contact with the black lightning, it immediately emitted a series of crisp sounds. Then, the sword qi was completely swallowed up by the black lightning. The man with the ghost face mask stepped on the ground and retreated, wanting to avoid the black lightning. However, the moment he retreated, an incomparably huge hull suddenly appeared behind him and smashed down fiercely. The face of the man with the ghost face mask changed slightly. He swung his right hand and slashed out with his sword, blocking the Azure Dragon Palace. However, after being delayed by the Azure Dragon Palace, the black lightning immediately caught up. The man with the ghost face mask had no choice but to use the heaven-slashing, chaotic sword again. However, this time, the 9 sword qis he sent out were no longer attacks. Instead, they surrounded his body and formed a layer of powerful sword qi defense. Pitter-patter, the sound of firecrackers rang out. Countless black electric threads, like innumerable small snakes, surrounded the 9 sword qis and constantly and slowly wore down the defense of the 9 sword qis. The killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes grew stronger. The man with the ghost face mask was extremely mysterious and had targeted him many times. If he let the man with the ghost face mask escape like this, Zhuowen was really unwilling. It seems that the only way to completely kill the man with the ghost face mask is to use the primordial spirit self-explosion. Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a primordial spirit sealed by countless spells from the spirit ring. This primordial spirit was Lei Qingtian's primordial spirit. The primordial spirit self-explosion was Zhuowen's most powerful and terrifying trump card. Moreover, it was only a one-time use. After using it once, it could not be used again. Its power was very terrifying, but at the same time it could not be used again. Therefore, Zhuowen did not intend to use it unless it was really a critical moment. However, Zhuowen did not want to let go of the man with the ghost face mask in front of him. Moreover, Zhuowen also wanted to find out who the man with the ghost face mask was. Therefore, he resolutely took out a primordial spirit. Zhuowen made a gesture with his right hand and suddenly touched the surface of the primordial spirit. Then his right hand grabbed the primordial spirit and threw it towards the man with the ghost face mask. Chapter 17:01. Primordial Spirit Explosion Whoosh. At this moment, the primordial spirit was like a bomb that could explode at any time. The aura that was brewing on its surface became more and more terrifying. When the primordial spirit arrived in front of the man with the ghost mask, its terrifying aura reached its peak. At this moment, the man with the ghost mask was holding a sword in his right hand. With the help of the 9 powerful sword chis, he was constantly offsetting the strange black lightning on the surface of the primordial spirit. When the black lightning was about to be annihilated by him, his expression changed greatly. He stared at the primordial spirit that was approaching him. A strong sense of crisis brewed in his mind. This sense of crisis was so strong that it made the man with the ghost mask's heart beat wildly. A strong sense of fear arose in his heart. Primordial spirit of an earthly immortal. The man with the ghost mask naturally saw the true face of the primordial spirit. The fear in his heart reached its peak. He screamed and retreated rapidly. He did not expect that Zhuowen would take out the primordial spirit of an earthly immortal. Although he knew that Jiang Zuomei was killed by Zhuowen and her primordial spirit was taken away, he never expected that this boy could control the primordial spirit to self-explode. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to control the primordial spirit to self-explode. Basically, it required the strength of an earthly immortal. However, this boy had not reached the earthly immortal level yet, but he could control the primordial spirit to self-explode. This was really incredible. The aura of the primordial spirit was getting stronger and stronger, revealing a terrifying sense of destruction. It was clearly a sign that it was about to explode. Retreat quickly. The man with the ghost mask retreated rapidly without hesitation. Unfortunately, Zhuowen would not let him succeed. However, the moment the primordial spirit was within 100 meters of the man, Zhuowen immediately detonated the primordial spirit with a thought. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sound of continuous explosions resounded in the void. Then, clusters of extremely terrifying explosions came one after another and spread out, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of feet. Such a huge explosion caused Zhuowen to continuously retreat until he was out of the range of the explosion. Only then did he look at the world-destroying explosion with shock in his eyes. I didn't expect that the explosion of the primordial spirit would produce such a terrifying force. This force should be enough to blast an earth immortal to death, right? Zhuowen was deeply shocked by the power of the explosion. He knew very well that if he, Zhuowen, was at the center of the explosion, he would definitely die. The power of the explosion was terrifying. The entire shattered nightmare abyss seemed to shake because of it, and the nearest rainbow vortex and 4 continents were also enveloped by the explosion. However, what made Zhuowen cautious was that the 7-colored vortex was like an incomparably hard iron stone. It radiated outwards and enveloped the 4 continents. The instant the explosion spread over, it did not move at all, and was not affected by the explosion at all. The explosion lasted for half an incense stick of time. Finally, it slowly disappeared. Soon after, it revealed the mess within 100,000 feet in front of them, apart from the 4 continents enveloped by the 7-colored vortex. All the fragments within the range of a few 100,000 meters had been shattered into pieces. However, before the explosion, Zhuowen had already stored the fragment with the transmission array in the Azure Dragon Palace and the spirit ring space in advance. Zhuowen looked over and immediately noticed that not far away from the explosion, there was an enormous sword-shaped phantom that was a few hundred meters in size, quietly floating in the air. In the shadow of the sword, the man with the ghost mask was curled up with a pale face. At this moment, the surface of the shadow of the sword began to be filled with countless cracks, and the cracks grew more and more. In the end, it collapsed with a loud bang. The man with the ghost mask, who was curled up inside, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and the long sword in his hand also collapsed into nothingness. The man with the ghost mask stared at Zhuo. He wanted to speak, but he spat out another mouthful of blood and directly fainted. Whoosh! Zhuo instantly rushed to the front of the man with the ghost mask. The eyeball followed closely beside him. At the same time, Zhuo set up powerful defensive measures around his body, just in case. Zhuo formed a seal with his right hand, and sharp spikes grew out of the fingertips formed by the slaughtering finger of the netherworld. He suddenly and silently stabbed at the neck of the man with the devil mask. However, the moment the slaughtering finger was about to penetrate the neck of the man with the ghost mask, Zhuo narrowed his eyes and stopped the movement of his right finger. Forget it. Let's see who this person is first. It won't be too late to kill him later. Zhuo's eyes flickered. He slowly withdrew the slaughtering finger, stretched out his right hand, and lifted the ghost mask on the man's face. A pale and rather handsome young man's face suddenly appeared in front of Zhuo. The man's eyes were closed, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead, as if he was having a nightmare. When Zhuo's eyes fell on the man's face, he could not help but be stunned. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he gasped and said, "It's him? How is it possible? How can he advance so quickly? It's only been a little more than 10 years. At this moment, Zhuo's eyes were full of confusion, doubt, and inexplicable shock. Zhuo, let's go. I feel 2 extremely powerful auras approaching quickly. These 2 auras are very terrifying, far surpassing that of an earthly immortal. If we are discovered by these 2 people, you and I won't be able to leave." Suddenly, Xiao Hei in the sea of consciousness exclaimed, her voice full of shock. Zhuo was startled. He hadn't noticed the 2 powerful auras at all. However, he knew that Xiao Hei's divine sense was much stronger than his divine sense. Xiao Hei was usually able to sense things that were further away than him. "Let's go." Zhuo didn't waste any time. With a wave of his sleeve, the devouring curse seal continuously shot out and immediately sealed the person with the ghost mask. After putting the ghost mask into the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhuo took out the fragment with the teleportation array in the hall. After entering the fragment, Zhuo quickly found the transmission formation hidden in the deepest part of the fragment under the guidance of Xiao Hei. Without thinking, he activated the devouring curse without hesitation. At this moment, in the void hundreds of thousands of miles away, the middle-aged man and the old man were slowly shuttling through countless fragments. There's a big commotion in the Broken Fong Abyss. There seems to be a great battle in the deepest part of the Broken Fong Abyss. Let's hurry over and take a look. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The space in front of him suddenly distorted, and he disappeared along with the distortion. The movement technique used by the middle-aged man at this moment was extraordinary. It was much faster than the teleportation of an earthly immortal. If anyone saw the middle-aged man's movement technique, they would definitely cry out in surprise. This was because the movement technique used by the middle-aged man was not teleportation, but teleportation above teleportation. The speed of this teleportation was many times faster than teleportation. Teleportation allowed one to travel to any location within 10,000 miles in an instant. Teleportation above teleportation allowed one to travel 100,000 miles in an instant. Its speed was 10 times faster than teleportation. As for those who were able to teleport, only those whose cultivation base was at the heavenly immortal realm and above could master it. The old man looked at the middle-aged man who had teleported away with a touch of envy in his eyes. He said, "There are so many benefits to being a celestial saint realm expert. This old man is really envious of the ability to teleport and teleport." Having said that, the old man waved his sleeve. Immediately, a sparkling and translucent crystal floated above the old man's palm. Then the old man squeezed it. Immediately, endless energy gushed out from the crystal and formed an invisible vortex. The old man took a step forward and immediately entered the vortex, disappearing on the spot. In just a few breaths' time, the middle-aged man and the old man both arrived at the core of the shattered nightmare abyss. Their gazes first fell on the 7-colored vortex, and the corners of their mouths curled up. However, their gazes soon fell on Zhuowen, who was in the debris not far away. At this moment, Zhuowen had already activated the teleportation array. Perhaps sensing something, he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the middle-aged man and the old man. The moment his gaze fell on them, it was as if countless bombs had exploded in his mind. The noise was so loud that Zhuowen's ears buzzed. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, which was filled with the smell of blood. This is too terrifying. Who are these two people? At this moment, Zhuowen's heart was beating wildly. Without thinking, he immediately lifted his right foot and stepped into the array. However, the moment he stepped into the array, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. An extremely powerful white light burst out from his eyes. With just one look, endless majesty and pressure erupted. It was as if countless mountains were crushing down on Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's body stiffened, and he couldn't move. This person is too terrifying. He froze me in place with just one look. Zhuowen groaned inwardly. He didn't expect that two such terrifying experts would suddenly appear in the shattered nightmare abyss. His heart was filled with bitterness. The middle-aged man looked down at Zhuowen indifferently and said, "It's really strange that a little guy of the heaven-defying saint stage can still survive in the shattered nightmare abyss." The old man next to him opened and closed his nose. His eyes flashing, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the explosion just now was the self-destruction of the primordial spirit of an Earth immortal." How strange! Why would an Earth immortal be willing to self-destruct? Self-destruction of an Earth immortal? The middle-aged man looked surprised. Apparently, he was also surprised by the self-destruction of an Earth immortal. After all, those who could cultivate to the Earth immortal realm were basically brilliant people who had experienced countless years of cultivation to reach the level of an Earth immortal. If it wasn't a moment of life and death, an Earth immortal wouldn't risk his primordial spirit not to self-destruct. After all, after the primordial spirit self-destructed, it wouldn't enter the reincarnation cycle and would completely disappear from the world. The price to pay was great, but now the Earth immortal had self-destructed. There was no doubt that someone had forced the Earth immortal into a moment of life and death. Chapter 1702. Myriad elephant ceiling formation. Zhuowen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The pressure from the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man and the old man was far too great. The pressure far exceeded that of Lei Qingtian, Jiang Zuomei, and the man with the devil mask. Even Feng Lei Wuji and Jiang Binghan were slightly weaker than the two of them. Just what kind of existences are these two? They're actually exerting such a terrifying pressure on me. Zhuowen knew the situation was bad. Although he wanted to struggle with all his might, he sadly discovered that he couldn't move at all. The middle-aged man's gaze was like the might of heaven, firmly suppressing him. What Zhuowen didn't notice was that the eyeball in his arms was like a dead fish the moment the middle-aged man and the old man appeared. It lay motionless in Zhuowen's arms, and even its aura had completely vanished. The middle-aged man and the old man's attention clearly wasn't completely focused on Zhuowen. They only casually glanced at Zhuowen before looking at the core of the rainbow vortex. That existence's head should be stored in this rainbow vortex. This rainbow vortex should be a seal laid down by the strongest person on the heavenly armor continent, Songjia. This seal isn't simple, the middle-aged man said indifferently. As soon as the middle-aged man said that, Zhuowen, who was standing in front of the teleportation formation, noticed that Xiaohei in his sea of consciousness trembled as if she had heard something extremely shocking. Zhuowen was surprised. He couldn't help but ask Xiaohei, "Xiaohei, what's wrong?" Xiaohei hovered in the air in his sea of consciousness. Her gaze was filled with complicated emotions, while Cheng Huang's carefree expression had vanished. It was replaced with an extremely solemn expression. Xiaohei fell silent for a while. In the end, she sighed softly and said, "Nothing. I was just distracted for a moment." Cheng Huang, who hovered beside Xiaohei, originally wanted to say something, but a glare from Xiaohei silenced him. Zhuowen naturally noticed Xiaohei and Cheng Huang's expressions. He originally wanted to continue asking, but Xiaohei interrupted him. "Kid, you still have the time to think about such unimportant things? You should be thinking about how to break free from the suppression on you right now." Zhuowen smiled bitterly when he heard that. This person is too strong. Just the might contained in a single glance is enough to make me tremble. I'm unable to move. How am I supposed to break free? Xiaohei and Cheng Huang exchanged glances. Xiaohei and Cheng Huang. Xiaohei and Cheng Huang's glare. Xiaohei and Cheng Huang looked. Huang and then Huang are Xiaohei and Huang were. Hey studio Ching and Huang glare Chin where was studio in was studio where was. Once you break free from the suppression, immediately leave through the teleportation formation. Don't hesitate at all. Zhuowen nodded solemnly. He raised his head to look at the middle-aged man and old man. Sure enough, he noticed that the middle-aged man and old man did not pay any attention to him. Or perhaps they had completely ignored Zhuowen. "If we work together, we might be able to break free from the seal," said the old man. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "However, I hope Elder Gu can set up the myriad sealing grand formation before we break open the seal. That way, we can prevent the existence sealed within from seizing the opportunity to escape once the seal is broken open." Elder Gu nodded and said, "You're right, Divine Master. I'll begin setting up the universal sealing formation right now." As he spoke, Elder Gu leaped up and instantly arrived above the seven-colored vortex. He slowly extended his emaciated right hand and suddenly pulled. Immediately, terrifying mental energy surged out. This mental energy was extremely powerful. It was like a boundless sea whistling over. Elder Gu's hands pointed at the void and suddenly formed a seal. Instantly, the spiritual sea turned into an invisible restriction. The range of the restriction was extremely large. It actually enveloped the seven-colored vortex and the four fragments. It was an extremely large area. Elder Gu's mental energy was able to envelop such a large area with it. Just how powerful was his mental energy? Although Zhuowen had just become a profound Saint Master and cultivated the myriad evolution scripture, his mental energy was extremely powerful. However, he could only radiate less than a quarter of the area of the four fragments. The difference between him and the old man was like heaven and earth. "He's a Saint Master?" Zhuowen stared at Elder Gu. His body trembled. It was as if thousands of bolts of lightning were exploding in his mind, causing Zhuowen's mind to go blank. "Chan Shui," Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented light. Back then, Xiaohei had said that it was possible for a Saint Master to completely awaken Mu Qinxue, and this old man before him was a ready-made Saint Master. Zhuowen knew that this was an opportunity. He's actually a Saint Master. In other words, these two people are from the primal Chaos Temple? Xiaohei's gaze passed through the heavy fog and finally landed on Elder Gu and the middle-aged man. Her eyes were filled with deep thought. At this moment, after Elder Gu set up the last restriction, he suddenly waved his sleeve. Instantly, the enormous restriction below him seemed to have a chain reaction, and it actually started to gather together. In the end, a myriad of illusions appeared on the surface of the restriction. The thousands of illusions contained endless suffering. If an ordinary person looked at it, they would probably lose their mind and end their own life. In addition to the endless illusions, the myriad creation sealing array also had an extremely powerful defense. It wasn't a problem at all to trap a heavenly immortal. Even a true immortal would have to weigh his own strength if he wanted to break through this defense. After he laid down the myriad creation sealing array, Elder Gu stomped his right foot, causing the thousands of illusions in the surroundings to instantly vanish and reveal the 7-colored vortex seal once more. Old Man Gu nodded at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man understood and took a step forward. He laughed and said, this time with the help of the ancient, all-encompassing sealing formation, subduing that head shouldn't be a problem. As he spoke, the middle-aged man clenched his right hand before curling his finger. The clouds in the horizon crushed down and actually formed an enormous finger that was over 10 kilometers long. The markings on the surface of the finger were extremely clear, and it seemed like a real person's finger. Starfall finger! The middle-aged man let out a low roar. He bent his finger and pointed downwards. Instantly, the finger descended like a huge mountain. The moment the finger descended, countless starlight swirled around the finger. It looked dazzling, as if it wasn't a finger that was descending, but a sky full of stars. Zhuowen stared at the descending starfall finger, and his expression changed slightly. He could sense the extremely terrifying energy contained within the starfall finger. Before this energy, he, Zhuowen, seemed so insignificant. In the end, the starfall finger blasted onto the 7-colored vortex and erupted with endless starlight. The starlight was like clusters of nebulae that revolved around the vortex. Its might was even greater than before. Terrifying explosions resounded from the 7-colored vortex. The 4 fragments surrounding the 7-colored vortex trembled violently. Then countless cracks began to appear on the surface of the 4 fragments. Moreover, the cracks rapidly spread until they finally collapsed into nothingness. At that moment, the 4 fragments had disappeared. Only the huge 7-colored vortex and the 4 300-meter-long 7-colored vortexes that were attached to it remained. Old Gu, help me break the last seal, the middle-aged man roared. Old Gu's gaze was solemn. He took a step forward and instantly formed dozens of seals with his right hand. Then, red formations appeared before him. As Old Gu continuously formed hand seals, more and more red formations appeared before him. When the number of red formations reached several thousand, Old Gu's eyes shone with sharpness. 1,000 formation image. Old Gu rushed to the middle-aged man's side and pointed with his right hand. Immediately, the seal formed by thousands of red formations was pointed out and landed on the 7-colored vortex. However, the moment the red seal landed on the 7-colored vortex, it immediately erupted with thousands of red formation shadows. In an instant, it completely enveloped the 7-colored vortex and the 4 smaller ones within it. In an instant, the explosions around the 7-colored vortex became even more violent. Then, cracks began to appear on the surface of the 7-colored vortex. Seeing the cracks, Old Gu and the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with excitement. Soon after, their attacks became even more violent. At that moment, the entire shattered nightmare abyss began to shake violently. The shaking was not localized but spread throughout the entire abyss. If someone stood outside the shattered nightmare abyss, they would clearly feel that the area within hundreds of thousands of miles around the abyss began to shake violently. It was as if a violent earthquake had occurred. The surrounding creatures fled at the sound of it, not daring to stay in the slightest. In the depths of the shattered nightmare abyss, as the middle-aged man and Old Gu worked together, the cracks on the surface of the 7-colored vortex began to spread. In the end, the 7-colored vortex began to completely collapse. The moment the seven-colored vortex collapsed, an extremely terrifying and powerful aura erupted from within. This aura was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to crush the world. Following the eruption of this terrifying aura, an extremely fast black shadow actually flew out from the collapsing seven-colored vortex. This black shadow was very fast. In an instant, it fled in the opposite direction of the middle-aged man and old Goo. Its speed was even faster than teleportation. This caused the middle-aged man and old Goo's pupils to shrink. Bang! However, the black shadow didn't manage to escape far before it crashed into the edge of the All-Creation Sealing Array. Immediately, it activated the All-Creation Sealing Array. The All-Creation Sealing Array was extremely powerful. When the black shadow slammed into the edge of the array, it immediately became dizzy and saw stars. It stopped its escape. As soon as the black shadow stopped, its true appearance was finally revealed. Zhuowen was surprised to find that the black shadow that escaped from the seven-color vortex was actually a head. Chapter 1703. The second eye. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered that this head with fluttering white hair had a single eye. Its right eye was tightly shut, and under its eyelid, there was a bloody scar that streaked across its cheek, giving it a rather ferocious appearance. Zhuowen stared at the head's tightly shut right eye. He could not help but glance at the eyeball that was playing dead in his arms, and he came to a sudden realization. He guessed that the eyeball was very likely the head's missing right eye. However, he was puzzled. Why did the right eye not return to the head but follow him? Zhuowen? Although he was filled with doubts, Zhuowen naturally could not pull out the eyeball at such a crucial moment. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the one-eyed head, the middle-aged man, or the old man, they were all extremely terrifying existences. The three of them only needed to pinch their fingers to kill him. He would not bring about his own death by taking out the eyeball. Moreover, the eyeball in his arms was currently playing dead. Its aura had completely vanished. It probably did not want to be found by the head. Who are the two of you? How dare you set up a restriction to prevent me from leaving? The head slowly turned its head. Its white hair fluttered without any wind. Its aura was like a mountain rising from the ground. It suddenly erupted, causing even the sky and earth to change color. Haha, the two of us are the benefactors who broke the seal of the Rainbow Whirlpool and released you. Is this how you treat your benefactors? The middle-aged man's gaze was indifferent, but he was not afraid of the head at all. He took a step forward, and his aura surged out like an erupting volcano. In an instant, the surrounding space froze. If it was not a head, but a complete human figure, perhaps the middle-aged man would not dare to fight it. However, it was only a head now, so he was not afraid at all. Beside the middle-aged man, Old Man Goo was not to be outdone either. He advanced together with the middle-aged man. Although his pressure was not as sharp as the middle-aged man's, it was not much weaker. Seeing Old Man Goo and the middle-aged man advancing together, the head's pupils constricted. Old Man Goo and the middle-aged man's aura was not much weaker than his. In a sense, they were even stronger. Damn it! If I hadn't been dismembered by Tsangjia and only have this head left, you two would be nothing more than ants in my eyes. How could I let you two ride on my head? The head said with a fearful gaze, "A real man does not boast about his past glory. Back then, you were indeed mighty and awe-inspiring. But now you are only a head. What can a mere head do to us?" The middle-aged man sneered and raised his right finger. Instantly, the falling star finger came crashing down from the sky. Countless stars revolved around the surface of the falling star finger. The falling star finger looked dazzling and powerful. When the falling star finger came crashing down, the head narrowed his eyes and revealed a cautious expression. He snorted coldly and said, "You forced me to do this." After saying that, the head took a deep breath and blew. Although the giant seven-colored whirlpool cracked, the 4 seven-colored whirlpools around it were intact. The moment the head blew, the seven-colored whirlpool closest to the head completely cracked. When the seven-colored whirlpool cracked, a black gas came out from it. The moment the black gas appeared, it transformed into a ferocious phantom of a giant hand. The giant hand was dark, and there were many black whirlpools around its arm. It looked as though there were countless black eyes on the arm. It looked quite strange. The phantom of the giant hand suddenly grabbed at the sky. It seemed as though the entire sky was being grabbed by it. It caused the surrounding sky to crack and black cracks to appear in the void. It looked extremely strange. The hand met the falling star finger. When the hand and the finger collided, the entire space seemed to freeze and fell into an extremely quiet state. Of course, this silence did not last for long before it was replaced by continuous explosions. Endless collapses appeared in the void, and these collapses were not intermittent. Instead, they were continuous and unending. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He gave Old Goo, who was beside him, a look. Old Goo understood and nodded. He formed a seal with his right hand and sent out seals. Countless red arrays appeared. 1,000 array image. Old Goo's right hand struck out in the void. Thousands of red arrays stacked together and formed an extremely deep red mark. The red mark flew out from Old Goo's right hand and imprinted on the giant black hand. Immediately, the giant black hand, which was originally on par with the falling star finger, fell into a state of decline and was even forced to retreat. The head's eyes were extremely gloomy. It took a deep breath and blew again. The second whirlpool exploded, and a black mark that was dozens of feet in size flew out from it. The black mark flew out and immediately imprinted on the giant black hand. Immediately, the giant black hand, which had fallen into a state of decline, suddenly exploded with an even more terrifying aura. It actually suppressed the falling star finger and the 1,000 array image. Bang! 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 With the support of the black mark, the giant black hand was much more powerful. The falling star finger did not last long before it completely collapsed. Immediately after, the 1,000 array image also completely shattered. The giant black hand did not lose its momentum. It suddenly landed on the heads of the middle-aged man and Old Goo. It was like a giant hand that covered the sky. It formed a huge black shadow that completely enveloped the two of them. The middle-aged man and Old Goo's expressions turned grave. The middle-aged man curled his right hand again and raised it to the sky. He said in a deep voice, "Meteor finger." As soon as he said that, endless meteors began to fall from the sky with the middle-aged man as the center. Among the countless meteors, a finger surrounded by countless meteors slowly stretched out from the void. This finger was fundamentally different from the falling star finger. The falling star finger surrounded the sky full of stars, but this meteor finger was derived from the meteors. Its power was much stronger than the falling star finger. The meteor finger pressed down and blasted on the giant black hand. It completely stopped the giant black hand from moving forward. The head's eyes were gloomy. It blew out 2 breaths and said coldly, "It seems that if I don't use my final trump card, the two of you won't let this go, right? Today, I'll let you 2 ants see my true strength." After blowing out 2 breaths of air, the remaining 2 7-colored vortexes completely collapsed. A large black halberd flew out from one of the 7-colored vortexes. Of course, this large black halberd was just like the large hand. It was also a formless and incorporeal shadow. However, even if it was just a shadow, the aura that the giant halberd displayed was still enough to make people tremble in fear. The space collapsed. The moment the large black halberd was grabbed by the large black hand, it flung out violently. Countless black halberd shadows shot out, enveloping tens of thousands of miles of space. Under the countless halberd shadows, the meteor finger started to tremble, as if it would collapse at any moment. After the giant black halberd flew out, the other 7-colored whirlpool also collapsed. However, after the 7-colored whirlpool collapsed, it was empty. When the white-haired head saw that the 4th whirlpool was empty, His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He couldn't help but roar, "Which damn bastard? How dare he take away my second eye? Who is it?" The white-haired head roared at the sky. However, his eyes quickly locked onto Old Goo and the middle-aged man. He roared, "It must be the two of you. What despicable ants! Today, I won't let the two of you go. Die!" The white-haired head let out a loud cry. Immediately, an extremely dense black fog erupted from its neck. This black fog began to continuously gather and squirm below its neck. Finally, it revealed an extremely muscular body. However, this body was formed by the black fog and looked slightly illusory. The right hand of this body was empty. The white-haired head whistled, and the big hand holding the black halberd suddenly swept over and finally stuck to the right hand of this body. The white-haired head clenched his right hand, and a terrifying light immediately erupted from his eyes. He sneered, "Although it's only an illusory body, it's enough to deal with the two of you. Hand over your lives. You're looking to die for taking away my second eye." With that, the white-haired head took a step forward and arrived before the middle-aged man and Old Goo in the blink of an eye. He swung his right hand, and the giant black halberd suddenly slashed out. It directly slashed towards the middle-aged man and Old Goo. The tip of the halberd shone with a dazzling black light. The black light was like black lightning. As the halberd swept out, it actually exploded. It was as if the entire space would collapse from a single swing of the halberd. The middle-aged man and Old Goo immediately became stern. The middle-aged man pointed with his finger again and said with a deep voice, "Celestial technique, chaotic star cloud finger." With that, extremely large nebulae appeared above the middle-aged man. The nebulae were arranged in an extremely chaotic manner and intertwined with each other. The nebulae intertwined chaotically and vaguely formed the embryonic form of a huge finger. It was as if the nebulae were arranged together to form the shape of a finger. It was completely natural. This finger was also the middle-aged man's ultimate finger. Its power was many times stronger than his previous falling star finger and meteor finger. It was as if the stars in the starry sky would fall from the sky as a result of this finger. Myriad formation image. Old Goo was not to be outdone. In an instant, he formed tens of thousands of red formations. Red ripples spread out as if the surrounding space was completely sealed. It was extremely terrifying. The chaotic star cloud finger and the myriad formation image crushed down together and finally clashed with the white-haired head. Boom! 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 The white-haired head wielded the giant black halberd and swung it. As if it was following some kind of heavenly law, it exploded with shocking energy of heaven and earth. Old Goo remained motionless in the myriad formation image. As for the middle-aged man, he was in the center of the chaotic star cloud finger. Countless nebulae surrounded the middle-aged man, making him look like a god or a demon. Chapter 1704. Devouring master the battle between the three of them was too terrifying. The entire broken skull abyss was shaking violently. Zhuowen, who was hundreds of thousands of feet away, was complaining in his heart. Although he had hidden far enough away to avoid the effects of the primordial spirit explosion, the three of them were not ordinary people. Even though he was far away, the aftermath of the battle still seriously affected Zhuowen. Pucci! Finally, the battle between the three of them became more and more intense. The aftermath of the battle was like a tsunami. Under the influence of the aftermath, Zhuowen's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. No, if this continues, I will definitely be killed by the aftermath of the battle. I have to push this fragment further away. Thinking of this, Zhuowen immediately summoned the Blood Immortal. As soon as the Blood Immortal appeared, she looked at Zhuowen with a fawning expression. However, when she saw Zhuowen standing motionless at the teleportation array, her eyes suddenly narrowed and emitted a strange light. But soon, the Blood Immortal realized the terrifying aftermath around her. Her body couldn't help but tremble. She subconsciously said, What a terrifying aftermath. Who are these 3 people? Don't talk nonsense. If you don't want to die, hurry up and push this fragment far away. These 3 people are too terrifying. If you don't leave, you and I will both die. Zhuowen coldly snorted. The Blood Immortal's eyes flashed. She grinned and said, "Master, don't worry. I will push this fragment further away." As she spoke, the Blood Immortal turned into a bloody light and rushed under the fragment. She reached out her claws and grabbed the bottom of the fragment. Then the Blood Immortal exploded with her speed and quickly fled away from the battle. The aftermath of the battle was too terrifying. The Blood Immortal naturally didn't dare to stay here for long. After all, the longer she stayed, the more dangerous it would be. After a while, the Blood Immortal rushed to the entrance of the Broken Skull Abyss and barely stopped. This place was millions of miles away from the core of the Broken Skull Abyss. The distance was extremely far, but even here, she could still feel the terrifying tremors. It was as if the entire Broken Skull Abyss was trembling under the tremors. Oh my God, what kind of monsters were those 3? It's as if I'm an ant that can be squashed to death at any time in front of them. It's too scary. The Blood Immortal let out a sigh of relief, but there was still a lingering fear in her eyes. The pressure that the 3 of them gave her was really too terrifying. Even though she was hiding far away, she still felt frightened. However, the Blood Immortal's eyes quickly fell on Zhuowen, who was not far away. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was motionless. The Blood Immortal squinted her eyes and smiled. "Master, what happened to you? Why are you standing there without moving? Are you practicing some kind of cultivation technique?" Zhuowen looked at the Blood Immortal indifferently and said, "You have done well. Now you can return to the Spirit Ring." The Blood Immortal's eyes slowly narrowed, but she suddenly smiled and said, "Master, why are you in such a hurry to let me return to the spiritual ring? This little one has just come out. Don't you want some fresh air?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He knew that the Blood Immortal had already found out something, but he still looked calm and said coldly, "Blood Immortal, are you going to try the taste of the blood mark again?" The Blood Immortal's eyes showed a trace of fear. Obviously, she was very afraid of the blood mark. But soon she grinned and said, "Master, I see that you can't move now. You can't use the blood mark, right? With Master's personality, if you use the blood mark, you won't say it out loud. Instead, you will use it directly to punish me." After saying this, the Blood Immortal silently observed Zhuowen. She found that Zhuowen was still motionless. Then she looked up to the sky and laughed. As expected, "Zhuowen, although I don't know what happened to you, but now that you can't move, you are finished." Saying this, the Blood Immortal stomped her right foot and suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. Her whole body was covered with blood thunder, like a terrifying ancient beast. Looking at the Blood Immortal rushing towards him, Zhuowen's eyes became colder. This Blood Immortal was really born to be rebellious. If anything happened to Zhuowen, or if his strength was not enough to threaten the Blood Immortal, she would immediately attack him. "Kid, the suppression on your body has been completely removed. This suppression was too terrifying. It took a lot of energy from me and the old fox." Suddenly, Xiao Hei's slightly tired voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Then Zhuowen only felt that the suppression on his body had receded like a tide, and he also regained his freedom of movement. At this moment, the Blood Immortal was only a few dozen meters away from Zhuowen. He could even clearly see the smug smile on the Blood Immortal's face. Zhuowen snorted coldly. His right hand formed a seal, and suddenly dozens of blood marks appeared. Once the blood marks appeared, the Blood Immortal held her head with both hands and couldn't help but scream. She directly fell to the ground and kept struggling. Her eyes were filled with blood red in pain. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. His right hand formed a seal again, and suddenly hundreds of blood marks appeared. When the hundreds of blood marks completely imprinted into the Blood Immortal's brain, the Blood Immortal exploded with an earth-shattering scream. "Master, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Master, please spare me." The Blood Immortal quickly kneeled on the ground and kept kowtowing to Zhuowen. Her face looked hideous because of the intense pain. Zhuowen ignored the Blood Immortal and said lightly, 49 days. Go into the spiritual ring and reflect on yourself. Saying this, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and put the Blood Immortal into the spiritual ring. The Blood Immortal inside the spiritual ring was screaming in pain, but she was secretly regretting. She knew that this pain would last for 49 days. She was very regretful now. She shouldn't have attacked Zhuowen before. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. After dealing with the Blood Immortal, Zhuowen didn't immediately leave the broken nightmare abyss. Instead, he first put the fragment that contained the teleportation array into the Black Dragon Palace. His eyes fell on the deepest part of the broken nightmare abyss. There, the middle-aged man, the old man, and the white-haired head were still fighting. From the current state of the battle, it would be difficult to determine the winner without a few thousand rounds of battle. Zhuowen silently watched the battle. The power of these three people was completely out of the scope of what Zhuowen could understand. Every move contained the truth of heaven and earth. It was as if their power was the strongest power born from heaven and earth. Xiao He flew in front of Zhuowen and said in a deep voice, "These three people all have the battle strength of a true immortal. Kid, watch carefully. Perhaps it will be hard for you to hide the benefits in the future." Zhuowen nodded. The battle between the three of them had indeed given him quite a bit of inspiration. However, the reason why he had stayed behind was not to comprehend the battle between the three of them, but because the old man was a Saint Master. "Qun Shui, I found a Saint Master." Zhuowen's eyes blurred as he murmured in a low voice. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen's appearance and couldn't help but sigh. Although it wanted to persuade him, it also knew that it was completely useless. It was very clear that Zhuowen had a very stubborn temper. For the person he loved, perhaps he could even sacrifice his life. The battle lasted for 3 months. During these 3 months, the entire shattered nightmare abyss was affected by the aftermath of the battle. The countless fragments in the abyss were all smashed to smithereens. During this period, Zhuowen often hid far away to avoid the powerful shock waves. Fortunately, he possessed the lightning wings, the laws of the void and the laws of the void, so he was able to avoid every single shock wave. Bastard, if it weren't for the fact that my second eye was taken away by someone, how could I have been suppressed and defeated by you two ants? I refused to accept this. Suddenly, the white-haired head that was fighting the battle roared loudly. Afterwards, his illusory body and black halberd collapsed. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and a dispirited expression appeared on his face. At the same time, the old man took a step forward with an extremely serious expression in his eyes. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he summoned a purple-gold alms bowl. As soon as the alms bowl appeared, it rapidly swelled to several dozen times its original size. Then it flipped over and covered the white-haired head. Bastard! An earth-shattering roar came from within the purple-gold alms bowl. Immediately, countless rumbling sounds came from within. Clearly, the white-haired head was continuously attacking from the inside. Traces of cracks actually appeared on the surface of the purple-gold alms bowl because of this. The old man's eyes were extremely serious. Then, with a wave of his right sleeve, he formed seals with both hands and formed seals. Immediately, complicated seals shot out from his hands and imprinted themselves on the surface of the alms bowl. The moment the seals entered the alms bowl, the cracks on the surface began to heal at a visible rate. The aura on the surface became even more vast than before. "Divine Master, lend me a hand," Gu Du called out to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took a step forward and placed his right hand on Gu Du's shoulder. Surging energy surged into Gu Du's body like a tide. With the support of the middle-aged man's energy, Gugu swiftly formed many seals. The seals that were revealed this time around were much stronger than before. When these seals rushed onto the surface of the purple-gold alms bowl, the originally swaying purple-gold alms bowl became completely quiet. Clearly, the white-haired head had been completely suppressed. After doing that, Gudu exhaled gently. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead with his right hand and said fearfully, "What a terrifying fellow! Just a head is so difficult to deal with." The middle-aged man's face paled. He said with a deep voice, "It's an existence of that level after all. And if it weren't for the fact that the head has lost its second eye, we probably wouldn't have been its opponent. Actually, we're quite lucky this time." Gudu nodded in agreement. The white-haired head's most powerful attack was probably the second eye it spoke of. After all, the white-haired head became extremely furious after discovering that the second eye had disappeared, as if it had lost its life. "We've collected the head. It's time for us to leave," said Gudu. Chapter 1705. Battle of the Gods. The middle-aged man exclaimed softly. He turned around and just happened to see Zhuowen flash over like a ray of light. "So it's that little fellow. He actually dares to approach us after seeing the battle between the three of us. He's quite bold, isn't he?" The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled up slightly while a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. Elder Gu followed the middle-aged man's gaze and saw Zhuowen flash over explosively. For some unknown reason, he was able to sense that the young man's gaze was filled with burning desire, and that burning gaze was staring right at him. This caused Elder Gu to reveal a strange expression. Swoosh! In next to no time, Zhuowen flashed over to Elder Gu and the middle-aged man, and his gaze stared right at Elder Gu. After that, he cupped his hands in an extremely respectful manner and said, "I'm Zhuowen. Greetings, seniors. May I know if you're Saint Celestial Master?" Elder Gu and the middle-aged man exchanged glances, and then Elder Gu gazed at Zhuowen and pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "I'm indeed a Saint Celestial Master. What's the matter?" In the eyes of Elder Gu and the middle-aged man, Zhuowen was no different than an ant, and they originally didn't intend to pay too much attention to Zhuowen. However, when they thought about how Zhuowen was able to survive the battle between the three of them and had actually overcome the suppression of the middle-aged man's gaze, Elder Gu and the middle-aged man aroused a trace of interest in Zhuowen. The middle-aged man sized up Zhuowen from top to bottom and clicked his tongue in wonder as he said, "Based on his physique, he's actually a heaven-defying Saint Celestial Master. Even though his natural talent can't compare to Yuan Hongwen, he's still a 1 in a million genius." At this moment, Zhuowen's attention was completely focused on Elder Gu. After he heard Elder Gu admit that he was a Saint Celestial Master, his expression became extremely excited, and he was even slightly at a loss for what to do. "Young friend, may I know what you need?" Elder Gu frowned slightly when he saw Zhuowen's helpless appearance. Although Zhuowen's talent wasn't bad, it really couldn't enter his eyes. At this moment, seeing Zhuowen suddenly blocking their way, he naturally felt a little impatient. Zhuowen naturally saw the impatience on old Gu's face. He took in a deep breath and slowly calmed his somewhat agitated heart. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Elder, this junior has heard that the Celestial Saint Master has already come into contact with the level of the soul and has extremely deep attainments in the aspect of the soul. Therefore, this junior has a presumptuous request." Having said that, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out a crystal coffin from his spirit ring. In the crystal coffin, a beautiful woman lay quietly with her hands crossed in front of her chest. Her beautiful face was full of tranquility. The woman's eyes were slightly closed as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Her clean face was like a sleeping beauty. The moment he took out the crystal coffin, Zhuowen's hands trembled. His eyes were filled with gentleness because the woman in the crystal coffin was his beloved woman. She was the woman he was willing to give up everything to save. Elder Gu originally didn't want to pay attention to Zhuowen, But when he saw the woman in the crystal coffin, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise and rushed over to the crystal coffin. At this moment, Elder Gu looked at the woman in the crystal coffin and slowly frowned. He shook his head and muttered in a low voice, "The body has collapsed, and only a soul that has no consciousness is left. Moreover, this soul is already on the verge of collapse. This really is strange. How did this happen?" Seeing Elder Gu sizing up Mu Chinchua in the crystal coffin, Zhuan's eyes revealed a look of hope. He quickly said, "In the past, Chinshue's memories were forcefully extracted by someone. Later on, the extracted memories shattered and finally affected her soul. So it's like this." This old man took a look, and it wasn't just her memories that were extracted. There was also a crucial part of her soul. It was this crucial part of her soul that caused her memories to shatter. Not only did she lose her memories, even her soul began to collapse. Moreover, this collapse is fatal, Elder Gu said in a deep voice. Seeing that Elder Gu was saying the same thing, the hope in Zhuowen's eyes became even stronger. He knew that the Saint Master in front of him might be able to save Mu Chinchua. "Senior, can you save Chinchua? For this junior is willing to pay any price." Zhuowen suddenly knelt in the air and solemnly bowed to Elder Gu. He, Zhuowen, did not bow to the heavens, did not bow to gods, and did not bow to life and death. However, for Mu Chinchua, who was also his wife, he was willing to give up his dignity and kneel down to Elder Gu. Elder Gu slightly knit his brows and said in a deep voice, "The soul is an extremely important part, but it is also an extremely fragile thing. If a part of the soul is missing, it will bring about fatal destruction. If you want to save someone with a missing soul, the price you have to pay is hard to imagine. Moreover, the success rate is not high. You and I are not related, so why should this old man pay such a large price to help you?" Zhuowen's body trembled. He also knew that Elder Gu was not related to him at all, so why would he pay such a large price to treat Mu Chinchua? "Senior, this junior has something that is very likely to be a true immortal sacred artifact. This true immortal sacred artifact should be enough to exchange for Senior to treat my wife, right?" A determined light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. At this moment, when faced with the opportunity to save Mu Chinchua, he would rather expose the Azure Dragon Palace and firmly grasp this opportunity. True immortal sacred artifact. The middle-aged man and Elder Gu narrowed their eyes and began to size up Zhuowen. A true immortal sacred artifact was extremely rare. Even the forces behind them could not underestimate a true immortal sacred artifact. The forces behind them only had one or two of such treasures. However, this young man in front of them, whose cultivation was only at the heaven-defying saint realm, actually had a true immortal sacred artifact. This made them suspicious. Although this junior has never seen a true immortal sacred artifact, I did not know the origin of this sacred artifact when I first obtained it. However, as I continue to use it, this sacred artifact has become more and more extraordinary. This junior can conclude that this sacred artifact is very likely a true immortal sacred artifact, Zhuowen said in a deep voice. In that case, take out this sacred artifact and have a look. Whether it is a true immortal sacred artifact or not, the two of us will naturally be able to tell. The middle-aged man chuckled, but his eyes were full of ridicule. In his eyes, he did not think that Zhuowen had a true immortal sacred artifact. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was too low. Elder Gu and the middle-aged man's thoughts were the same. Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, he was about to take out the Azure Dragon Palace when a ray of light shot out from his spirit ring. In the end, the light's true appearance was revealed. The middle-aged man and Elder Gu stared at the light's true appearance with a strange look in their eyes. This was because what appeared in front of them was only a long sword that burst out with the shadow of the sun. It was the 9th Yang Dao sword. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He had clearly planned to take out the Azure Dragon Palace, but he had unexpectedly taken out the 9th Yang Dao sword. You must not show the Azure Dragon Palace to these two people in front of you. Otherwise, you will definitely lose your life." A cold voice suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than the first mountain god. Zhuowen knew that it was the first mountain god's doing. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Just as he was about to refute, the first mountain god's voice rang out again. He said, "If you really plan to hand over the Azure Dragon Palace, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I won't kill you, but I will separate your wife from you forever." When those words were spoken, Zhuowen's gaze became extremely gloomy. There was even a faint trace of anger within that gloominess. However, he forcefully suppressed that anger. The first mountain god was too powerful. If the first mountain god really wanted to kill Mu Qinxue, it was impossible for him to stop him with his current strength. This is a true immortal saint artifact? Little friend, are you playing with us? Elder Goose said coldly. The middle-aged man found it funny. He could not help but laugh out loud. He said, "This is only a small part of an earthly immortal saint artifact. It can only be considered a lesser immortal artifact. There's a huge difference between it and a true immortal saint artifact. Boy, are you planning to fool us? God Lord, this kid is actually playing with us. I can't just accept this." Elder Gu frowned. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "It's fine." Speaking up to there, the middle-aged man glanced at the crystal coffin beside Zhuowen. A sliver of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He said softly, "Seeing that you're an infatuated person who values relationships, the two of us won't make things difficult for you. If you really want Elder Gu to treat your wife, you'll have to pay a huge price. It just so happens that the chaotic divine temple has begun to confer the chaotic war god and hold a war of gods. If you can stand out in the war of gods and become the champion, I can help you ask Elder Gu to treat your wife." Zhuowen was stunned. Soon after, he trembled. His gloomy eyes immediately began to shine with a scorching light. He clasped his hands and said, "May I ask what are the conditions for participating in the war of gods?" The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Once you leave the shattered elephant abyss, you'll naturally know the exact details of the War of Gods. In the next 5 years, the War of Gods will definitely erupt. At that time, if you want to treat your wife, you'll have to become the champion." Speaking up to there, the middle-aged man glanced at Zhuowen meaningfully before waving his hand. Immediately, the space around him began to distort. Both the middle-aged man and Elder Gu vanished from the spot in an instant. Zhuowen stared blankly at the middle-aged man and Elder Gu, who had vanished. The hope in his eyes grew denser and denser. Sometimes, what people lacked was not motivation, but hope. As long as you had hope, you would have endless motivation. Right now, Zhuowen's hope was to save Mu Qinxue. For that, he would participate in the War of Gods and become the champion. I, Zhuowen, will definitely participate in the War of Gods. With that, Zhuowen withdrew the fragment from the Azure Dragon Hall. Now that the middle-aged man and Elder Gu had left, the first mountain god did not stop Zhuowen from using the hall. Chapter 1706. An eerie mist. Zhuowen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When the dizziness gradually subsided, he slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he clearly see his surroundings. He saw that there were layers of fog all around him. These fog layers seemed to be extremely afraid of light. When Zhuowen's teleportation produced a white light, the surrounding fog rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, an empty space with a radius of 10,000 feet was formed. However, when the white light surrounding Zhuowen gradually faded, a strong sense of danger suddenly rose in Zhuowen's heart. The surrounding black fog was like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. It suddenly gathered towards Zhuowen, as if it wanted to drown Zhuowen. Without hesitation, Zhuowen summoned the 9 flames karmic fire. From what he saw earlier, the black fog was extremely afraid of light. Therefore, he decided to give it a try and summoned the 9 flames karmic fire. Sure enough, the moment the 9 flames karmic fire was unleashed, the surrounding layers of black fog seemed to have met its natural enemy and dispersed. It circled around Zhuowen for hundreds of meters, not daring to approach. Zhuowen, who was in the 9 flames of karma, began to carefully observe the surrounding black fog. His scalp immediately went numb. This was because the black fog that gathered around them was not real fog. Instead, it was made up of densely packed, black crawling insects. These reptiles were only the size of a thumb. They had sharp mouth parts at the front and 3 pairs of thin wings on their backs. They were somewhat similar to mosquitoes. The eyes of these reptiles were glowing with a green light. They looked extremely strange as they stared straight at Zhuowen. If it weren't for the 9 flames karmic fire surrounding Zhuowen, the worms would have swarmed up and devoured Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He never thought that he would appear in such a strange place as soon as he was teleported out. He could not help but ask Xiao He, "Xiao He, you came out from the teleportation formation back then. What is this place?" At this moment, Xiao He turned into a black streak of light and landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. It looked around, and a sliver of graveness appeared in its eyes. It said, "If I remember correctly, I should have been teleported to a certain prefecture in the Central Plains. Something like this has never happened before. Then why have we been teleported to this place that is neither a human nor a ghost?" Zhuowen frowned slightly as he stared at the endless reptiles around him and asked Xiao He, karmic fire. Xiao He shrugged and said rather awkwardly, "I'm not sure about that. That teleportation formation has existed for several thousand years. It's far too long ago. Perhaps that's the reason why there's a problem with the teleportation?" Veins bulged on Zhuowen's forehead when he saw Xiao He's awkward expression. He really wanted to give Xiao He a vicious beating right now. It had screwed him over again. If he had known that the teleportation formation would teleport him to such an unfamiliar place, he would have rather retraced his steps than enter the teleportation formation. Unfortunately, he had now boarded a pirate ship. Zhuowen sighed softly. Soon after, he used the 9 flames karmic fire to rush off in a certain direction. Currently, he was surrounded by so many reptiles that practically obscured his vision. As a result, Zhuowen could only use this rather foolish method. Zhuowen's speed was extremely fast. Soon after, he stepped onto solid ground. Soon after, he was shocked to find that the ground beneath his feet was not icy cold. Instead, it was somewhat soft. When he lowered his head to take a look, he found that there was actually something like a wall of flesh beneath his feet. Moreover, this wall of flesh was constantly squirming. Zhuowen furrowed his brows and became increasingly puzzled. He had many doubts about where this place was. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that the reptiles around him were extremely fearful of him the moment he stepped onto the wall of flesh. They all stopped outside the wall of flesh and did not dare to enter. Without the obstruction of these reptiles, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and withdrew the 9 flames karmic fire. Soon after, he quickly rushed along the wall of flesh. However, as time passed, Zhuowen discovered that he was still within this wall of flesh. It was as if this passage was endless and had no end. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a thick blood mist suddenly spurted out from the upper left side of Zhuowen. This blood mist carried a pungent stench as it instantly swept towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pointed his right finger at the void. Immediately, 3,000 yellow spring water droplets surrounded him, forming an extremely sturdy defense. The blood mist instantly enveloped Zhuowen. Soon after, there was the sound of corrosion. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he discovered that under the blood mist, the yellow spring water droplets were rapidly being destroyed. In an instant, 1,000 yellow spring water droplets had been destroyed. Without hesitation, Zhuowen took out the 1st Yangdao sword and the 9th Yangdao sword. The 2 Dao swords turned into 2 long rainbows and revolved around Zhuowen, forming 2 blazing sun shadows. The yellow spring water droplets were all destroyed. The blood mist began to touch the two Dao swords. However, what made Zhuowen's face turn gloomy was that the blood mist's corrosiveness was too terrifying. It actually began to corrode the sun shadows around the two Dao swords. Just as Zhuowen frowned slightly, there was a commotion in his spiritual ring. He heard the Blood Immortal's voice from inside. "Master, I was wrong. In order to make up for my sins, let me redeem myself." Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He still released the Blood Immortal. Once the Blood Immortal came out, she held her head and knelt in front of Zhuowen. She kept kowtowing and said, "Master, I can't take it anymore. Please help me remove the blood mark's punishment." Zhuowen sneered. He waved his sleeve and removed the blood mark from the Blood Immortal's body. He then said, "Do you have a way to get rid of the blood mist around here?" After the blood mark was removed, the Blood Immortal let out a sigh of relief. She quickly said, "Yes, this blood mist contains an extremely powerful blood power. This blood power has an unimaginable corrosive power to ordinary people. However, to me it is a great supplement, so..." Speaking of this, the Blood Immortal stole a glance at Zhuowen. She wanted to find some clues from Zhuowen's face. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. She could not read his thoughts at all. "Okay, go ahead," Zhuowen said lightly. Hearing this, the Blood Immortal's eyes were filled with joy. She quickly bowed to Zhuowen and jumped out. With the help of Zhuowen, she swept past the defense of the two Dao swords and instantly jumped into the blood mist around her. The Blood Immortal's body was in the blood mist. Her entire body was covered with blood lightning. The blood lightning grew larger and larger until it completely covered the blood mist. The strange thing was that as the blood lightning spread out, the blood mist around it was like a whale sucking in water. It began to be absorbed by the blood lightning. The blood lightning's absorption speed was extremely fast. In less than half an incense stick's time, the blood mist around it was completely absorbed. After absorbing the blood mist, the blood lightning was now as bright as blood. It was extremely red and looked extremely strange. The Blood Immortal opened her mouth and swallowed all the blood lightning into her stomach. Her face suddenly became extremely red and her eyes shone with traces of blood light. The Blood Immortal's aura also rose and climbed to an extremely powerful level. After the blood mist disappeared, Zhuowen looked in the direction of the blood mist. He saw that on the upper left there was a hole that was several feet wide. The hole was surrounded by blood-red flesh walls. It looked extremely strange. However, after the blood mist was spat out, the hole slowly closed. In the end, it was not much different from the flesh walls around it. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He immediately sat there cross-legged and waited silently. The Blood Immortal naturally did not dare to wander around. She stood not far behind Zhuowen like a loyal guard. Zhuowen sat there cross-legged for 3 days. Finally, on this day, the flesh wall on the upper left suddenly wriggled. Soon after, the hole appeared again. The thick blood mist was also spat out from the hole. Seeing the thick blood mist, the Blood Immortal's eyes flashed with excitement. She glanced at Zhuowen as if she was asking for Zhuowen's opinion. "Swallow the blood mist and enter the hole together," Zhuowen said coldly. The Blood Immortal roared and rushed out. The blood lightning in her body surged out again and instantly enveloped the blood mist that was spat out. Without a doubt, the blood lightning's speed of swallowing was very fast. In just a moment, it had swallowed almost 10% of the blood mist. Zhuowen quietly followed behind the Blood Immortal. With the Blood Immortal swallowing the blood mist in front, the blood mist was not a threat to him at all. The two of them slowly approached the hole above. When the blood mist was completely spat out, the hole began to squirm, and then slowly began to close. "Rush over." Zhuowen's eyes flashed as he ordered the Blood Immortal coldly. The Blood Immortal reluctantly looked at the blood mist that hadn't been completely absorbed. However, she didn't dare to disobey Zhuowen's order. She sighed, broke through the blood mist and rushed towards the hole. The moment the hole closed, the blood immortal and Zhuowen were like shuttles that went into the hole. The hole closed again and became a part of the flesh wall. This was a narrow tunnel. Zhuowen's eyes flashed coldly after putting the blood immortal into the spirit ring. His body shook, and like lightning, he quickly rushed towards the tunnel. This tunnel was not as long as Zhuowen imagined. In just a moment, Zhuowen arrived at the exit in front. The moment Zhuowen rushed out, the surrounding space suddenly twisted as if the stars were moving. Zhuowen only felt that the scene in front of him changed. He realized that he was no longer surrounded by a flesh wall, but a dense forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Zhuowen appeared in the forest, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. The first Yangdao sword and the 9th Yangdao sword suddenly flew out and formed 2 blazing sun shadows that surrounded his body. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart came and crashed onto the 2 blazing sun shadows. There were continuous collisions. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that these collisions were extremely weak. They did not cause the 2 Dao swords to shake even a little bit. Chapter 1707. Ancient language. Just as Zhuowen's eyes were filled with astonishment, cries of surprise rang out from the surroundings. Soon after, Zhuowen saw that there were many flickering figures in the surroundings. The figures were flickering, and it looked rather strange. What made Zhuowen even more surprised was that these flickering figures did not have any saint energy aura on them. It was as if they were all ordinary people. The moment Zhuowen revealed the first Yangdao sword and the 9th Yangdao sword, the figures in the surroundings were filled with fear. Soon after, they all scattered and fled into the depths of the forest. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. In an instant, he swept to the side of the person closest to him. With a point of his right hand, saint energy gushed out, and the person was confined to the spot. Zhuowen sized up the person in front of him. He noticed that this person's attire was extremely strange. He was wearing clothes made of animal skin, and there were green patterns drawn on his body. The moment he was confined to the spot by Zhuowen, the person's eyes were filled with fear. His lips moved, and strange words came out of his mouth. This made Zhuowen frown slightly. He did not understand the language at all. Ancient language? Suddenly, Xiao He, who was hidden in his consciousness, turned into a black light and swept to Zhuowen's shoulder. He stared at the man in animal skin in front of him in shock. What is he saying? And the ancient language? Is it the language of the ancient era? Zhuowen was surprised. He immediately stared at Xiao He on his shoulder and asked in surprise. Xiao He nodded repeatedly and said, "This person is only begging for mercy. However, I am surprised that this person knows the ancient language." Generally speaking, after the catastrophe of the ancient era, there are very few people who know the ancient language except for a few old monsters who are lucky enough to survive. Furthermore, the person in front of us has no saint energy aura at all. It's obvious that he's not a saint yet. The aura on his body is even weaker. It's unbelievable that such an ordinary being would know the ancient language, Xiao He said with a frown. Perhaps sensing the surprise in Zhuowen's eyes, Xiao He waved her little paw. Suddenly, an ink-black ray of light shot out and entered between Zhuowen's eyebrows. This is the basic grammar of the ancient language. You should be able to understand the ancient language after learning it, Xiao He said calmly. Zhuowen skimmed through the grammar of the ancient language that Xiao He had passed to him. With his current realm and cultivation, he was naturally able to grasp most of the grammar of the ancient language. On the other hand, Zhuowen was barely able to understand what the man in animal skin was saying. "Where is this place?" Zhuowen asked in the ancient language with some difficulty. The man in beast skin stared at Zhuowen in fear and said, "Illusion God, you are the illusion God? Please don't kill me." As he spoke, the man in beast skin immediately knelt on the ground while shivering, and he finally muttered the name of the illusion God. Zhuowen frowned slightly as he stared at the man in beast skins display. He didn't have any impression of the illusion god that the man in beast skin spoke of, and he didn't know what the illusion god was. Zhuowen's gaze flickered as he asked indifferently, "I won't kill you. Tell me where this place is." The man in beast skin sized up Zhuowen secretly, and when he noticed that Zhuowen really didn't intend to kill him, the fear in his heart lessened greatly. However, at the same time, he was rather puzzled by Zhuowen's question. However, for the sake of not infuriating the illusion god that the man spoke of, he naturally replied honestly, "I'm a member of the Qin Tian tribe." As the man in beast skin spoke, Zhuowen gained a rough understanding of the situation here. There were a total of 3 tribes here, and every tribe had a few thousand clansmen. The 3 tribes kept each other in check. More importantly, although the 3 tribes kept each other in check, every clansman had a mission in their hearts, and that was to protect the sacrificial tower in the center of the 3 tribes. It was said that this sacrificial tower was an ancestral treasure passed down by their ancestors, and they needed to protect it for generations. As for where this place was, the man in beast skin didn't know, but Zhuowen knew that this place was definitely not the central region. As for where it was, he couldn't say. Although the person in front of me doesn't have the aura of saint power, his body is quite strong, and his physique is much stronger than ordinary warriors. Zhuowen thought to himself, and he became very interested in this place. Also, what was the matter with the transportation array? Why would he be teleported here? Where was this place? "Take me to your tribe," Zhuowen said indifferently. The man in beast skin's pupils shrank, and his lips trembled as he said, "Our tribe doesn't allow the illusion god to enter. If you go to the tribe, we will all be killed by the tribesmen." Zhuowen coldly stared at the man in beast skin and said indifferently, "If you don't want to die now, then take me there." The man in beast skin's heart trembled, but in the end he braced himself and said, "No, the tribe doesn't allow the illusion god to enter. Once the illusion god sneaks into the tribe, it will cause a terrible disaster. Although I'm afraid of death, I won't harm the tribe." Zhuowen showed an impatient look. He knew that the man in beast skin wouldn't say anything, so he simply pressed his right hand on the man's Tianling point. Suddenly, the man's memory was unobstructed in front of Zhuowen. "So that's how it is. The Qin Tian tribe isn't far from here." After saying that, Zhuowen raised his right hand and grabbed the man in beast skin. Then, like a gust of wind, he disappeared with the man in beast skin. Dozens of miles away from the jungle, there was a large tribe. In the tribe, there were tiled houses, and there was an endless stream of clansmen. In a tall tower in the tribe, an old man slowly stood up. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he looked at the people kneeling in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Is what you said true? The illusion god in human form has appeared again?" If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the people kneeling in front of the old man. They were the leaders of the group that attacked him before. At this moment, a robust young man raised his head and said rather fearfully, "It's absolutely true. Nearly 100 of us threw out stone spears, but they didn't pose any threat to this person. Apart from the illusion god, I really can't think of anyone else with such formidable strength." The old man frowned slightly and said, "According to my calculations, the illusion god should have appeared by now. However, I didn't expect that the illusion god in human form would appear this time. This is definitely a calamity that our 3 tribes need to be cautious of. I must notify the other 2 tribes. Also, our Qin Tian tribe will be on the highest alert. Also, activate the God Sealing Array laid down by our ancestors. With the God Sealing Array, the illusion god won't be able to enter." The people kneeling on the ground bowed from afar, and soon after, they slowly retreated. The old man took out a sparkling and translucent crystal and chanted an ancient gray-colored language, as if he was transmitting some kind of message. In a short while, the entire Qin Tian tribe resounded with the sound of a bugle horn. The originally tranquil tribe was completely broken. The clansmen of the tribe all had flustered expressions. Among them, the old, the weak, the women, and the children hid in their own homes. As for the robust young men, they all took out sharp stone tools from their homes and gathered in the tribe's plaza. The sound of the bugle horn meant that the tribe had sunk into a state of extreme danger. The situation had reached an extremely critical level. At the same time, in the sky several miles around the tribe, an enormous blood-colored phantom of a strange beast appeared. The phantom roared towards the sky and suddenly collapsed into countless rivers of blood. The terrifying rivers of blood turned into a blood-colored barrier, enveloping the entire Chin-Tian tribe. God sealing array? What's happening in the tribe? In the tribe, many clansmen looked at the rivers of blood that enveloped the sky, and their gazes were filled with fear and solemnity. Generally speaking, the sound of the bugle horn indicated that something important was about to happen. Setting up the God sealing array meant that the tribe had reached a moment of life and death. Everyone raise your spirits. A humanoid illusion god has appeared. This time, we can't let this kind of illusion god intrude into our tribe. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to our tribe. A robust man loudly shouted. Suddenly, a large commotion arose in the surroundings. Many clansmen were at a loss, and their eyes were filled with fear. There were even many clansmen who were trembling all over, and their faces were drained of blood. However, even more clansmen had unswerving determination in their eyes. They swore to protect the tribe's life and death. Whoosh! Not long after the God sealing array was set up in the Chin-Tian tribe, a long rainbow instantly swept over and stopped a few hundred meters away from the tribe. Zhuowen held the man in animal skin in his hand. His gaze fell on the God sealing array in front of him, and his expression was one of astonishment. Zhuowen was all too familiar with the aura of this God sealing array. It was flowing with the textures of ancient restrictions. The moment Zhuowen swept over the God sealing array, countless clansmen in the tribe naturally noticed Zhuowen. Immediately, they all revealed looks of panic. A humanoid illusion god, it really is a humanoid illusion god, the panic continued, and it even caused an uproar. However, when a white-haired old man walked out of the tower step by step, the noise in the outside world suddenly quieted down. Everyone, don't panic. With the God sealing array, even a humanoid illusion god won't be able to cause any trouble, the old man said unhurriedly. The old man's words immediately calmed the panic in the hearts of many clansmen. Zhuowen frowned slightly and said indifferently, I think you have misunderstood. I am not the humanoid illusion god you speak of. I am just a passer-by who accidentally entered this place. As long as you can tell me the way to leave this place, I will not make things difficult for you. The old man said coldly, I have to say that the lie you made up is a bit clumsy. Do you think this lie can make us let you enter the ancestral land? That's absolutely impossible. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. From the words of the old man, he could perceive that this so-called ancestral land was probably the key to entering and leaving the outside world. However, the people of the Chin-Tian tribe all regarded him as a humanoid illusion god. He knew that if he did not use thunderous means, he would not be able to explain it clearly to these people. Chapter 1708. God sealing array boom boom boom. The God sealing array trembled violently, causing the ground within a few hundred miles of the array to tremble as well. This tremor was so intense that it even affected the Chin-Tian tribe within the God sealing array. The old, weak women and children who were originally hiding in the tiled houses all walked out in fear. What's going on? Why is this person so terrifying? He actually caused such a huge commotion in the God sealing array. Many of the strong men in the tribe had terrified expressions as they stared fixedly at Zhuowen. A chaotic commotion once again spread out within the tribe. Even the old man, who had always had a calm expression, could no longer sit still. He shouted in a low voice, Men of the tribe, offer up the azure marks on your bodies, and use them to drive away all evil. As soon as these words were spoken, the strong men in the tribe all regained their composure. Soon after, their gazes all gathered on the old man's body as they began to chant the complicated ancient language in unison. Soon after, the green patterns carved on the bodies of these strong men burst out with a dazzling green light. The light soared into the sky and converged into the god-sealing array. Awoo! In an instant, the god-sealing array began to squirm violently, and its aura instantly rose. The blood-colored barrier began to squirm continuously, like a churning sea of blood. The sea of blood continued to gather, condensing into 10 blood-colored beasts that were hundreds of feet tall. The strange thing was that the 10 blood-colored beasts were all bound by blood-colored chains. As each of the blood-colored beasts moved, the crisp sound of chains touching each other could be heard. So. The moment the 10 blood-red giant beasts appeared, they split into 10 different directions and charged toward Zhuowen. The blood-red chains on the 10 blood-red giant beasts also shot out and intertwined into a huge blood-red chain net above Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as a huge pair of lightning wings unfurled on his back. He stepped on the air and instantly disappeared from his original spot, dodging the blood-colored chains. Clang, clang, clang. However, the 10 crimson beasts did not intend to let Zhuowen go. They roared at the sky and released their crimson chains. They were like 10 crimson pythons as they instantly sealed off Zhuowen's 10 directions. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that as the 10 chains sealed the surrounding space was also sealed. Zhuowen only felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body, causing his speed to instantly drop to the lowest point. At the same time, the 10 blood-colored beasts roared along the 10 chains. Countless gusts of wind whistled and instantly enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and pointed out a finger. 3,000 drops of yellow spring water shot out and turned into 3,000 thin yellow needles. They rustled as they shot toward the 10 blood-colored beasts. Immortal technique, solitary peak. After executing the slaughtering underworld finger, Zhuowen took out 5,000 immortal crystals and crushed them to execute the lone peak immortal technique. Immortal core power was like a shuttle as it converged into a solitary peak. This solitary peak was 50,000 feet tall, and it looked unusually vast as it lay horizontally in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Although the slaughtering yellow spring finger had stopped the 10 blood-colored beasts from charging forward, it was a pity that under the attacks of the 10 blood-colored beasts, it collapsed one after another. However, Zhuowen was neither hurried nor slow. With a roll of his sleeve, the terrifying 50,000 feet tall lone peak violently swept out, ruthlessly smashing into the bodies of the 10 blood-colored giant beasts, actually smashing the 10 blood-colored giant beasts and sending them flying. The crimson chains that imprisoned the space around Zhuowen also revealed gaps as the blood-colored beasts were sent flying. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he leaped through the gaps and rushed towards the nearest blood-colored beast. At this moment, before the beast could react, it saw that Zhuowen had already appeared above it, holding the terrifying solitary peak of 50,000 feet in his hand and smashing it down ruthlessly. Awoo! The blood-colored beast let out a sorrowful cry as it tried to raise its huge beast claws to block the solitary peak that was crushing down. However, it sadly discovered that its claws were like paper tigers under the suppression of the solitary peak. Then it burst into a cloud of blood, mist amidst its sorrowful cry. After killing the first blood-colored beast, Zhuowen immediately spread out his thunder wings. At this moment, Zhuowen activated the power of the thunder wings to the extreme. In an instant, the thunder wings spread out to a size of 1,000 feet, covering the sky and the sun. The sun and the moon dimmed as they spread out and looked as if they were covered in lightning. With one of the 10 beasts dead, their power was greatly reduced. Zhuowen relied on his unparalleled speed and the terror of the solitary peak to blast the remaining 9 beasts into a cloud of blood mist in just 10 breaths of time. The moment the 10 blood-colored beasts were annihilated, many of the strong men in the tribe spat out a mouthful of blood. The light of the green runes on their bodies became extremely dim. As for the vigorous old man, he let out a muffled groan and retreated continuously. Fortunately, there were 2 men with sharp eyes and quick hands behind him. They supported the old man and prevented him from making a fool of himself. This humanoid illusion is too powerful. Our Qin Tian tribe is finished. What should we do? Countless tribesmen of the Qin Tian tribe revealed looks of despair. The 10 beasts formed by the most powerful divine chain formation could not do anything to this person. The Qin Tian tribe was almost at their wits' end. At this moment, the 10 blood-colored beasts were annihilated, and the light on the surface of the divine chain formation was extremely dim. Zhuowen slowly walked over, looking down at the tribesmen of the Qin Tian tribe. He raised the solitary peak in his right hand and flung it violently. Kacha! The sound of glass shattering could be heard. The solitary peak smashed onto the surface of the divine chain formation, and countless cracks spread out. Then, the divine chain formation finally collapsed completely. The moment the divine chain formation was destroyed, Zhuowen carried the man in animal skin and slowly landed in the Qin Tian tribe. At this moment, the tribe was as silent as cicadas in winter. All the tribesmen stared at Zhuowen with fear in their eyes. Zhuowen even saw many young children hiding behind the women, fearfully sizing up Zhuowen, who had intruded into the tribe. Zhuowen inadvertently looked at the old and weak women and children hiding behind the strong men, and indifference in his eyes eased a lot. Then his gaze fell on the frail old man not far away. He knew that this old man should be the leader of this tribe. The old man glanced at Zhuowen with fear, and then looked at the man in animal skin in Zhuowen's hand. He said in a deep voice, "Ahi, did you lead this humanoid illusion to the tribe?" At this moment, the man in animal skin had already woken up. He naturally saw everything that had happened. Plop! The man in animal skin broke free from Zhuowen and suddenly knelt on the ground. He repeatedly kowtowed to the old man and said, "Patriarch, he deserves to die." He clearly didn't tell this person the location of the Qin Tian tribe. He doesn't know why he found us, but he knows that this has nothing to do with me. Therefore, he is willing to atone with death. The man in animal skin choked with sobs. Soon after, he took out a dagger polished from rock from his trousers and swiped it at his neck. Clang! However, this action of the man in animal skin was immediately stopped by Zhuowen. Zhuowen looked around and coldly said, "I've already said that I'm not the illusion god you all speak of. I'm just a passerby who happened to pass by. If I was the illusion god, how could you all still be alive?" The old man sized up Zhuowen. After discovering that Zhuowen had intruded into the Qin Tian tribe, he unexpectedly didn't wantonly slaughter like the other illusion gods. His gaze revealed a skeptical expression. "You're really not the illusion god? If you're really not, can you let me personally examine you?" The old man said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the old man. In the end, he nodded and said, "Sure." "Adair, the 2 of you bring the ancestral stone over." The old man instructed the 2 men behind him. The 2 men nodded at the old man and immediately left the place. Not long later, the 2 of them staggered over while carrying a green rock that was about 10 feet large. "If you want to prove that you're not the illusion god, are you willing to drip a drop of blood on the ancestral stone to prove your identity?" The old man asked. Zhuowen pondered for a moment. After observing that there were no problems with the ancestral stone before him, he cut his thumb in an extremely straightforward manner. Soon after, he flicked a drop of blood onto the ancestral stone. CI. After the blood entered the ancestral stone, it was absorbed. Subsequently, there were no changes to the ancestral stone. Seeing that there were no changes to the ancestral stone, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and muttered in a low voice, "He really isn't the illusion god." Many of the surrounding clansmen naturally saw the phenomenon of the ancestral stone and breathed a sigh of relief one after another. "Esteemed guest, it's this old man's fault for not being observant enough and causing you such trouble." This old man was rather open-minded. Knowing that he had recognized the wrong person, he respectfully walked before Zhuowen and deeply bowed to express his apology. Of course, the reason why the old man's attitude was so humble was naturally partly because of his apology. However, the main reason was because of Zhuowen's powerful strength. Being able to break open the god sealing array by himself was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, this person deserved his bow. "It's fine. I'm only a passerby. Right now, I only want to leave this place. I wonder if you have any ideas? I've heard you mention the ancestral grounds before. Could it be that there's a passage out of that place?" Zhuowen asked with a burning gaze. Feeling Zhuowen's burning gaze, the old man's scalp went numb. With his intelligence, he naturally guessed that the young man before him was not inferior to this world, but came from the outside world. As for the passage to the outside world, the old man had only read about it in ancient books. It was said that a very, very long time ago they had a passage that led to the outside world, and that passage was within the ancestral grounds. However, the ancestral grounds had already become a forbidden area for the 3 great clans. Ordinary people would find it difficult to even take half a step in, let alone talk about leaving. The old man's hesitation caused Zhuowen's brows to slightly knit together. Just as he was about to continue speaking, suddenly, figures rushed over from outside the Qin Tian tribe. These figures moved extremely vigorously, like monkeys, as they rapidly approached the Qin Tian tribe. In less than 10 breaths of time, these figures had already rushed into the Qin Tian tribe. These figures were faintly divided into 2 factions. The leader of one of the factions was a young man wearing a leopard print vest, and the leader of the other faction was a middle-aged man with a bare upper body. When the 2 leaders arrived at the Qin Tian tribe, their faces were filled with panic.